All right, we are live at Coletco for November 24th live Facebook record sale. Things are kind of messy back here after what happened last night. My phone is up front, I think. I better go get it so I can see chat. I'm right on time, too. Right on time. Let me go up here and find that phone. I usually take everything with me, but John was very excited about these 45s he found. I can't show or tell you about them yet. Thank you for pausing that, Ed. I was going to do that too. I'm going to open up my chat box. Uh-oh, my phone's dead. Well, I'll go plug it up. Coletco. Well, I'm not supposed to say what those are yet. That's a secret, Ed. That's a secret. Whoops, almost messed up. Shh. Uh-oh. Shh. We can't tell anybody, Hatchet Ed. Yep. You didn't hear or see anything. All right, well, sorry for my truly tardiness. I was, Paul wanted to know what happened last night. John wanted to know what happened last night. I had to talk to Paul and John about this week's plans. And John has found some of the best 45s he thinks he's ever found here in this building. And I had to eat. And I got here, you know, probably to start at 6, but after I talked to Paul about what happened and talked to John about what happened and Laura about what happened. No, I hadn't got to talk to Laura. Laura, I'll talk to you later. Laura's like, I don't want to talk to you. Okay, plus last night was crazy, and I walked in, and I'm trying to clean up stuff. Look at the mess on the table. There's literally an upside-down monster, dog treats, and posters on my table already, and we hadn't even got started. Right, Jake? Here is Jake's power pack.
Oh, thanks.
Before I lose it. Okay. All right. All right. Let me see if I got an empty shelf in here. Boom. I was afraid. Okay, where's my... Let's figure this out. Okay, so what I'll start talking about is this week, last night and this week, for commentary while I'm getting set up. So thanks everybody for tuning in already tonight. We are officially live and selling here at Coletco. Well, we're not selling yet, but a new week began last night, and it's probably the craziest beginning to a week we've ever had with everything that happened. And I'd like to first thank all of our incredible customers, y'all, whether you just watched or whether you was part of the crazy wave of chaos that came through this building last night. I started at 4 o'clock. I stopped at 2:30, and I took one 30-minute break, and it's all still up here. They hadn't even started watching the sale yet. They're going to get to that momentarily. And People are still trying to buy platter packs. Pink Pearl Jam. Okay. All right. So first thing I'm going to do is clear off this table. That way we can at least get some auctions rolling. My phone was dead that shows chat. Okay, now it's live. And now let me pull up this chat. Let me know where you're watching from. That'd be fantastic. I'm going to be away from the chat for about 2 or 3 minutes while I figure out how to move some stuff around here. I think there's an empty tub in here I can put posters in. Because some of these posters that I drug out that hadn't sold, I'd love to try to sell them tonight. And I think y'all will want to see them. These here on the table. So first thing is this, signed by Dimebag Darrell, and I'm going to move that. I'll show that in just a second. So yeah, a quick summary last night. Last night we started at 4 o'clock. Probably that's the earliest I've ever began any stream, regardless of what we were going to sell. So that's the earliest I've ever began any stream. And we went tied for the longest I've ever went, because we did that 10-hour stream the other day. So that was pretty crazy. And we sold miscellaneous stuff galore. Tonight officially starts vinyl. And the vinyl we have for tonight is going to be pretty crazy. As we begin a new week, Ed's got me a list of stuff to do here. Ed's to-do list. I better do that so I don't get stabbed with a hatchet. Don't want to get stabbed with a hatchet from Ed. All right. I sound exhausted. I'm just glancing at a few chats as I walk by. I'm not looking at my phone, just so everybody knows. Okay? I kind of glancing at stuff as I walk by. I feel pretty good. I'm pretty well rested. I'm pretty well rested. I'm getting woke up. Tanner, he helped me for 2/3 of the sale. He helped me for about half the sale. Let's get that accurate. Tanner helped me about half the sale. And he texted me this morning when he woke up. He said, "Man, I'm sore." He said, "And you went on for 6 more hours after I left." I was like, yeah, that's a little bit more of a workout what I was doing last night. There's no telling how many steps I took. I need to get on my phone and see how many steps I took last night. I mean, I feel like I walked around in the store in a circle for 10 hours. Okay. Let's put these up here. And I did learn, though, at 4 o'clock, there's people on and ready to buy stuff. So that was good news for me, because I was curious how many on a Sunday would be on at 4 o'clock ready to be buy. And sure enough, y'all were on at 4 o'clock ready to buy. And right now, if you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm cleaning up the mess that I didn't clean up last night after the sale. And I didn't get here early enough to do it right now. So I went through a bunch of posters that were wrapped in rubber bands. And to go through them faster, I threw all the rubber bands on the floor. And so instead of stepping on rubber bands for about 8 hours, I'm going to sweep them up right quick. And then I'm going to be ready to sell records. Okay. And then I'll tell you when I'm ready to get your attention. Much better. Okay. Start back at 5. We could do that this week. after tonight's reset. Tonight's like a reset for me. It's like, okay, I need this empty crate. And then I tell you what I also need to do. I also need to go ahead and tag this pre-order. Before I do anything, let's get our first auctions going. Okay, I'm kind of ready to engage in the chat now. So consider the show officially began. I'm still going to be tidying up a little bit. But the show has officially began. I'm going to pull up Soul Asylum. All right. So last night we had a new invoicing cycle. Ed sent out invoices for last week's stuff. You should have got one. If you hadn't got an invoice, that means that if you hadn't got an invoice, that means that you have it's went to your spam, or it's or we have an incorrect email address. We got 3 crates of new vinyl, but the note from Ed says not priced, so I better do that. I better do that so they can get those priced. And then I need my first crate to get started. Hope everybody's hit the like and share. Wow, there's already 195 people watching. Holy crap. I better get on it, Jake. Let's see, is there any empty crates in here at all? I'm going to steal this one right here. I'm going to take this one off your hands. Jake is ABC in ordering. It's as easy as 1, 2, 3. Okay. All right. If you didn't get an invoice, check your spam folder. And if it's not on your spam, go ahead and letting me know. Ed, Hatchet Ed's in the building right now, and then he's going to be gone for about a week. So if you got something to say to Hatchet Ed, you got about 10 minutes. And then I got to figure out, Ed, who's actually going to be taking care of everything this week. Tanner and Tony, TT Club, I guess. All right. The TT Club. Striper Christmas album. It looks like it was pushed back about 1 week. I think somebody asked me that last week. It was pushed back about a week, it looks like. Okay. Let's find our first auctions. John has 2 insane boxes of 45s he found. Now, when I say insane, it's like, well, you'll see. We'll go ahead and put up a couple picture sleeves just to get things rolling. Just a couple of teasers. But I love, it's the kind of stuff me and him like. It's like 60s picture sleeves and incredible stuff. Okay, so this is the Monkeys Daydream Believer. Monkeys Daydream Believer. That is a $7 start in the picture sleeve. And Everly Brothers, with one of their big songs, Kathy's Clown, that's a $7 start. Okay? Wednesday, the store will be open. Yeah, if you bought something last week, the store will be open. Okay? So there's that. We'll be open Wednesday. We're closed Thursday. Nobody's here. Nobody's going to be here at Coleco Thursday. Whole operation suspended. No live stream. And then Friday and Saturday. So last night, tonight, tomorrow, Wednesday, nothing on Thursday. Spend time with family. If you want to listen to records, I hope you do that. Maybe somebody will be spending your Christmas vinyl. But as far as buying vinyl, we're going to be shut down unless you get in the group and do a pre-order or something. I'll have those Thursday morning videos, but that's all. Okay, so there's that. This is new for today, or new for this Friday. We got it in actually last Friday, but we couldn't tag it till right now. This is Soul Asylum, Let Your Dim Light Shine, 30th anniversary to 2000 on flaming colored vinyl. Okay, and the first one goes to Derek Cesaro. These are $38.99. This has not been available on vinyl. A Soul Asylum album, $38.99. We also got Ken Cohen and Scott Smith. Thank you, Ken Cohen. Thank you, Scott Smith. Whoops. Ken Cohen, Scott Smith. We got Brent Robley and Bill Samus. Brent Robley and Bill Samus. Jason Fornerat and Autumn Betts. Jason Fornerat and Autumn Betts. Okay, Daryl Johnson and Jerry Stone. Daryl Johnson and Jerry Stone. Bill Walton and Paul Conway. Bill Walton and Paul Conway. Reed Gregory and Scott Beebe. Reed Gregory and Scott Beebe, Clifford Umstead and Brandon Lack, Clifford Umstead and Brandon Lack, Stephen Parton and Josh Brown, Stephen Parton and Josh Brown, Cynthia Herdred and Jake Perganson, Cynthia Herdred and Jake Perganson, and then we got Josh Tanner and Brandon Lack, and then Tom Harris. Okay, that was the pre-order for Soul Asylum. And did I say Shakedown? Because I skipped over his thumbs up. Let me read through those again. Soul Asylum's $38.99. We got Derek Cesaro. We got Ken Cohen, Scott Smith, Brent Robley, Bill Samus, Jason Fornerat, Autumn Betts, and Daryl Johnson. Jerry Stone, Bill Walton, Paul Conway, Reed Gregory, Scott Beebe, Clifford Umstead, Brandon Lack, Stephen Parton, Josh Brown, Cynthia Herdred, Jake Perganson, Shakedown, Josh Tanner, Brandon Lack, Tom Harris. I think I did skip somebody, so I'm going to go ahead and put another one in there. That was a total pre-order of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. 23 copies total. And we had pre-orders for the following people: Derek Cesaro, Ken Cohen, Scott Smith, Brent Rowley, Bill Samus, Jason Forrest, Autumn Betts, Daryl Johnson, Jerry Stone, Bill Walton, Paul Conway, Reed Gregory, Scott Beebe, Clifford Umstead, Brandon Lack, Stephen Parton, Josh Brown, Cynthia Herdred, Jake Perganson, Shakedown, Josh Tanner, Brandon Lack, Tom Harris. All right. Soul Asylum, Let Your Dim Light Shine, limited edition 30th anniversary 2000 on yellow flame colored vinyl, $38.99. One sold to Paul Brothers. Anybody else want one? Let me know. There is a Facebook feed, yeah. So right now we got the Monkees and the Everly Brothers. Daydream Believer. I listened to that today on my way here. That's weird. Monkees 7:10, Everly Brothers 7, Monkees 12, Monkees 13. Hey, Chad, how much is shipping on those posters we bought last night? And then Soul Asylum, and that's it. Okay, so let me clarify, because that was on my list here from Ed. Let me clarify if you bought a poster last night. So if you bought a poster, if it's capable of being rolled, okay? If it's capable of being rolled, we're going to ship it to you rolled in a tube. And if I didn't say anything, then there's no additional postage. If you bought something flat, or you bought a poster flat and you don't want it rolled, then that's going to cost additional postage on your part, and you got to let us know before we pack it, and you got to pay for the additional postage. Now, most people's was under that assumption, because some posters were framed, and I'm like, okay, this is $75 for, let's say, a Dio poster, because I know Calvin's watching. He bought one. And then Calvin, me and him was under agreement for $50. I would take it out of the frame. So we're going to bust it out of the frame, ship it rolled, because he doesn't want to pay an additional fee to have it shipped in a frame that probably he doesn't even want. So if you bought a poster last night, be under the assumption they're all being shipped rolled in a tube at no additional cost. If you want it framed, if you want it shipped in a frame, or you want it flat because you don't want it rolled or folded, now we're not going to fold anything unless it already is originally folded. Then you have to contact Ed and say, I want it shipped in that frame it was in, pack it, and send me a bill for the additional postage. So tomorrow, when they watch this 10-hour stream and they tag everything, I'm going to go through and flag everything that we might need to double check, because I bet we sold 150 posters last night, and we've got to pull a lot of stuff out of frames. The Clash poster sold. I sold it for 130. We're going to take it out of the frame and we're going to ship it rolled. Yes. So, all right. So there's that. And next thing is I needed this empty crate. So there we go. But yeah, that's the status on posters. So everything's, if we can roll it up, we're going to ship it rolled in a tube, and we're having to pay additional postage already for that. That's no problem. That was part of the hype last night. I was like, anything goes, $8 in limited shipping, unless it's some kind of framed poster, because that is where it really starts to break the bank. Some of these framed posters could cost $150 to ship. And so, you know, I'm only selling them for $75. So if I'm only selling them for $75, obviously that doesn't include the postage in the frame. I'd be better off just not even selling it. So if we can roll it up, and some of y'all bought 20 rolled posters, and I think a lot of people's close enough. They bought so much, they're like, yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and pack it and come pick it up. Now, some of y'all can't. Some of y'all are in California, Washington, or whatever. But yeah, won't be that big of a deal. But if you're under the impression of something's being shipped flat, then you're either going to be sent a bill or you need to let Ed know if you don't want it rolled up, okay? Because a lot of stuff, like those $14.99 posters, those obviously are not going to be shipped flat. They're going to be shipped rolled up because we're selling them for $15, and like Ed said, it costs $15 to ship them. So, all right. We have Aaron Andrus on Soul Asylum. Okay, next thing over here is Everly Brothers is tied. Margaret, somebody already bid $7. So the high bid on Everly Brothers right now is with Calvin at 7, and the last bid on the Monkeys was 13, and that's a final call, okay? And that's with Calvin. All right, here we go. So let me do this. It looks like I've got a price sheet to fill out so they can mark new vinyl. And one of them's already marked. Is this one marked? This one's not marked. Laura has a crate of new vinyl. There is some stuff we can go ahead and show, but I have a whole list here from Ed that says not priced. So let me go through and knock these out right quick. I'm about to sneeze too. Achoo. Okay, that was my sneeze. Nope, here it comes. Whew. Unfortunately, I was away from the mute button, so hopefully you didn't get your eardrums blasted right then. Soul Asylum is $38.99. Everly Brothers has a new bid for 8, and they just logged me out of Restream. Who's they? The government. So let me log back in right quick. I got logged out of Restream over here.
One crate is ticketed.
One crate's, yeah, I'm about to do that one, and then I'm going to fill out this form for you.
And that other one is just all that's in that crate.
Okay. Thank you, Ed. I must have, my login time must have just expired. Oh, no. Okay, let's try this again. I have been blind to the chat for about the last 2 minutes. So I don't think I missed anything, right? Okay, there we go. Everly Brothers 9. Let's go ahead and sell. So Tom Kelly and Chris Martin asked about Soul Asylum. Soul Asylum comes out Friday. It's a new music on vinyl pressing. Let Your Dim Light Shine, $38.99. So Tom Kelly, Chris Martin. I've got 4 left. They're numbered and limited edition from music on vinyl. All right, there's that. Let me find, here we go. All right, this will be entertaining. I'm going to be reading some stuff that came in this week that I'm about to price, like Brittany Fox and Queen and Def Leppard and LA Guns and Marshall Tucker and Disco and New Order and Howlin' Wolf and 13-4 Elevators and Substance and Marshall Tucker and Pantera Live. Okay, there you go, Ed. Got that one done. Ed, there's one, the Center soundtrack was a pre-order. I think it's in the group. Or it was a pre-order. We've got it. I'll have to look that one up for you. Oh boy. Okay. Let me show y'all some stuff here. There's another pre-order to tag. And then let me clear off the back wall. There's some stuff that I left back here. There's already been some people asking about Pantera, which is understandable. Okay. And let me do this. Let me throw this in here. Okay, so Soul Asylum sold to both of them. This is sold to Tom Kelly and Chris Martin. Tom Kelly and Chris Martin, those are sold and sold. All right. And then Everly Brothers is officially sold to Calvin Ward for $9. And he got the monkeys for $13. All right, that's done. Sorry, those were buried because I've let them take too long. And then 2 of Soul Asylum sold, and that was Tom Kelly and Chris Martin. Tom Kelly and Chris Martin. And then I have 1 copy left. Okay? 1 copy left. I think I'm good to go. And we're ready for one of our first auctions. The Marshall Tucker and LA Guns is coming up in new vinyl. I forgot which ones they were. I just priced them. I just looked at the title and price, but they are coming up. First thing we have in the Kiss box is Kiss Asylum. This is the 2014 remaster, sealed. $15 start on Kiss Asylum. $15 start on that. Kiss Asylum. And I bumped my light, so I'm trying to figure out how to not cause this to be too crazy. What if I just switch this off for a second? Makes my job a lot harder over here though. Tilt that just a little bit. This needs to be more so over here. Like that. Okay. So, this is a new find. It's signed by the original Pantera lineup. Daryl Abbott, Terry Glaze, Vince Abbott, and Rex Rocker. Yes, it's signed by Diamond Daryl, a.k.a. Dimebag Daryl. We got to get a full letter from that from JSA. That will be coming summer of 2025. Spring or summer of 2025. It's going to be a long time. It's got to sit over here and go through a long process of getting authenticated. The summer of 2026. Thank you, Jake. The summer of 2026. Okay? Summer of 2026. Yes. Corn is sold to John LaBeatty. Sold to John LaBeatty. And then I think this is signed New Order. Okay? So, yeah. Just want to let y'all know that's coming. Boy, y'all were quick to correct me. Golly, you got to watch what you say on here. This is a stressful job. You cannot make a mistake. You will get criticized. But yeah, coming summer of 2026. It's going to be a long time. But that's signed by the original Pantera lineup. That is abnormally rare. Okay? Abnormally rare. All right. There's that. And this. Okay. I know it. You got to be careful. You got to be careful on here. I'll get yelled at. Okay. I know it. It's like I'm a top-rated quarterback or something. If I get out here and throw 1 interception, my career's over. Okay, so Todd Coe has Asylum for $15. That's a final call. 1 bid on that. Where is everything else I'm supposed to be selling y'all? I mean, if y'all could see how I destroyed this store last night, which I think y'all did via the videos, and I'd even show what it looked like back here, y'all would understand the mess I'm in over here right now. So bear with me. We're getting there, though. I have indeed made a catastrophe out of this place. And for them to officially get all this stuff tagged and sorted and shipped in a proper amount of time is going to be a miracle, but I have faith in them. Paul's marked a couple crates. John's marked 4 crates. I'm trying to get to this first crate of, quote, bonus auction, so we have something other than Kiss. And yes, there's still Japanese stuff up front, too, that hadn't been unboxed, okay? Next thing is Stevie Ray Vaughan Family Style. Stevie Ray Vaughan is a 1990 USOG copy, sealed. Stevie Ray Vaughan, a $50 start, okay? That's up for bid. Next thing over here is, okay, so KISS has bids for 16, 17, 18, 17 to Brian Connors. Okay, and then what is the open bid for that Pantera? I saw it briefly signed. That will be available for sale summer of next year. Summer of next year, you can bid on it. Havoc New Eyes. This is tagged for Justin Deckelman. Sold to Justin Deckelman. Thank you. That was a special request. Havoc New Eyes, $29.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Also, we got Hypocrisy by from Justin Deckelman. Not by Justin Deckelman. A Taste of Extreme Divinity. That's another metal request for Justin Deckelman. That is sold to Justin Deckelman. And then we have, right now, another request for Justin Deckelman. $33.99. I'm not even for sure who this is, but it's sold to Justin Deckelman for $33.99. And then here is the best of Muddy Waters, which I do have a waiting list for. $39.99. So I officially need my laptop. So just so y'all know, if we find or acquire a really high-end autograph anytime soon, now, unless it's already authenticated, it's going to be 3 to 5 months before we can sell it. So let's say somebody calls me and says, Chad, I've got a fully signed Led Zeppelin record. Well, let's say we do buy it and we acquire it. It's going to be, right now, the way JSA's backed up, before we have a letter, it's going to be 3 to 5 months. Very unfortunate, but it's worth the wait to have a, you know, a $2, $3, $4, $5, $10,000 record authenticated. You don't want to rush anything like that. You want to make sure it is authentic. We get it tagged, researched, and the letter comes back and it's ready to ship, because we have been trying to sell stuff and then wait for the letters, and having to explain to people letters are months and months and months away are very difficult. So I'd rather just say we're not selling it until the letter gets here. So it's going to be months. It's going to be that. Now, the last time I teased one was that Iron Maiden, and I think people asked for it for about 6 months, and the night we actually sold it, I think I set nearly a world record for the most expensive signed Iron Maiden record ever sold. I've done a lot of research. I don't think we ever sold one more expensive anywhere than what the one we sold for that night. So that was an incredible accomplishment. It was worth the wait, worth the hype. So Muddy Waters, Greatest Hits, is sold to Stanley Richmond. After all that, this is officially sold to Stanley Richmond. This is that new Chess Anniversary series. This is $39.99, okay? This is the best of Muddy Waters, Chess Records 75th Anniversary Series, $39.99. So that is from Acoustic Sounds, and we have 2 extra copies left, okay? First thing is this. KISS had bids all the way up to $19 with Brian Connors, and then Jerry Conklin has a bid for $20. Over here, we have Stevie Ray Vaughan Family Style. That is a 1990 U.S. sealed copy for a $50 start. No one's bid on that yet. Next was a restock of Stone Temple Pilots Unplugged. Stone Temple Pilots Unplugged is $19.99, and that's on purple vinyl. Stone Temple Pilots, STP, and the wait list for Unplugged was Rick Hall. Rick Hall. Now Laura's already delivered a crate. Wow, so Paul's already delivered 2 crates. John has 4 crates, and Laura's delivered a crate. This is going to be a fun night. So this is sold to Rick Hall. I think we're done on our first couple auctions. Next thing I have to put up from the, quote, bonus crate is the following. This is Black Sabbath's Greatest Hits. Black Sabbath is a 1979 Netherlands OG NEMS, EX or better, $25 start. Yes, the price sheet, Laura, is filled. It's the gray crate, except for the center soundtrack. But I think you know how, I think you already know how much that is, okay? Back here in the back, here's the prices on these. In the back, Metallica, $29, Silverchair, $54, AC/DC, $29, Iron Maiden, $33, Taylor Swift is $350. Autographed Taylor Swift is $350. AC/DC, $29, Iron Maiden's $33, Silverchair is $54, Metallica is $29. Okay? That was a can of Monster you just heard cracked open. All right. Next thing over here is Scott Dwallow on STP. That's sold to Scott Dwallow. I got 2 copies. of Wham's 40th anniversary of Last Christmas, George Michael picture disc, and an unreleased live version. So you get Last Christmas Pudding Mix, and Last Christmas at Wembley Arena 2006, and then the instrumental, $38.99 on that. Over here, Kiss is sold to Jerry Conklin for $20. Stevie Ray Vaughan is a buy it now for $50. No, everything in the back are new and sealed copies. Metallica is a new sealed remaster. Frog Stomp is a new sealed pressing from Music on Vinyl. AC/DC is a new sealed pressing. And Iron Maiden's a new sealed pressing. Those are all new and sealed. Okay? Jerry Stone on Wham. That's sold to Jerry Stone. Give me 1 second. Okay, Todd Coe also gets a Wham. Let's introduce a new Kiss auction. So Black Sabbath, right now, El Snappatan, you have not bid. You just put Black Sabbath. So on my screen, putting Black Sabbath means you're not bidding. That means you just put down the word Black Sabbath. Make sure you put a number. To place a bid, you've got to put a numerical. Next auction is a 2014 U.S. reissue of Kiss Revenge. That's EX, a $20 start on that. And then this is a new release, Neil Young, Tonight's the Night, a 50th anniversary, limited edition 2LP on clear vinyl, Neil Young series, analog classics, and they've added 6 new bonus tracks. Neil Young. Let's pull this up. Let's put up some more 45 auctions, and let me find the pre-order here for Mr. Neil. And we've got a new crate of new vinyl from Laura. She's right now behind me marking the next crate that I'm going to be showing. And then I'm very excited to show all the new stuff that they've marked, because I bet it's from this newest collections. Paul sent me the hot pictures for stuff he's been pulling, and it's pretty incredible, okay? So we got one sold to Mark Barbosa, one sold to R.J. Myers, one sold to Clifford Umstead, and one sold to Matt Lawson. So new Neil Young is $54.99. It is Tonight's the Night, 6 bonus tracks. This is Indie Store exclusive. That comes out Friday. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. Black Sabbath has a bid with John LaBeatty for $35. Going once, going twice to John LaBeatty. Our next auction is Ace Frehley. And Ace is a 78 Terre Haute OG. No poster, but it does have the inner sleeve. $15 start on that. So the first crate of new vinyl, easy peasy lemon squeezy. Just a few things left. The Best of Muddy Waters, Chess 75th Anniversary Series, pressed at QRP, $39.99. Stone Temple Pilots Unplugged, $19.99. Neil Young is $54.99. And Soul Asylum, Let Your Dim Light Shine, and Soul Asylum's $38.99. We're down to 1 copy. Sean Miller gets one of the new Neil Young reissues. Kiss doesn't have a bid yet for a $20 start. Ace is a $15 start. And like I said, Black Sabbath has 1 bid with John LaBeatty for $35. That is a final call, okay? That's a final call on that one. Next over here is Ace has a bid for $15. Chad, you not see me. Haven't heard anything on the Skinner post from last night. And this is QSL, over. Okay, so let me go find it and I'll show it to you. It was a vintage Leonard Skinner poster, and I think I priced it for $75. Susie wants a Neil Young, and Susie gets the last Soul Asylum. Okay, those are done and done. El Snappatan bid $36 on Black Sabbath, and we have 1 bid on Ace, and it's a final call. Okay, so El Snappatan, before I can let you bid, I need you to go pay the invoice that was sent to you today. Okay. So before I sell or show you anything else, you have an invoice since you're a new buyer. After you go pay that, I will continue to sell to you, okay? It has been sent to your email, so let me know when that's paid, and when it's paid, I will let you buy as much as you want tonight within reason. Black Sabbath is at $36, Ace Frehley $15, and then Kiss has a bid for $20, okay? So we're about to sell Kiss for $20, Ace for $15, and Black Sabbath is sold to John LaBeatty for $35. This is sold to John LaBeatty. Black Sabbath is sold for $35. there's Kiss, and there's Ace Frehley, okay? There's that. Next thing is this. So if you're a first-time buyer and you bought last week and you got an invoice and you bought quite a bit of stuff, I kind of have stopped letting people buy until they pay their first invoice. So it's kind of like, well, we got to see some cash on the table, okay? Otherwise, we could be wasting our time. I hope not, but as soon as you're paid, then you have established some sort of at least credit up until the next week with us. All righty. Let me grab the next crate, and I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. This mute button's going to be the end of me. I'm over here smashing this mute button. Man, we had a fun time last night. I don't know how many posters we sold between Iron Maiden, Slayer, Dio, Black Sabbath, Iron Maidens, King Diamonds. Just incredible amount of stuff sold last night. Thank you, Laura, for getting this new crate marked. I grabbed the wrong one. Let's go ahead and knock it out. What else did we sell last night? Kiss. Gone with the Wind. I mean, we were finding stuff back here in this back corner I didn't even know we had. Okay. Let's pull something else from the bonus crate. So I got a whole crate over here of great auctions that are not Kiss. I see everything from Yngwie Malmsteen to Dwight Yoakam to Van Halen to Accept and Stevie Ray Vaughan, which I think I just pulled. And Def Leppard's. Just great stuff to put up for auction. And then I'm about to go get the Japanese. If I don't, I'm pretty sure David Johnson could absolutely freak out on me. So I don't want David Johnson to freak out on me. He's about to. He told me he was on the verge. He said, I'm about to freak out on you if I don't see a Japanese pressing. So we don't want him to freak out on me. Next is an 86 OG pressing of Yngwie Malmsteen's Trilogy. An 86 OG 53 Hot Pog EXEX Plus. $30 start on that. The last bid on Ace was $16. Then Ace was at $20, then $21. And then over here we have Ace at $25. And then we have Kiss, okay? So the last bid on Kiss over here was Andy Rutherford at $20. Two people have said, what is the Kiss auction? We're going to be getting that asked a lot because for about the next 4 hours, we've got nothing but Kiss auctions. Kiss Revenge is a 2014 U.S. reissue EX. It's at $20 of Andy Rutherford. In the middle is Ace Frehley. And Ace is a 78 OG, no poster, but it does have the inner sleeve. It's in VG condition. And Ace is at $25, and Yngwie just got a bid for $30. Okay, now let me go show the Leonard Skinner poster that's over here. Tony McDaniel says I'm letting him down. He keeps asking about it. He said he kept asking about it last night, and I've already issued a public apology. I probably skipped over 2,000 to 3,000 people last night's request. And honestly, these posters over here have been jammed shut. I'm going to have to move 12 crates, but I can't let Tony McDaniel down. Otherwise, he said he would be very angry at me if I don't show him this Leonard Skinner poster. There's about 300 rock posters over here that are framed. Luckily, I know where it is, and I can get to it. Okay? And I'm about to show it to him. And I've already issued a public apology. There are some people that was asking for stuff all night long that either A, I didn't get to, or B, I never did even see a mask. And we were live for 10 and a half hours, and I still didn't get to anybody. Here's the Leonard Skinner poster. This is the Leonard Skinner poster. Tony, it is going to be shipped out of this frame. My price is $75, their best offer. It was 2:30 in the morning last night, and I was showing posters, and I had about 20 people wanting me to keep showing posters. And I said, I've got to stop, guys. Even if I showed them for 5 more hours, we still wouldn't make a dent in them. It'd be like trying to show Fred Goodwin's entire collection in one night. That took us 6 months to go through all of his stuff, and we were doing it every night. We were doing it every night, and it took us 6 months to go through Fred's posters. I don't think y'all realize the volume of what's in this building and how long it takes to go through it. That's why we have to stream 7 nights a week. Tony, the poster has been shown. All you got to do is say, sold, pass. All right. First thing is Kiss is sold to Andy Rutherford for $20. Ingve has a new bid. Ingve has a new bid with Stephen Reeves, and he went out. Sold to Stephen Reeves for $35. Next is Ace Frehley. Sold to Kevin Walker for $25. Yes, you got a Neil Young. Okay? Yes, you got a Neil Young. We're also about to go through this crate, but we're already ready for more auctions. Let's go ahead and do one of our Kiss box sets so I can go ahead and empty this crate out. Kiss, I Was There, 2nd edition. This is an unofficial 2023 deluxe edition box set. 4 LPs, 3 silver, 1 black, all extras. The Forum, Los Angeles, California. 3 shows from August 26th through the 28th. $195 start. $195 start. Okay? $195 start on Kiss. Tony takes the Leonard Skinner. Whoever's tagging, make a note. This is being shipped out of the frame. Plus, it's already cracked. So be careful. Don't shatter the glass anymore, and it's already shattered. So I'm going to lay that right here on top of Jeff Brent's pinball glass. Not on top of it, but next to it. We even sold Kiss pinball back glass last night. Okay, we send invoices through Square. Invoices are sent through Square, and you can pay with a lot of different ways through Square, but it is sent through Square. Okay, next thing, let's put up another auction over here. If you were surprised I was about to put up another auction, then you're watching the wrong show. We have over here White Line Big Game. This is an 89 US Club EX condition, $30 start on White Line Big Game. Next thing in here is Queen, A Night at the Opera, 50th anniversary. This comes out Friday. It's a new half-speed master on clear vinyl. Queen 50th anniversary of A Night at the Opera. They've done it as a half-speed master on clear vinyl, $36.99. $36.99. I've got 2 copies of Def Leppard, Diamond Star Heroes, live from Sheffield. We had this last week. It was new for last week, and I got a restock. And Stanley Richmond was on a waiting list. I got 1 extra copy. It's on red and black splatter. Sold to Stanley Richmond. Queen is sold to Aaron Andrus. I've got 2 extra copies. Next thing is Kiss, which is a $195 start. There's no bid yet. White Line's a $30 start. Okay? Solarplex Studios wants Queen. Sold to Solarplex Studios. I'm going to go ahead and grab a poster, if I can find them, that we were showing last night. And this box of 45s. Here's our next 45, which I'm going to put up right now. This is Elvis. Really nice. Don't Be Cruel. And, of course, Hound Dog. Very cool black and white picture sleeve. Elvis Presley. Don't Be Cruel and Hound Dog. Going up for auction right now. A $10 start. Clean vinyl. VG Plus. $10 start on Elvis. Sean Miller on Def Leppard. Sold. Next, I got 3 copies of the 13.4 elevators. Half-speed master, $34.99. The 13.4 elevators. New order movement. I think I've been waiting for one of these to come in for somebody for a long time. New order movement. We've had the other 2. This is sold to. This is sold to. This is sold to. Why don't I have it down? Oh, no. He's only been asking for it for about a month. You know, let me set one aside. It might be on the sticky notes that I don't have keyed in yet. New order is $29.99. First thing over here is I have not put up the solo box set. Can I see the Kiss box set again? How many LPs? What exactly is it? This is Kiss I Was There, second edition. Unofficial 4 LP box, 3 silver, 1 black. It has all the extras, buttons, ticket stub, etc. This is Kiss at the Los Angeles Forum, 1977. The high bid on this is $0. It takes $195 to get it started. The last bid on White Line was Travis Woods at $30. Over here, Elvis has a bid for 10. 10. Ivan R. on 13-4 Elevators. That's sold to Ivan R. David Doyle on Queen. That's sold to David Doyle. Elvis has a new bid for 12. And we have 2 copies of Marshall Tucker's Greatest Hits. 100% analog, remastered, expanded with 2 additional tracks. Marshall Tucker is $33.99. And then over here, we have New Order Substance. New Order, this one, I had a waiting list for Vlodarchek family. And New Order is officially tagged to the Vlodarcheks. And I have 2 additional copies of New Order, $39.99. 2 LP, New Order Substance. Okay? Now, Kiss is about to be a buy it now. So what I'm understanding, if I understand clearly, nobody wants to bid on this Kiss box set. And it's 100, that means I'm about to make it a buy it now, which means somebody's going to grab it for $195. And if you're thinking about wanting it, that means somebody's going to buy it and you're going to be like, dang, I didn't think anybody wanted it because no one's bid it and now I missed out on it because somebody else bought it. So, think clearly tonight. If you want to bid, if you want something, place a bid. If you don't want something, then I'm assuming you're not bidding. Over here, Elvis is at $18 with Kevin Chapman. And then we're about to sell White Line for $30 to Travis Woods. We have a waiting list here on Sinner soundtrack, a film by Ryan Coogler. And the other night we had a special request and a pre-order for this. And we started showing them and I started reading the track listing and we ended up selling 4 more additional copies. The first one goes to Autumn Betts. Autumn Betts, that's sold to you. And now Kiss is at $195. It's going to sell to Victor Guerra in about 10 seconds if no one else bids. I'm going to stack our first crate of sold records there because I don't have anywhere else to put them. I have very little space to put anything in this building. So there's that. Travis gets White Line for 30. Elvis is now at 20. Kevin Chapman's out. And then we have more people on the wait list for the Sinner soundtrack. 3 more people to be exact. These next 3 copies are sold. Stan McNessie, Donna Turner, and Scott Smith. That completes the waiting list. Autumn Betts, these next 3, Stan McNessie, Donna Turner, and Scott Smith. 3 more sold. Okay? Those are sold. Elvis is at 23. Victor Guerra gets Kiss for $195. Sold to Victor Guerra. Marshall Tucker is sold to Sherry Darnell. Thank you, Sherry. That is sold to you. And now our next auction is going to go up right now. This is Kiss Hot in the Shade. The 2014 sealed $50 start. The 2014. So in that 2014 series, they did press this for a while. And then they decided not to press them anymore. $50 start on that. Okay? And then Elvis is now at $23. Let's grab another auction over here. And that next auction is going to be Black Sabbath 7th star with Tony Iommi. Black Sabbath 7th star Tony Iommi, an 86 club, near mint minus, $35 start. Okay, Kevin Walker on New Order. That's sold to Kevin Walker. New Order, sold. And we have 1 left. Do you have another copy of New Order Movement? I do. And then I have the one. Did I pull one for you? Hold on a second. Did you claim? I don't have one in the sold crate here. Let me make sure I pulled one for you originally. I don't know if I pulled one for you. Melinda Gerhardt gets New Order. And then there's 1 more left. Yeah. There's 1 more left here. So yes. Okay. All right. There's that. And then Elvis 21, Elvis 23. We sold Marshall Tucker. Store will be open Wednesday. I've got to figure out who's going to do that. Okay. How about this? Before you make a trip Wednesday, make sure we're here. Okay. My mom has to be off for Thanksgiving dinner preparations. Hatchet Ed is out of town, and we are, because of just what the week it is, we're pretty short-staffed. My mom's idea was not reopen until Friday, especially since our store is literally empty. I mean, I sold everything last night. There's like, you could fit everything into one shopping cart that's left up there. So we might not be back open till Wednesday, but I'll see if Tanner or somebody can be up front for locals to come in. If anything, call the number and you can come in and pick up or something, okay? Because Ed was already taking orders up there. Elvis 25, Hot in the Shade 50, Hot in the Shade 50. Elvis out. Melinda claimed one, and then I have another one if you need two. Okay, but you did pull one. Yes, sorry. You got one now. Here's that LA Guns, the Hollywood Years Live. They only had one in stock. Live and loaded, blue marble vinyl, $34.99. All right, I think we're done on Elvis. This is sold to Kevin Chapman for $25. And then Black Sabbath over here. Black Sabbath is a $35 start, no bid yet. That is near minus 7-star. Rick Hall on LA Guns. Over here, we got 3 copies of Howlin' Wolf, Moaning in the Moonlight. Yeah, I mean, right now we literally just have tables set up, everything in the store with sold merchandise all over them. Most of the stuff's off the walls. All the display cases are empty. And yeah, so it's really doesn't make sense for us to open except for locals to come by and pick up their orders. And I'm sure just normal people will travel in thinking, oh, let's stop by this collectible store and see what they have. We've never been in there before. And they're going to walk in and be like, what the heck is this place? This place is literally empty. And then we got 3 copies of Howlin' Wolf, Moaning in the Moonlight. And I had no people left on a wait list for that. So I got 3 more copies of that Chess Anniversary. So you got to think there's a lot of new people that walk in this store for the first time that just see a sign that says collectibles, or they do a Google search. They walk in our store and they see what we have up front, and very few of them know what we do here every night. Or if they walked in tomorrow, they would be like, wow, this store doesn't have anything. They're empty. They have nothing up here for sale. So we have to, I told Tanner, I said, if we do open, we need to put a sign on the door and be like, sorry, we sold everything in our building Sunday night. LA Guns is sold to Rick Hall. Patrick Mathis wants that Last Center soundtrack. Thank you, Patrick Mathis. Hot in the Shade, $65. Sean Sam, first on the LA Guns wait list. Kiss has a new bid for $57. Scott Markheim was second on LA Guns. New orders on black vinyl. They did a blue and red for a limited edition, but those are gone. Hot in the Shade, $65, $66, now $75. And Black Sabbath is a no bid, a $35 buy it now. And then, this is new, and I did not post a pre-order. They've pressed Brittany Fox again on blue vinyl. They've done $750 on blue vinyl, and that is $39.99. Brittany Fox, limited edition $750 on blue vinyl, $39.99. The name of the LA Guns was called The Hollywood Years Live and Loaded. Okay, and I'll show that again. We got a wait list, or we got a Brittany Fox that was not a pre-order, just a random restock they've done. Here is Twisted Sister. This is Under the Blade, and this is an 85 USOG remix, specialty press, near mint minus, $30 star. And David, I'm going up front right now to get the Japanese order. Mark Steele gets a Brittany Fox, Scott Smith on a Brittany Fox, Scott Dwallow on a Brittany Fox, and Brad Waits on LA Guns. I've got one Marshall Tucker, Searching for a Rainbow picture disc, which was a special order, a special restock order, Marshall Tucker for Rick Hall. Rick, I got you. Sold to Rick Hall. And now Kiss is at $76. And then Pantera Live, 101 proof. And I know I ordered more than one, but this is all they sent me. Do they have a waiting list? No waiting list. Okay, let me make sure. So Pantera is up for grabs for whoever wants it. Wow. Spreadsheet can suck sometimes. Okay, yeah, it's available for whoever wants it. And Scott Smith on Black Sabbath. That was BS, not BF for Scott. My bad. So put back a Brittany Fox for Scott Smith. My bad. Your BS and your BF got mixed up. And this is sold to Scott Smith for $35. My bad. Okay? And then Sean Sam wants a Brittany Fox. And let me go get that box of Japanese vinyl. Let me go ahead and show the next thing in here. That way y'all could be looking at the track listing. I think I got 1 or 2 extras, Now Disco. And if y'all saw the track listing, you're probably going to be like, yeah, I'm going to need one of those. Unless you into the anti-disco. Okay, let me go over here and grab this. Let's see, there's 2 boxes up here. All right. Okay, we'll get this first one open in just a second. David, at least they're closer to me now. Okay? All right, first thing, 78. No more David Allen Coe, at least tonight. Ziggy Chaos on Brittany Fox. Did I get a Brittany Fox? Brittany Fox was sold to Mark Steele, Scott Dwallow, Sean Sam, Ziggy Chaos. There's 1 left. Okay? Now that's what I call disco. 73 to 80. Now that's what I call disco. Is sold to Sieg, Laegrered, Susie Breedlove, and Jerry Stone. These are sold. Now that's what I call disco. Those 3 are sold. 1, 2, 3. I've got 2 extra copies. Now that's what I call an era disco. 73 to 80. $59.99, and that is on different colored vinyl. We've got 4 new vintage crates from John. 2 crates from Paul. Laura's already got a crate up here. We're about to get into our pre-owned stuff and Japanese auctions, KISS and bonus auctions all night long. Should have a full-length, action-packed, nothing but new stuff coming very, very soon. So, or not soon, coming right now. And I am working on some Japanese stuff right now. Don't want David Johnson to have a conniption fit. Y'all ever heard of a conniption fit? We will have some people having conniption fits. I don't have a box cutter, so I'm going to use my teeth. No, I'm not going to use that. Use my pure strength to rip open this box like it's Christmas morning, and I know I'm opening up my very first Xbox so I can play Medal of Honor and Call of Duty. Man, look at all this stuff. Whew, it's overwhelming for me. I don't know how y'all feel. I'm overwhelmed every day. Some days I wake up and I'm like, gosh, I'm overwhelmed. All right, let's start off with a classic. The Eagles' Greatest Hits, Near Mint Minus and Pristine, $35 start. $35 start. Yeah, I got to bring pocket knives back here so we can have our knife of the night. I think that's the only way we're going to be able to chip away at our case knife inventory. So maybe we can have one Christmas gift option a night back here for everybody. I'm about to go get one of those, okay? Did we pull that last Brittany Fox for John LeBeatty? I have it. John LeBeatty on the last Brittany Fox. Bruce Guthrie on disco. What day is metal this week? About every day. But mostly, I guess what he's asking is what day are we doing metal night since there's no Thursday? Probably, let me talk to Laura about that. We might bump it up to Wednesday then. Because Friday's probably going to be a bad day for viewership just because of the holiday. So probably Wednesday we'll do metal night. James Davidson wants the last disco. We're sold out of Brittany Fox. If you want on a waiting list, Brittany Fox is $39.99, Chris Martin, or anybody else. Okay? And then over here, we have Eagles at $35. So KISS Hot in the Shade, Kiss Hot in the Shade over here. Kiss Hot in the Shade. Hot in the Shade. Kiss is sold to Brian Connors for $78. $78 was the last bid from Brian Connors, and this sold to Brian Connors for $78. Twisted Sister, the last bid on Twisted Sister that came in, Twisted Sister, Steve Little bid $30, sold. Over here, we got Corey Shavers on the Eagles, Greatest Hits, one bid $35. First person is Brad Waits on Brittany Fox waiting list. No blankets or puzzles today. Next Kiss auction is going to be a box set. This looks pretty cool. Kiss, congratulations. Sold out 3 days Cobo Arena. Just a hype, huh? Unofficial. 2023 Deluxe. 4 LP black vinyl with all the extras. This is Kiss doing 3 shows. January 25th through the 27th, 1976 at Cobo. Disc 3 is VG Plus, but all the others are EX or better. Nice set here. The Kiss box set is $150 start. Wednesday, Laura says it's now Wednesday night metal night. Okay? We have another crate of new vinyl. It's some new stuff Laura ordered. Before we show that, let me show you everything left in the first 2 crates, and then I'm going to go ahead and go through this crate that Paul marked, which should be really fun. Okay? All right. And then we got 2 copies of 13.4 Elevators, $34.99. Mono Half-Speed Master. Marshall Tucker Band's Greatest Hits, all analog, $33. New Order Substance is $39.99. New Order Movements, $29.99. Howlin' Wolf, Moaning in the Moonlight, $39.99. 2 copies. 3 copies. Amazing Presses here. Pantera, Official Live 101, $49.99. The Best of Muddy Waters, $39. I've got 2 of those. Stone Temple Pilots Unplugged is $19. And Neil Young, The New Tonight's Tonight, 50th anniversary with bonus tracks, clear vinyl, $54.99. Corey Schaefer's over here on the Eagles. Thank you. And I think you bought from us before, right? That's sold to you for $35. $35. Claim for New Order Substance. Let's see. I know we sold 1 to somebody. I don't guess it was you then. So I probably need to pull another one for John Durden. Okay, I know I pulled 1 for somebody earlier. We had 3. There was a waiting list. We sold 1. So there should be 1 more left, and then that's sold to you. Okay? And then this Kiss box is $195 start. Also try to auction Kiss solo stuff so we can do a Kiss and then solo and then something else all night long. Here's Ace Frehley, Frehley's Comic, an 87 U.S. Carrollton OG Club copy, $35 start, okay? So welcome, Corey, to CollectCo. Make sure you send us a message. I need your email address and I need your mailing address. And send that in the form of a Facebook message to CollectCo. And when you send that to CollectCo, you're officially registered. You will not get an invoice until 7 days from tonight. Until 7 days from tonight. So after you do that, we'll invoice you on Monday, okay? So this is CollectCo. We do 1 invoice in a week on Mondays. Last week's have been sent out. We started a new week last week. And here is GTR. And GTR has the insert. GTR has the poster. Let's take a look at that. And this is going to go up for a nice Steve Hackett, Steve Howell poster. $35 start. I did all that. Then you're registered. Welcome to CollectCo. Okay? We're good to go. Final call to lock in bids on those. And let's go through this first pre-owned crate that Paul has marked over here. All right. I'm going to take these cardboard dividers out. Whoops. I just smacked myself in the head. I'm going to throw this box somewhere. I'm going to throw it over here. And about to open this other box of Japanese. And let's see what Paul's marked over here. Oh, boy. I like it. It's a pretty wide variety, but I do see a lot of METAL. Hope everybody's ready. First thing we have is nobody bid on Kiss. This is a buy it now. Buy it now for $150. Kiss, Cobo Arena box set. Ace Frehley, a buy it now for $35. Final call on GTR. Okay, final call on GTR. Next auction, Love Gun. Love Gun is a 77 Terre Haute OG. It has the merch form, the gun, unpunched, and the bang. A nice complete copy, $50 start. Brad Waits is going to get the Kiss box set. Sold to Brad Waits. Ace has a bid. Stephen Reeves gets, oh, that got mixed in. Stephen Reeves, how about I go ahead and sell it to you? My bad, I apologize. Sold to you for $35. I completely missed that. Things shifted down on my phone. Every once in a while, if I miss a bid, it's just where everything like reloads and poof, there's a whole new, just bam. The Black Crows, Jealous Again. A 2020 Record Store Day 12-inch single sealed, $14.99. Death, Individual Thought Patterns. Death is a 2007 clear with red splatter, $49.99. Miles Davis, You're Under Arrest, 180-gram reissue, sealed, $19.99. Love Gun 50, Love Gun 60. Etta James, Wax Time, 2014 Mono Remaster, sealed, Etta James, $24.99. Over here, Rat Child. This is Crowbot, Rat Child, 2021 Record Store Day, sealed, $14.99. The Rockats, Start Over Again, 2022 Red Marble Vinyl, sealed, $27.99. And Jerry Lee Lewis, She Still Comes Around to Love What's Left of Me. That is $14.99. Okay? These are all sticker price. These are all sticker price. Okay, GTR is a buy it now for $35. This is a buy it now for $35. Let me put this in a brand new sleeve, and you can pick this up for a buy it now of $35. Love Gun is at $65. Let me move this over here. Let's go over the details again. Love Gun is a 77 Terre Haute OG, merch form, unpunched Love Gun, and the bang insert, EX condition, OG, and George Somers has it for $65. Let me jump over here. Give me 1 second. Okay. And then next is Squim, which is Steve Mason on Rat Child. Or yeah. I'm assuming John Durden, you're passing then? If so, or wait a minute, you put RA. Yeah, Rat. Okay, so if I'm assuming you're passing, that's sold to him. Next is John Mayall, Memories. This is sealed, a 71 USOG, $34.99. That's a sealed OG. And then BB and the Blue Shacks, Breaking Point. Sealed, $14.99. Great looking stuff in here so far. I'm going to close my laptop before my battery dies. And then let me go ahead and grab Gene Simmons here. And Gene Simmons is a 78 US Pittman OG with the original inner sleeve, poster and merch form, VG Plus condition on Gene Simmons, a $30 start. Gene Simmons is a $30 start. Okay? So Kiss, Gene Simmons. Next auction is going to be Dwight Yoakam. And Dwight Yoakam is Buenas Noches from a Lonely Room. An 88 USOG specialty press with the inner sleeve shrink and hop. $30 start on that. John Stevens on the Black Crows 12-inch single. And Jordan Underhill wants a pack of sleeves from his order. So you need a pack of inner or outer sleeves. And you mean you want them added to your invoice for this week, right? Death, Spiritual Healing. A 2007 clear with red splatter, $49.99. Dire Straits Encores, Dire Straits sealed, $14.99. And Requiem, Collapse into Chaos, 2021, sealed, numbered, $24.99. And the Black Crows presents Shake Your Moneymaker Live, a 2023 pressing on green vinyl with bonus 7-inch, $39.99. Okay, let me jump over here. I'm going to grab another single out of this box, and this is a fantastic Elvis single. This is the original Elvis Christmas EP. Elvis sings Christmas songs. The sleeve would be VG minus. It does have the bottom seam completely split. It does have the top halfway split. The price is written on the back, which was really common for these 50s EPs. They used to write the price on the back and keep the disc behind the counters, actually. EPA 4108, VG Plus, the Elvis Christmas EP, $10 start. Back up at the top, Love Gun, George Somers was at 81, and then El Snapatan bid 80. George Somers has it for $81. John Stevens on Black Crows, and that was for the 12-inch single. And then info on Black Crows. If you're talking about this, it's called Shake Your Moneymaker Live, 2LP 2023 pressing on green vinyl, $39.99. Scott Dwallow on Dire Straits. Sean Miller was second. Love Gun has a new bid for $81. Okay? Love Gun has a new bid for $81. I'll take one of each, add to my invoice if that's okay. If you're talking about from last week, make sure you have to let Ed know about that if it's not too late. If it's for this week, it won't be a problem. They'll go ahead and let it down. So you're talking about the one that went out today, the one that went out yesterday, or the one that will go out next week. And then Elvis 10, Love Gun 82, and Rick Hall says he'll take the Black Crows. Okay, now El Snapatan, if you buy an auction tonight, it will be 7 days before you're invoiced. So if you buy an auction tonight, we will not invoice you tonight. It will be 7 days before you can pay for it. Now, what I said earlier, when you paid your old invoice, since you're new, I had you go ahead and pay your old invoice. You paid it, so you're good to bid again within a certain reasonable amount of purchases, okay? And we've been monitoring that. But right now, if you win this Love Gun, you won't get an invoice until 7 days from today. That'll be when you get emailed an invoice for it. Gravedigger, the Gravedigger is the name of the album by Gravedigger. A 2021 blue with black splatter, $29.99. And then Scarlet Riot is called Invictica. 2021 numbered, 162 of 300 on pink marble, $24.99. So right now, Love Gun's at 83. Now it's at 85. That's between George and Brian. And we have a question. What is Gene and what's the starting bid? What is Dwight Yoakam and what is the starting bid? What is Elvis and what is the current bid? Gene Simmons is a 1978 U.S. Pittman original pressing. It does have the original inner sleeve. The vinyl's in VG Plus. And this actually does have the merch insert. It has the poster. And it has the inner sleeve. VG Plus, the high bid is nothing. No one has bid. If they have, I hadn't seen them. And then Dwight Yoakam is Buenos Noches from a Lonely Room. This is an 88 USOG. It's also near mint minus, or it is near mint minus. Inner sleeve, shrink it hot, $30 start. And then Elvis Presley has two more new bids for $12. This is OG, VG minus sleeve, VG plus vinyl. David Johnson says he's about to have a conniption fit if I don't put up another Japanese pressing. So let me start unboxing the next Japanese pressings. David Johnson said, I'm about to freak out on you, Chad, if you don't put something with an Obi up back there. I'm about to have Obi, freak out Obi syndrome. Okay? Next thing is Jimi Hendrix Experience, Paris 67. Jimi Hendrix is a 2021 Record Store Day black and blue marble vinyl, sealed, $29.99. So yes, if you want it added to your current invoice, Ed can do that, or somebody's going to do it this week. Ed's gone for the rest of the week, by the way. So we can do that. That's about the only thing we'll add to invoices, because sometimes we forget to add them for people, is supplies, outer and inner sleeves, okay? So yeah, we can do that for you, no problem. Love Guns at 88. Jimi Hendrix is sold to Sean Miller. Love Guns at 89. Gene Simmons now has bids. Now it's at 25, and Dwight Yoakam does have a bid for 30. Glenn Danzig, Black Area, sealed, $24.99, colored vinyl, $24.99. Danzig. The Great Otis Redding sings soul ballads. A remaster, sealed, $34.99. Death Angel, The Dream Calls for Blood. A 2013 OG, sealed, $89.99. Love Guns at 88. Next is Scott Dwallow on Danzig. Invoices from last week have already been sent out. If you don't have one, check your spam folder. If you still don't have one after checking your spam or junk folder, then you need to reach out to us, because we didn't get your information or you gave us a bad email address. So if you bought something last Sunday from Paul's sock sale, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday from me, invoices have been sent. If you bought something last night or the rest of this week, it'll be a week from today before you're invoiced. Love Guns at 89 with Brian Connors. George is back in at 90. We're about to sell Gene Simmons for 25 if Steve McGee don't bid again. We're about to sell Elvis, and the last bid on Elvis here was $13 with Chris Gardner. Everybody else is out, Kevin Chapman, and then Dwight Yoakam still has that one bid for 30. Joan Jett, Glorious Results of a Misspent Youth. Joan Jett is sealed, a Record Store Day numbered on pink vinyl, $34.99. The Meteors, These Evil Things. That is sealed, a 2022 reissue. Psychobilly, it's on colored vinyl, $24.99. Black Crowes Amorica, that's the oldest remaster that was in print. A sealed reissue, $39.99. Love Guns at 91. Chad needs a drink of Monster Rehab for increased concentration. Right here, see? Increased concentration. Shout out to Jake. Jake is over here helping put stuff in alphabetical order. We're a little short-handed this week. First thing is Love Gun 91, Love Gun 96, Elvis 14, Pam Murray on Joan Jett. Even if you bought last night. If you made a purchase last night, it will be 1 week from today before you get an invoice. Dwight Yoakam is sold for $30 to Michael Salazar. Elvis Presley's at $14. Gene Simmons is officially sold to Steve Mason for $25. Last night's stuff hasn't even been tagged yet. There's not even sticky notes on the stuff that was bought last night. I don't know who bought water for how much. It is all literally piled up there in tables. It's going to take 24 hours of manpower and woman power to get all that stuff tagged and organized, much less invoiced and shipped. You're talking about a major undertaking for what happened last night. Miles Davis at Carnegie Hall, sealed, a virgin vinyl reissue, $24.99. Next, Love Gun. I might be mistaken, I bought Anthrax. That was not last night. You bought an Anthrax record like Thursday, Friday, or Saturday night. You should have already got an invoice. If you haven't got an invoice, that means you need to contact us and say, I have not got an invoice, or you need to check your junk or spam folder, because it probably went to your junk or spam folder. You bought an Anthrax record like on Saturday night, I think. That wasn't last night. Eagles' Greatest Hits. This is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. with Obi. Japanese insert, does have some discoloration. The Eagles Greatest Hits Volume 2. We sold Volume 1 just earlier. Another nice copy, a little bit of discoloration on the insert and on the front cover. $35 start. Last thing was Elvis got a couple new bids, 14 with Kevin Chapman, Love Gun 97. I have Love Gun at 99, ST on YouTube on Miles Davis. By the way, ST, my price on Neil Young, if you want it shipped in the frame, I'm pretty firm on that $500 price. I looked it up. I think it's a pretty rare poster. If you want to keep it in the frame, $500 plus shipping, $500 if you want me to take it out of the frame. Chad, I'm a new customer and pay my invoice today for last week's. Does my order ship out Wednesday? They started shipping stuff as soon as today. They start shipping tomorrow. They'll start shipping stuff Wednesday. We might be a day behind because nobody's here Thursday and then Friday. There's a good chance you'll get a tracking number tomorrow, Shane. Tracking numbers will start being sent out. We call it 200 Tuesday. They usually pack up 200 to 300 packages on Tuesday. I say 300 because it sounds better, but Tony Murphy likes 200 Tuesday, and that's realistically how many they can get out. They send out about 200 packages on Tuesday. That's for about most people who paid on Monday. Do we have any platter packs? Love Guns at 100. Next thing on this is Love Gun out, and I think we're about ready to sell some auctions. First thing is this, Iron Butterfly Heavy, RTI Record Store Day, sealed in mono, $24.99. Who was the last bidder here on Elvis Presley? The last bidder was Kevin Chapman at $14. Sold to Kevin Chapman for $14. If you're new and you paid today, tracking starts going out as soon as tomorrow. Love Gun is sold to George Solmers for $100. George, glad to have you back on the chat. It's been a while. We know George very well. Thank you, George Solmers. Elvis is already sold. Eagles is a $35 start. Next box set is Kiss Can-Am Tour 1977. An unofficial 2021 4 LP box set, 4 picture disc, Montreal Forum, Canada, Convention Center, Fort Worth, Texas, and Laura says some of these have slipped through on eBay and sold for as much as $500 on eBay. This is a complete Kiss box set, $295 start, Can-Am Tour 77. Okay? Kiss is up for bid. Okay. Posters. I have some rolled over here that I showed last night that I'm going to try to flip through here in just a second and show again. Let's go ahead and put up another bonus auction from the bonus crate. We're going through a great crate that Paul has marked. It's about 2/3 metal. There's a ton of stuff still left in here. And let's put up another auction, which is Whitesnake. Come and get it. Whitesnake is a 1981 USOG specialty press, EX edition, a $25 start. I showed a lot of stuff last night that I didn't know what to price it. Like I found an original Neil Young poster back there, an original Grateful Dead. We had all those gold records, like real gold RIAA records. And a lot of prices, I was just like throwing stuff out there. $500, $500. Now that's for something I didn't know really what it was worth. And I was like, $500 make offer. Well, a lot of that high-end stuff I left out last night. We're going to get it rolled into circulation this week by doing accurate research and getting it ready. Now, some stuff I priced for $500, it was probably too cheap. Now that I've went back and I was driving home last night thinking of everything that I found in this building. So a lot of it's still available, but we're probably just going to recycle it and get it ready for auction, you know, because it's stuff that had never went up. Okay? The Kiss box has one bid for $295, and somebody bid $130. The high bid is $295. That was the starting bid. Aerosmith, The Road Starts Here. Unreleased early Aerosmith tracks, sealed, $19.99. Deep Purple Machine Head. Deep Purple is a sealed remaster, $29.99. Death, the sound of perseverance. Death is sealed, a 2018 clear with red splatter, $99.99. And Venom Prime Evil. Venom is a 2020 reissue, sealed, $24.99. The Eagles can be bought for a $35 buy it now. Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine, $35 buy it now. Okay, let's put that in a brand new sleeve. The staff's going to be busy this week. We got up there in our top 10 weeks. So the numbers for this week, probably one of our top 10 weeks of all time. It's up there maybe in the top 5. I'll have to check my spreadsheet where I keep all my official sales records, as far as records we hold here at Collectco. We're up there in a top 5, top 10 week in sales last week. And then last night was probably our biggest sale we've ever had in the history of the business. And it's a shortened week because of the holiday. And we're going to be busy. They're trying to get out all those orders from last week. Plus, it's going to take a team effort to process all of last night. So if shipping gets about 48 hours behind schedule, it's because we're having probably 2 of our busiest weeks because of the holiday. And we're missing a day because of Thanksgiving. So, but they'll probably be on top of it. They usually get stuff out pretty fast. Peter Criss is a sealed OG. All the reissues had barcodes. So this is a sealed OG 78. It does have a clip corner. $45 start. $45 start. Okay. Whitesnake has one bid for $25. Kiss is up to $325. We have not sold the Elder. Kiss is at $340. Corey's going to pick up Eagles Greatest Hits 2. She already bought Eagles Greatest Hits 1. That's sold to Corey for $35. And then over here, Metal Knight's going to be moved to Wednesday. That was the decision I made earlier. The official Metal Knight's going to be moved to Wednesday. By the way, let me show you all these texts from Paul. So he has been photographing hot pictures from this new collection. These are going to go out tomorrow. I'll give y'all a tease right now. Just incredible, some of the stuff he's been finding from this new collection. And this doesn't include the 45s that John's been finding. But all these are OG pressings. Or early pressings, I should say. Japanese Black Sabbath, and then here's another batch. Look at this Japanese stuff. This is stuff we got in a collection. So David Johnson, remain calm, okay? And there's your jazz fix. Wow. Look at that. DMX, NWA. There's your rap fix. There's your rap fix, jazz fix, Japanese fix. Incredible. That'll be posted officially tomorrow. And that stuff's going to start circulating through this week, okay? So it's pretty insane, okay? Vanilla Fudge Rock and Roll. A 69 USOG sealed, $24.99. And Bloodshot Bill, Get Loose or Get Lost. Sealed, a 2020 Rockabilly, Lo-Fi, $24.99. This crate has filled up. Let me swap out right quick so I can start a new one. And the step over here to do that. We need new auctions, and I got to update all this because somebody's asked, what is the Kiss box and what is the high bid? What is the Whitesnake and what is the high bid? And what is Peter Criss and what is the high bid? Okay. First, here's Kiss Can-Am Tour 1977. Kiss Can-Am Tour is a 2021 box set. 4 LP picture disc with all the extras. Montreal, Canada 77, Fort Worth 77. It's complete and it's near mint. Complete and near mint. The high bid is $420 right now. We might get to an air horn on this. It wouldn't be out of range. Whitesnake has one bid for $25 and 81 OG. Whitesnake is one bid for $25. And that is officially with, hold on, let me find it. It feels like an hour ago. Michael Wilkerson's had that for about 4.5 minutes, 4.5 minutes. So that's about sold him. And then Peter Criss is sealed, and this is an OG pressing. And it has one bid with Ed Hickey for $45. Okay. Next, down here at the bottom, Peter Criss has a new bid for $50. Okay. Margaret Gerhold on Vanilla Fudge. ST gets Hot Shot Bill. And Kiss is at $425, and Peter Criss has another $50 bid. The Black Crows, 3 Snakes and 1 Charm, 2015 reissue, sealed, $34.99. Miles Davis, Miles Quintet, sealed, $24.99. Neil Young, Homegrown, Record Store Day, sealed, $24.99. And Horror Pops, live at the Wiltern 2020, sealed, $29.99. John Griffin sent a message to the Facebook page, okay? I'll check on that after the sale. Whitesnake is called Come and Get It. It's an 81 OG EX condition. Peter Criss 50, Peter Criss 51. Black Crows is sold to Glenn over on Twitch. Peter Criss 55, Peter Criss 57. Sean Miller on Neil Young Homegrown. We may be done on the Kiss box. The last bid was Scott Wynn at $425. The other bidder says he's done. Fastway is a music on vinyl pressing numbered on red vinyl. Music on vinyl pressing numbered on red vinyl, $29.99. And Death Human. Death is a 2017 clear with red splatter, $49.99. Yes, I will be at the Tennessee Vanderbilt game Saturday. Paul will be hosting Saturday night. Paul will be hosting Saturday night. Okay, Whitesnake is sold to Michael Wilkerson. Now, before I could get that out, somebody else asked again, Nick Bargeron, what is the Whitesnake at? Okay, I was literally grabbing to sell it, and this is one of those records that's been hung up for about 10 minutes. I've said the words Whitesnake, and some people's minds have been blown. I'm going to give 2 people a chance to bid on it because they've asked within the slated time of me saying sold. Nick Bargeron and Brian Campbell. This is up to y'all. If you bid, you can. If you say pass, I got to sell it to Michael Wilkerson. It's up to 2 people to keep the auction going. Nick Bargeron and Brian Campbell. If not, if they bid, we got to keep it back up. Michael had the high bid, but it's one of those records about every 3 minutes somebody was asking what it was. So it has to stay up. Ed Hickey has Peter Criss for $60. Fastway is music on vinyl. Yes. Death, individual thought patterns, $49.99. Whitesnake has got a new bid from Brian Campbell, $28. Whitesnake Come and Get It is now at $28. Joseph Alves also wants to know how much it is, and Nick Bargeron wants to know how much it is. Now it's at $30 with Michael Wilkerson. Death, individual thought patterns, $49.99. Miles Davis, You're Under Arrest, is sealed, $19.99. Etta James is sealed, $24.99. The Rockettes is sealed, $27.99. Jerry Lee Lewis is $14.99. John Mayall is sealed, $34.99. And then we have BB and the Blue Shacks sealed for $14.99. Death, Spiritual Healing is $49.99. And then Requiem, Collapse into Chaos. Peter Criss is a sealed copy of his solo album from '78. It's a sealed original. It does have a clip corner. And Peter Criss is at $60 of Ed Hickey. Okay? Over here, Kiss is about to be sold. And Kiss is officially sold to the following person, Scott Wynn, at $425. Whitesnake is between Joseph Alves. Whitesnake is between Joseph Alves and Peter Criss. Whitesnake is at $40 with Michael Wilkerson. This is not a new vinyl crate. This is pre-owned records with a lot of sealed stuff. The Japanese Hot Picture will be posted tomorrow. Next auction is going to be Kiss Creatures of the Night. This is a 82 USPRC Richmond OG VG condition, $20 start. Gravedigger was sealed $29.99. Scarlet Rot was sealed $24.99. The Great Otis Redding sings Soul Ballads. I know a lot of these are sealed on their new records, but these are actually all pre-owned. $34.99 on Otis Redding. Death Angels, $89.99. The Meteors was sealed $24.99. Black Crowes of Morica was sealed $39.99. Iron Butterfly sealed RTI mono pressing, $24.99. Fastway is a music on vinyl pressing, numbered on red vinyl for $29.99. Steve, after you're out on Peter Criss, you can't bid again. So after you say out, you can't bid again. That's about to be sold to Ed Hickey for $60. I'm waiting for one person on Whitesnake. I got to hear from you very quickly, Joseph Alves. Michael Wilkerson has it for $40. Kiss has a bid for $25. Scott Arnold on Fastway. We have Aerosmith, The Road Starts Here, sealed $19.99. Deep Purple Machine Head is sealed $29.99, a remaster. Death, The Sound of Perseverance. That one always is a mouthful for me. $99.99. Venom is sealed $24.99. Miles Davis is sealed for $24.99. And Horror Pops was sealed for $29.99. Next thing is Aaron Andrus on Aerosmith. That's sold to Aaron Andrus. Joseph Alves, are you still out there on Whitesnake? Final call. There's about 20 seconds left. Death Human is $49.99. Peter Criss is officially sold to Ed Hickey for $60. This is sold to Ed Hickey for $60. That's done. Whitesnake, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, sold to Michael Wilkerson for $40. That's sold. And then Kiss over here, Scott Arnold at $30. Now Sarah Wyberdink at $35. Up at the top, Jeff Brent RTO wants to see Black Crowes of Morica again. There's Black Crowes of Morica, sealed reissue, $39.99. Next thing over here is Death Angel. That one was a sealed OG. The Dream Calls for Blood, 2003 OG. That's now out of print, $89.99. And then over here, next thing is Fastway, Aerosmith, and then the Grim Reaper. I don't think there was a Grim Reaper in here. There was a Gravedigger. There's a Grim Reaper looking person on the front, $29.99. And then over here, the last thing is Miles Davis, Miles Smiles. And this is a 180-gram reissue sealed, $24.99. Miles Davis Quintet, $24.99. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is the following record. I am going to put up a Japanese pressing of Billy Idol, Whiplash Smile. Billy Idol, Whiplash Smile. This is a $35 start. There's the LP, Near Mint Minus. The cover has the Obi. It has a couple of Japanese stickers on the front where it was in a rental store. So VG Plus cover, a $35 start. Michael, this is the best way I can explain auctions, which is true for anything we run. If I lay down an auction and I tell the starting bid, I usually try to leave it up for 3 or 4 minutes. But what happens is if somebody enters the chat and they say, what is the auction? They have a fair right to bid on it. Now, the bad thing is if people continue to enter the chat and keep asking, we got to make sure they have a chance to bid on it. Because by the time their question pops up, I see it, I answer it, and then their bid pops up. That could take 2 minutes alone. It could take a minute for it to hit my feed, 30 seconds for me to see it, and then by the time they submit a bid and for it to pop up. And I've done that with every auction. And some people have literally had the high bid for 10 minutes because people just keep asking what it is and asking what it is. And they're legitimately curious. But also, if it's at the very last second, and I feel like you've had it for an abnormal amount of time, I don't let anybody bid on it unless it's the person who's bid. So it happens all the time, Michael Wilkerson. Plus, this is Monday, and I probably have took about 150 questions since about 6:15 when I went live. I bet I've answered, not about records, I'm just talking about stuff about shipping, invoicing. Monday is usually chaotic. So it gets crazy. It gets chaotic. So it's like, that is the hardest thing for me to do, is to keep the auctions up for a reasonable amount of time, but also where people can figure out what they are and what's going on. Okay. It really is a, I don't know. There's no other way I can do it. I've tried to figure it out, but there's no other way I can do it. All right, I think if we're done over here on this, Scott Arnold's out. This is sold to Sarah Wyberdink for $35. Final call on Billy Idol. Final call on Billy Idol, $35 on that. Okay? $35 on that. Yeah, and of course, Monday nights I'm usually like, it's kind of almost, it's very difficult to go through crates because it's like a press conference here, which is okay because people are very curious about what's going on, especially new people. But also we spend an incredible amount of time on Monday, well, every night answering questions. And I've probably skipped 20 questions from people. And those people are probably upset because I didn't answer their question. So Master Ma gets Miles Davis. That's sold to Master Ma. Okay, Billy Idol does not have a bid. This is a buy it now for $35 if anybody wants it. Let me put that in a new sleeve. But I've said it before, Sundays I could go live and just take questions, and we probably could, I could probably answer questions. It'd be like the press pool, and I'd be here for 10, 12 hours just doing customer service. But that's what Ed does all day long, so. Okay, and then here's our next one. I'll put up Kiss Killers next. Billy Idol sold to Aaron Andrus. Austin Latham is second. Okay, and let's go through this next crate that Laura's marked. And this one has a wide variety of records, and I think you are going to like this big time. I think you are going to like this big time. All right. AI chatbot. I know, but then we'd have people asking why there's an AI chatbot, then I'd have to answer that question. I don't know. I'm seeing way too many things, you know, but yeah. All right, so we have, this is a 2022 unofficial pressing. This is another killer Kiss box, the Spirit of 76. A deluxe edition, 4 LP with all the extras, Roosevelt Stadium, New Jersey. Hold on a second. Yeah, so Roosevelt Stadium, New Jersey, 76, and Springfield Civic Center, 76, a $295. Laura says some of these have come through on PopPsych and sold for as much as $756. PopPsych archives eBay auction results for more than, I think, 20 bucks or 50 bucks. So anything that's ever sold on eBay, a vinyl, LP, anything under the vinyl category on eBay, PopPsych archives it, and it goes back almost 20 years now. So anything that goes up on eBay for more than $50 archives on PopPsych. So this is sold on eBay for as much as $756 before. So a very desirable Kiss bootleg box set. Spirit of 76, a $295 start. $295 start. That is now up for bid. All right. There's that. And it's now up for bid. Next auction is Kiss solo album box. I'll do that one next. Sorry. And then we have a request for Killers. Let me not do that one right now. Let me put up something like this, which is known as Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell. Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell. Heaven and Hell. This is a 1980 U.S. Club RCA Music Specialty Press in shrink wrap, a $35 start. Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell, a $35 start. Okay? That is an OG and shrink. Let Joseph have it. I don't want it. And he started bidding and never set out. Okay, now there's a difference between what you're asking and what I can actually do. So if you're saying you don't want the auction anymore because of what happened, I just have to put it back up for bid and let everybody bid on it again. That's the only way I can do that, because Joseph never did say out. I don't know if he's even watching the feed anymore. If you're saying you don't want the auction, first of all, I don't really allow people to cancel auctions, but if because of what happened, I would just have to completely resell it now and put it back up for auction. We have Taylor Swift Fearless Platinum Edition, 2 LP, $22.99. And there's a note on the back from Laura. Laura loves Taylor. That goes up there all the way to a 5-heart rating, $22.99. The last bid on Kiss was nothing. We're looking for a $295 start. Black Sabbath is a $35 start, Heaven and Hell. Next auction is Genesis. The Lamb Lies Down on Broadway. This is a sealed 2 LP, half-speed master, $34.99. Taylor Swift, Genesis, and I Prevail post-traumatic. Purple vinyl, $24.99. Genesis is sold to Shakedown. Next auction is Eminem Recovery. Eminem Recovery is sealed, $29.99. Funkadelic Maggot Brain. Funkadelic is a 2023 reissue, sealed, $34.99. First thing was we pulled Genesis for Shakedown. Michael Wilkerson just says cancel the Whitesnake auction and just resell it. Next is Jeremiah Stasich, next on Genesis. Peter Mazzoliano was third. Natasha Pickett first on I Prevail. Master Ma first on Eminem. Brian C. next on Genesis. And we have Taylor Swift and Funkadelic still left. Next auction is Whitesnake, Come and Get It. This is a 1981 USOG specialty press. It has the original Atlantic inner sleeve. It's in EX condition. It's a $25 start. Whitesnake, Come and Get It. Cage the Elephant Social Cues. Cage the Elephant, $17.99. Funkadelic is sold to Jeremiah Stasich. Shane Lando is second. Sleep Token Sundowning. Sleep Token is sealed, $29.99. Whitesnake has a bid for $25 and now $30. Alive at Wembley, all-time low. This is a 2023 record store day, $19.99. Pop Evil, sealed on white vinyl, $24.99. Kiss did not get a bid. This seems like it's going to be one of the deals of the night then. $295 buy it now on the Spirit of 76. $295 buy it now on the Spirit of 76. Black Sabbath did not get a bid. This is a buy it now for $35. Buy it now for $35. Whitesnake has bids for $25, $30, $25, $25, $31. Danzig first on Pop Evil. Whitesnake $35. Justin Garrett on Sleep Token. Natasha on PE. ATL all-time low. Whitesnake's at $34. Typo Negative, The Origin of the Species, with a scratch and sniff butthole cover. Gold vinyl, sealed, $49.99. I'll do $260 on the Kiss box. I'll wait right now. Mitch T said, did I see my claim for Cage the Elephant? I didn't. Mitch T gets Cage the Elephant. That's sold. Joseph Alves, while I have your attention, always make sure when you're done bidding, you say out, okay? Now, just because that held up the last auction, and I want to make sure anybody knows if you're bidding, I got to give it a reasonable amount of time, but if you ever decide you're done on auction, please don't leave the chat. Please say out. That way I know you're done bidding and you're officially done, and I can go ahead and sell it officially to the next person or whoever has the high bid. Here is the Kiss solo album box set. This is a 2008 U.S. official box set, limited edition. Only 2,500 were made, 4 LPs on red, blue, purple, and green, with a slip mat and all extras, $250 start. First thing is Whitesnake. David Saunders has it for $35. Everybody else is out. Okay? Next thing is the following. There is an offer on the Kiss box for $260, and then somebody said they'll take it for $260. This is not $260. This is $295, and honestly, no less. This is a $500, $600, $700 box set for $295, whoever wants it. $295, the Spirit of 76. Not $260, not $265, not $275. $295 on that one. Whitesnake has a new bid for $40. Kiss is a $250 start. Next thing is, what is the name of the typo negative? Origin of the Feces. Scratch and sniff butthole cover. Yes, close to the edge. Wow, this is fairly new. The Analog Productions 2LP 45 RPM, just $34.99. Next is Motion City Soundtrack, I Am the Movie. This is $17.99. Topographic on Yes. So Steve Mason offered $260 on the Kiss box. I was asking $295. This is a live auction, $250 start. Kiss is not up for a buy now. This is a live auction. The minimum bid is $250. The other one is a buy now for $295. The first person to officially bid on this is Mike Torres. It just came in for $250. Okay? $250. That bid officially just came in. These back here are auctions. Whitesnake, which Susie Breedlove has had for $40, and almost the same problem has happened the last time. A few people hadn't officially set out. Susie has it for $40, and I'm going to go ahead and officially label it right now. Whitesnake is cursed. That's a cursed album. Just look at it. It even looks evil. Susie has it for $40. I'm about to sell it to her. Almost the same thing has happened the last time. I've lost 2 or 3 people. Topographic got Yes. David Doyle was second on Yes. Brian C. was third on Yes. Natasha on Motion City Soundtrack. Jen Cast on Typo Negative. Kiss Solo 250. Kiss Solo 260. Kiss Solo 255. And we have Queens of Stone Age Like Clockwork, sealed for $34.99. And for the second time tonight, Whitesnake is officially sold. And this time, no more on this one. It's sold to Susie Breedlove, a cursed record. She gets it for $40. The Kiss Solo box is at $265. Everything is near mint minus and complete on the Kiss Solo box. Whitesnake is already sold. Same thing just happened. Somebody just got on the chat and wanted to know what condition it was. See, that could have very much extended the bidding. Trust me, Alan, you don't want it, okay? You do not want that record. If you want to bid on this, this is hotter than hell. Make sure you put HTH for hotter than hell. Okay, HTH for hotter than hell. This is a 74 USOG, a $35 start. And then earlier, somebody said, what are the no bids? The first one is Black Sabbath. This is a 1980 US Club. It's in shrink, EX condition, $35. GTR, complete Japanese with poster, $35. Okay? The Whitesnake, even though I just sold it for $40, it just cost me hundreds of dollars. You may not realize it, but even though I just sold that for $40, the time lost on that album, it may not be something I financially recover from. David, I'm trying to find a box cutter so I can open this next box of Japanese before David Johnson has a conniption fit on me. Don't forget, we're going through a Laura crate right now, newly priced stuff as marked, and she's also got a crate of new vinyl over here behind me that I'm going to try to go through next. So we order a 24-pack of box cutters for this business about every 2 weeks. That's how many we go through. And I usually keep 2 or 3 over here next to me, and they're all gone. So we've went through 3 lost. It's like losing ink pens. I've lost about 3 box cutters in the last week over here next to my station. So, all right, let me come back to that then. So first thing, GTR has an offer for $25. I'm thinking $30. Hotter Than Hell, $35.40. Kiss Solo, $275. Okay, and then over here, Hotter Than Hell, Heaven and Hell. All right, first thing, this is Van Halen. This is sealed for $24.99. We make sure we didn't miss a Queens of the Stone Age claim. Okay. Kiss is, okay, GTR is sold to Steve Mason for $28. And then Black Sabbath is sold for $30. And this is sold for $30 to the offer just came in from Gregory. Okay. And then John Durden on Van Halen. The Kiss solo album box, the last bid on it was Mike Torrey's at $275. Hotter Than Hell is OG. It's really nice too. It's at $41. And then Chris Stapleton Traveler is $19.99. Nice copy and shrink, Chris Stapleton Traveler. Next bonus auction is going to go up right now. And this is Whitesnake. And this is called Slide It In. Whitesnake is a 1984 USOG Allied pressing. It does have the original inner sleeve. It's in EX condition. A $25 start on Whitesnake, Slide It In. There's that. Also, Bob Riger on Chris Stapleton. That is sold to Bob Riger. Next is Adele. Adele is $9.99. Wow, $9.99 for Adele. The Who, Live at the Oval. This is a new release. This is like just less than 30 days? Sealed, $34.99 for The Who. Also, we have Lambert soundtrack featuring David Bowie, $24.99. I don't think anybody else has been on the solo album box. It's been a pretty good amount of time, so it's moving to that final call. Mike Torrey's has it for $275, and we're about to sell it. Hotter Than Hell, we have it as a 74 USOG. It is an EX edition. This is a nice, clean OG copy of Hotter Than Hell. Okay? Nice, clean. High bid on this is $42. Whitesnake has a bid with David Saunders for $30. Okay? Next one is Robin Murphy Glenn on Adele. Michelle, you were second on Adele. Michelle next on Adele. Michelle was late on Adele. I was trying to rhyme and make that sound cool. Whitesnake, $35. Thomas Clark on Labyrinth. Labyrinth. Tony Freeman was second. And Hotter Than Hell, $43. Next is Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds, $29.99. Jack Johnson, Brushfire Fairy Tales, 20th Anniversary Edition, all analog by Bernie Grumman, $24.99 for Jack Johnson Fairy Tales. This is called Whitesnake, Slide It In. It's about to sell. It has one bid for $30. It is OG. It has the original inner sleeve. EX or better. Whitesnake, Slide It In. John McPatriot has it for $35. John McPatriot has it for $35. Over here, Mega Blast on Jack Johnson. Brian Campbell bid $32 on Whitesnake. The high bid is already $35 with John McPatriot. Hotter Than Hell, Brian Connors has it for $43. I think everybody's done on that one too. The bidder before him was Larry Gonzalez. So Larry, let me know on that one. Taylor Swift Midnights. This is $24.99. This one is on mahogany colored vinyl, $24.99. The solo box set is sold, and this is sold to Mike Torres. Thank you, Mike Torres. This is sold to you for $275. That is sold. White Snake out, White Snake out. Brian Campbell's out. This is sold to John McPatriot for $35. Okay. And it's time for another auction. Hotter than hell. The last bid that came in was Brian Connors, $43. And he's out. Okay? All right, in the auction crate. In the auction crate, I've got Kiss Unmasked, Kiss Alive, Kiss self-titled debut, Kiss Alive, some sort of picture disc, another picture disc, another Alive, Double Platinum, Lick It Up, Crazy Nights, Alive 3, Alive 2, Rock and Roll Over, Destroyer, Dress to Kill, Paul Stanley, Elder, and Dynasty. Now, somebody has mentioned a killer. The problem with that is I don't see it over here. Yes, I do. Okay, never mind. Kiss Killers. An 82 UK OG. VG condition vinyl. Maybe VG or less cover. It's got some chipping and wear. $20 start on that. Stephen Parton on Taylor Swift. This is a new crate that Laura's marked for tonight. Really good stuff in here. Godsmack, Lighting Up the Sky. Sealed for $19.99. In Flames, Siren Charms. Sealed, $39.99. Clear and Black Smoke, $39.99. Next record over here from the bonus crate is going to be White Snake. And this is White Snake, self-titled. I also call it White Snake 87. This is an 87 club copy in EX condition, a $20 start. White Snake, EX. Here I go again. $20 start. That's now up for bid. Over here, this is $24.99. Edward Sharp and the Magnetic Zeros, Up From Below, remastered, $24.99. Next thing is Kiss had a bid for 20, 21, 20, 21, White Snake 20, 20, 30. I got to find a box cutter for David Johnson. No, he doesn't want a box cutter. He wants me to open up a box of Japanese vinyl. I guarantee I can find a box cutter in the shipping department. I bet there's one over here. If not, then I need to reconsider what how our shipping department operates. I bet I can find one over here. I don't know what the deal is with box cutters. It's like ink pens. You know, Jerry Seinfeld had a bit about that. He's like, there's got to be like 10,000 Bics somewhere in my house. I just don't see one over here either. Oh my gosh. Is there one in here? Uh-oh. Is this a box cutter? Oh, here's an old-fashioned one. This one's been here for 10 years. This one has never been lost, this red one. I think my dad had this when he worked for Marita Bread in 1988. Yeah, I think this is like one of the ones my dad had. Well, this one's been at the store since the beginning. This is the Old Faithful here. This is like, this one, my dad bought this when like Gerald Ford was in office. This one's always been around here. That one, he was using that to cut open when he worked for Little Debbie in, you know, 88 or whatever. Nice. Okay. Here we go. Don't want any conniption fits from David Johnson tonight. Holy moly. All right. That's an interesting one there on top. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Trying to find something a little bit different here. Okay. All right. My dad worked for Little Debbie, Marita Bread, Lewis Bacon Company. So when he'd get off from work, he's also a sheriff's deputy. So my dad would get off from work at the sheriff's department. He was also a high school sports broadcaster. So he'd get off from work for the sheriff's department. We'd go to a basketball or football game. He would do his broadcast. I would usually help him, play-by-play, color, stats. And then we'd go to Walmart, and we would stock bread, Little Debbie's, and Hostess snack cakes, Red Bull. And for a while, he had contracts with Budweiser and Anheuser-Busch. So I've stocked a lot of shelves at Walmart. That's what I was helping him do in high school, while I was also selling collectibles. So those were good times. Foreigner, Agent Provocateur. Foreigner is a $35 start. Near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. This one's kind of notorious for having a lot of cover wear. $35 start. Okay? That's now up for bid. First thing is I left off way up here with Kiss Killers, which had bids for 20 and 21. White Snake got bids for 20 and then 30 with David Saunders. Mitch T put Edward, which I think was in the crate here. Edward Sharp. Wasn't that something in this crate? Yeah, Edward Sharp here sold to Mitch T, 85. Kiss got a new bid for 40. Kiss got a new bid for 45. Kiss got a new bid for 50. And then over here, we have a request for the Kiss picture disc. Kiss is at 60. And then we have, I think we're down the bun. Mitch T got Edward Sharp. And then Foreigner 35. Okay, so back here, Godsmack, somebody asked, this is Godsmack Lighting Up the Sky. That is sealed $19.99. And the Who is on black vinyl, $34.99. So the last bid that came in on Kiss Killers, just so everybody knows, Stephen Reeves has it for $60. White Snake is still at $30. And the last bid on White Snake at $30 was with David Saunders. That is OGEX, and Foreigner just got laid down, and it has one bid with Kevin Walker for $35. I want to know what love is. Greetings from Suffocate City. This is post-hardcore, $29.99. And The Clash, London Calling. A sealed remaster, $34.99. Remastered 180-gram double OP. The Struts, everybody wants. Struts is sealed, $29.99. And Godsmack is sold to Brad Waits. Done. We also have Aaron Jones, Child of the State, purplish swirlish vinyl for $19.99, and Teddy Swims, A Very Teddy Christmas, just $9.99 for Teddy Swims. All right, another White Snake off the board, and White Snake is officially sold to David Saunders, and that was sold to him for $30. Thank you on that. I think we were done on Kiss Killers, out and out, and Kiss Killers is sold to Stephen Reeves for $60. Aaron Andrus on Teddy Swims. Foreigner hasn't been up too long. We'll give it one more second, technically minute. Kevin Walker, one bid, $35. All right, next Kiss request. Next Kiss request is the following. We had, and then I've got, so we got our advertised Kiss auctions, and then I have let me pull a Kiss record that wasn't in the hot picture. So I've got a lot of stuff down here that is not in the hot picture that probably needs to be put up tonight. And this one has been catching my attention because it looks different. It is. It's a UK single. Okay, so this is UK Creatures of the Night. I can tell the font was different up here for sure. So this is an 82 UK 12-inch single, 45 RPM, a strong VG copy. Creatures of the Night and War Machine. And then Rock and Roll All Night live version. Okay, so Kiss is a strong VG. It's a 3-track, $25 start. I'll add something solo in just a second. Queen of the Damn soundtrack that's coming out January 2nd. I'll have to make a note on that. I'm not familiar with that. The Struts is sealed for $29.99. And then the post-hardcore was Greetings from Suffocate City. That was The Funeral Portrait. The Funeral Portrait, $29.99. And The Pretty Reckless, Going to Hell. That's on purple vinyl. The Pretty Reckless, $19.99. Okay? All right. Yeah, we'll probably try to keep all the jazz and all the rap together. Laura will probably do that. And yeah, so if we get a lot of the same genre that we normally don't get, we'll do it all on the same night. For example, we'll have a jazz night for that new stuff, a rap/hip-hop night for that new stuff. And of course, we sprinkle in a little bit of everything throughout the week. But if we do get a bunch of one, they usually try to sort it and keep it together. And I'm over here looking through the auction bin of, quote, bonus stuff. Ooh, here's a good one. Sarah, I'm trying to track down that Def Leppard, but I just found one that always gets a lot of activity. And this is Fastway all fired up. Fastway is an 84 USOG, VG++. Their catalog is not in print. $20 start on that. Creatures does have a bid for $25 with Pat Lucero. And Testament Souls of Black coming out next year. That's been in print. That must be some kind of new pressing. I'll write that down. That's probably a new colored vinyl because they have been putting out the rest of their catalog. Natasha on FP, and that was for Funeral Party. That was this one right here. For Funeral Portrait. That's sold to Natasha. Scott Dwallow on Pretty Reckless. And Lewis Kulik on the Struts. Natasha, if you're passing on the Struts, I'm going to give it to Lewis Kulik. Okay, if you missed it, Godsmack was claimed. Did I not pull it? I've already pulled it. Yeah, Brad Waits, I think. Chris next on Pretty Reckless. Fastway 20, Fastway 20, Fastway 30, Fastway 20. And then Kevin Walker, you do get Foreigner. I'll let that sit back there a lot longer than a minute, okay? That's sold to Kevin Walker for $35. This is a nice sleeve. I'm going to leave it in this one. Okay, so here's the agenda. Lots of KISS stuff still at auction. This KISS Creatures already has a bid. Fastway getting a lot of activity. I think I've got other solo stuff to put up. How about this one? If you want to bid on the picture disc, put PD, picture disc. Make sure there's nothing naughty on the back side of it. Some of these KISS, they have naughty stuff on the back of them. Okay, this one's clean. This is PG. I guess G. I guess KISS would have to be PG. You'd have to, some parental guidance to explain to your kids what KISS is. An unofficial picture disc. It's an interview, $25 start on that. This crate is definitely worthy of another recap. We have actually already filled up a third crate over here, and I'm going to go ahead and swap out so we don't kill the flow when we get started. Paul's marked another great crate of very similar stuff, and don't forget, there's 4 crates of new vintage stuff over here from John, and we will be going through that stuff. But first, I'm going to go ahead and slip in something else a little different. This is an original Elvis single, I Need Your Love Tonight, and A Fool Such As I. A little bit of wear right there on his cheek, but I love the original price tag. 69 cents from Hinky and Pilot, or Hink and Pilot drugstore. That was sold at a drugstore back around, what, 1957, 58? 1959. Think about that. Somebody pulled in their 59 Chevrolet, walked in, and said, I'll take that new Elvis Presley single, please. Here's my 69 cents. 73 after tax. All right, here we go. Let's read through these one more time. I have Taylor Swift Fearless, $22.99, 2 LP. Queens of the Stone Age Like Clockwork, sealed $34.99. That's about $10 below MSRP on that one. The Who, live at the Oval, sealed $34.99. Elvis is a $10 start. Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds, $29.99. In Flames, Siren Charms, sealed $39.99. The Clash, London Calling, sealed $34.99. And Aaron Jones, Child of the State, $19.99. So make sure if you're bidding on picture disc, you put picture disc. If you've bid on anything else, I'm assuming you're bidding on Creatures. 78 Trans Am did bid on Creatures. Pat Lucero, you're out. Fastways at 36. I'm showing the picture disc at $30 with Scott Wynn. And Toby Clark says he wants the KISS box for $295. This is sold to Toby Haley. Or excuse me, I don't know why I keep saying Haley. Toby Clark for $295. Toby, you've bought from us before. If not, say, no, I'm a first-time buyer. And I bet Jake's emptied some crates over here. Oh my gosh, he stacked them all the way up to the ceiling. Shout out to Jake. He had to come in and help with some ABC order. Oh my gosh, he stacked these way too tall. Okay, there we go. A little short-handed. I like my family working with me, but I don't know. I had to, my nephew was working here, and I was like, I got to let you go. He's still a little bit too young to grip with reality, so we're a little bit short-handed in the logistics center. So Tanner's trying to scramble to get a couple new hires. We already needed to hire somebody else, and now we need to hire like 2 more people. So it's unfortunate, but Creatures at 40. And then over here, Elvis is a no bid, it looks like. And I'm not going to leave it up much longer. So Elvis is sold for $10 for whoever wants to do the buy it now on it. And then Fastway is with Matt Nichols at $40. And the last bid on the picture disc was $30 with Scott Wynn. And Creatures is at $40 with Victor Guerra. Okay, let's go through another crate. So if you're local, we're always needing help here. Like, if you don't mind putting stuff in alphabetical order for 10 hours or 12. So, yeah, I think I gave him a good life lesson. Sometimes you got to go to work instead of hanging out with your girlfriend, especially when Uncle Chad's running the show. I'm like, hey, man, look, this isn't some willy-nilly parlor we're running here. This is Coletco. All right, let's find that other crate that Paul marked. I'm going to hit all the vintage at once here in a second. Gonna hit all the vintage at once. I think this is the other one he marked. Honestly, I don't know where it is. I've moved so much stuff around. I don't know what I've done with it. We might go through a crate that John's marked. Yeah, I don't know what I've done with it, honestly. It's not there, it's not there. Okay. Let's go through. Like that. Okay, this is check condition. Aha. All right, new check condition stuff. I found our first auction out of here. All right, these are all going to be buy it now or best offer. Okay. Lower new vinyl. Oh, yes, thank you. I'll do that one next. This crate will be fast because it's new, it's check condition stuff. Okay, I've been away for about 2 minutes from the chat, so let me figure out where we're at now. This is new check condition stuff. Creatures. Carol Lucero, $42. Carol Lucero, $42. That means somebody was outbid. Victor Guerra. Victor Guerra, you're out on the Creatures 3-track. The last bid on Fastway was Matt Nichols at $40. Matt Nichols has it for $40. Everybody else is out. The picture disc, Susie has it for $35. Kevin Chapman got Elvis for $10. Kevin Chapman, $10. Kevin Chapman, Elvis, $10. Just letting you know, I emailed and everything. I still want what I got. I haven't heard invoice. There is nobody replying to messages right now. I have, sorry, Laura. I have got Laura a small path. Laura just dropped off another pre-owned crate too. There is no one, the customer service is out for the day. No one is actively replying to DMs right now or emails. That will resume tomorrow morning, okay? that will resume tomorrow morning. We'll have to fix your invoice or resend it to you tomorrow, okay? There's 2 people working right here. I'm selling and Laura's pricing. So customer service resumes tomorrow. REO Speedwagon, high infidelity. VG, $9.99. Next, Cheap Trick at Budokan. 2 of the biggest albums of the 70s right here. VG Plus, $19.99. And ELO Discovery. This is like a classic rock essential crate. VG Plus, $14.99. Purple Rain, VG, $19.99. No, the only records left, In Flames is still available. In Flames is still available. Okay? Victor Guerra is out on Creatures. It's time to clear this board. Creatures is sold to Carol Lucero for $42. $42, Carol Lucero. $42. You got it. That's sold. This is a new check condition, buy it now best offer. A whole new slate of auctions are going up right now. Fastway is sold to Matt Nichols. I knew that one would do well. They really need to work on getting their catalog in print. That's sold to Matt Nichols for $40. Somebody must not have the masters or something. I don't know if anybody knows. But, well, that first album's in print and Trick or Treat, but the rest of those aren't. Maybe they don't think there's a demand. And then Susie gets the picture disc for $35. All right, and that was sold to Susie at $35. All right, we need all new auctions, but first let's go ahead and knock this out. The first claim is Budokan 14, Budokan 17. So Mitch T, this is yours, but it will be $17. If not, Scott Dwallow. Larry Gonzalez on Prince. Dave Mosley, sorry, that's already sold. He passes to Scott. Scott Dwallow, that's sold to you for $17. And then Natasha, you're going to get In Flames, that sticker, of course. And Shane Lando gets ELO for $12. All right, new auctions. We just bought a new collection, and everything is being processed, and we're going to try to mix up where we have jazz and rap and a special night. I teased a hot picture earlier. I will officially post that sometime tomorrow. I've got to announce that we bought a new collection. I have not done that yet. I've still got to post pictures of everybody's pumpkins. I was scrolling through my camera roll last night. Everybody that decorated a pumpkin here at the store, I still hadn't posted pictures of them. I was like, man, that's my bad. I definitely got to post the Cramps one. So you can tell how far I'm behind. How far I'm behind on social media posts. Kiss Alive, a 2014 out of print, $65. No CDs tonight. There will be 45s after we're done with vinyl. When we're done with vinyl tonight, after 11:30, we'll be hitting 45 duty. 45 duty coming up tonight. Next Japanese pressing is Cheap Trick in color. Cheap Trick in color is a Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine. $35 start. Be on the lookout for hot posts on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube tomorrow for that new collection. Okay. Over here, that's a $35 start. Kiss, Cheap Trick, and back to the Buy It Now Best Offer. The Beatles, 62 to 66. VG Plus, $26.99. Phil Collins, Hello, I Must Be Going. VG, $9.99. Head East, great stuff here. Flat as a pancake. Pancakes. VG Plus, $16.99. Cheap Trick, Dream Police, EX, $17.99. And Steve Miller Band's Greatest Hits, 74 to 78. VG Plus, $14.99. Take the money and run. I don't really have a good batch of posters. Now, Mike, I'm assuming you saw a lot of the ones we went through last night. I'm going to try to show a few of those right now. A lot of these, like posters, I've been showing just buy it now or best offer, like Motley Crue here. This is an original Motley Crue poster, $75 or best offer, 34.5 by 22.25. So a lot of posters. I've got some over here I've been meaning to show. Right now would be a good time to start showing them. So I've got some killer ones a lot of y'all have never seen. And we sold a lot last night, of course. But yeah, that's the first one. Motley Crue, 75, buy it now or best offer on those. They will come shipped rolled in a tube. Okay, first thing is the Beatles, Jeff Brent RTO, $20. Let's go back to that. Sell that to Jeff Brent RTO for $20. Okay, Scott Dwallow, you got dibs on Steve Miller, but it will be $14.99. If not, it goes to Robin, and then Joe, then Lewis, and then James Hicks. And then, whoops, I'm still on top cam. My bad. So thank you, Mike. Yeah, Beatles is sold to Jeff Brent for $20. And then Steve Miller is Scott's, but it will be $14.99. And then we got a long way. So there was like 4 people who offered 10, and then James Hicks claimed it as stickers. So we got to go down the list. And then somebody else just offered 10. Van Morrison Moondance, second label, VG Plus $24.99. And the B-52s is VG Plus $17.99. Okay, so nobody bid on Kiss, so let's make that a buy it now. That is a $65 buy it now. $65 buy it now. And Cheap Trick is a no bid. It's a buy it now. Okay? It's a buy it now. Also available $35. Was there Poison? Yes. Any Iron Maiden or Blacklight posters? Yes. ST over on YouTube. ST on YouTube gets the B-52s. Steve Miller's yours, Scott, but it will be sticker price. If not, I got to go down the line. Okay. Next thing over here is Double Platinum. Kind of an interesting one here. Double Platinum is an 85 US Hop Hog. No condition notes. It's a reissue, so it's no foil, and it's not a gatefold. $35 start. Scott Dwallow does take B-52s. Excuse me, Scott Dwallow does take Steve Miller Bandit sticker. Melanie, you're second on B-52s. Mitch T, you're third on B-52s. Tim Rory, you're fourth on B-52s. And then the Yes album. Yes is VG Plus $14.99. And Bruce Springsteen, Born to Run. VG Plus $14.99. So Kiss is available for a buy now, $65. James Goggin gets Cheap Trick. He gets that for $35. Kiss Double Platinum, a $35 start. Next is George Thorogood and the Destroyers. EX $17.99. Stephen Parton gets Yes. Mitch T second. ELO Face the Music. Strange Magic. Evil Woman. VG Plus $14.99. Next auction from the, quote, bonus crate. The next one from the bonus crate is Dio, as in Ronnie James Dio, the last in line. An 84 USOG Jacksonville. It does have the inner sleeve, VG Plus to VG Plus Plus. Dio is going to go up for a $25 start. Next is Pat Benatar in the Heat of the Night. VG Plus $9.99. George Thorogood sold to Rick Hall for $10. Robin Glenn gets ELO for $10. Those are sold and sold. Around the World with Three Dog Night recorded live in concert. VG $14.99. And Billy Joel the Stranger, VG Plus $9.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. The Paul Stanley solo album. This is a 78 USOG. It does have the original inner sleeve. It is VG condition, just a $15 start. Paul Stanley, $15 start. Dio does have a bid for $25. No bid on Kiss yet. We have Ted Nugent Free for All. VG Plus $9.99. We Are the World. That's EX $17.99. And Phil Collins Face Value. VG Condition $9.99. I Can Feel It Coming in the Air Tonight. Santana Borboleta. VG $9.99 on that. Chris Martin on $6.99 on the Benatar. Sell that to Chris Martin for $6.99. Cat Stevens Greatest Hits, VG Plus, $9.99 for Cat Stevens Greatest Hits. All right, so here's kind of the agenda right now. We got, I thought, another crate that Paul marked. Is this it over here? Aha, I think I found it. Is this it? Billy Gibb. Oh, yeah, definitely. Okay, I found, so we got another great, like pre-owned modern crate from Paul. Another one from Laura, new vinyl from Laura, and 3 more John crates. So we're talking Laura vinyl, new vinyl next, Laura or Paul crate after that, probably Paul to keep it balanced, then the other Laura crate, and then there's 3 more vintage crates from John. So that's going to be pretty incredible what we got coming up here next. First, we got a request for the picture disc. Paul Stanley 15, We Are the World. We Are the World, Rick Hall, $9. Okay. And we're not done with this crate yet. I got a few more in here. Rolling Stones Let It Bleed. It does have the inner sleeve, just $14.99. VG condition, $14.99. Does Ted Nugent have Fred Bear on it? Not on this one. VG Plus, $9.99. And then Gordon Lightfoot, If You Could Read My Mind, VG Plus, $14.99. Double Platinum is a no bid, so that's a buy it now for $35. Second no bid in a row from Kiss. And don't forget, I've got another box set in here. I've got the Elder box set. Let's go ahead and run this. This is Kiss, the limited edition Elder box set. 72-page book, 4-picture disc, promo photo set, and 7-inch single. So this is unofficial. A 2017 limited edition box set, 4 LPs, a 7-inch, all picture disc, even the 7-inch, and has all the extras, live tracks, demos, outtakes, and some of these have sold for as much as $339. This is $195 start. Okay, $195 start on Kiss. Now, the person who bought the Kiss box set earlier, did they confirm they were a first-time buyer? I can't remember now. Oh boy, I hope so, or I hope they registered or maybe they bought from us before. Paul Stanley, 15. Rick Hall on We Are the World for 9. Did I already pull that? I think I did. Okay, and then what is the Dio? Can you get the Hearing Aid album? Does Ted Nugent have Fred Bear on it? Dio year? Any other Ted Nugent? Any Nugent if you can't lick them? PC7, Margaret Gerhold. She must be talking about Phil Collins. Sell that to Margaret for $7. We have a James Goggin, The Rolling Stones Will Be Yours. If not, there is another offer, or there's another claim and then another offer. Mark Steele gets Kiss Alive for $55. So let me update what just happened there. First, Mark Steele on Alive 55. That's sold. Okay. That Kiss box is now up for bid. Music from Elder. There's Double Platinum. I can't lay it. Let me lay it right in here. It's $35. Otherwise, it's going to fall off the table. Stones is pending. Let's go over Dio again. Dio is at $30 with Scott Arnold. It's an 84 USOG Jacksonville. This is OG first press. $30 VG++ condition. Paul Stanley's also OG. No extras, thus the inner sleeve. It's in VG condition. And it only has one bid for $15 of James Goggin. And James Goggin does take the Stones at full price. Okay, now some people asked about pre-owned vintage records. The only way I can tell you what pre-owned vintage records I have is whenever we're going through a crate. So do I have a Ted Nugent? Probably. Do I have the Hearing Aid? Probably. Where are they right now? They're somewhere in this building. Even if I let you loose in here to dig, it would take you 3.5 days to find one. So it's just kind of whenever they pop up for sale. Genesis Wind and Weathering. VG Plus $14.99. Honestly, I don't even know what this next record's about to be. We're about to find out together. It's the Trans-Siberian Orchestra, The Lost Christmas Eve, EX condition $22.99. Unfortunately, even though I own all these, I don't know what I have or what's being priced every day. Not till I show up and go through them with y'all together live right here. 38 special, VG Plus $17.99, VG Plus $17.99. And we have the Best of Jethro Tull, VG Plus $14.99, and Yes shows. Yes is in VG condition, $14.99. That's Yes shows. Yes shows. Okay. Next thing I have over here is this. I have, very quickly, can't remember which one this one was. Okay, this is a reissue. Pretty cool, though. This is $25. It's a reissue. It's the Texas Chainsaw Massacre poster. $25. That'll come shipped rolled in a tube. TCB. TCM. Okay. Camera change. Don't forget. All right, so first thing we have is Stones, Dio 35, Dio 40. More bids on Dio. More bids on Dio. Susie Q, Susie Breedlove over on Twitch for Trans-Siberian Orchestra. JCB on Genesis for 10. Now, JCB, who are you over on YouTube? Because I can't see your actual name anymore. But that is sold to you for $10. And then Topographic, let me know if you want Yes at sticker price. Okay? Let me know if you want yes at sticker price. Somebody else has claimed it. He passes. Who is Jim Handy over on YouTube? I got to confirm that this is a first-time buyer and this is a legitimate account. So let me go check on that right quick. So let me open this up and this up. And let me go verify a couple new accounts right quick. All right. And there was somebody over on YouTube. I got to verify a few new people, make sure they're good to go. Okay, Jim's bought from us before. Right. Jim's bought from us before. Okay, never mind. All right, so this is sold to Jim Handy at $14.99. Scott Arnold got the Texas Chainsaw Massacre poster for $25. Craig was next. Danny next on Texas Chainsaw. JCB's Josh Brown. D.O.Ann. James Handy on YouTube, bought before. And Pat Smith, 347. And I'm assuming that's Patrick Smith. Boy, this has really messed me up on YouTube. They've hid y'all's actual names and they just show me handles now. And so like I'm trying to have to re-memorize now 500 YouTube handles to people's actual names. And so every time a new one pops up, I'm like, Paul Stanley is $15, and Paul Stanley is $15 to James Goggin. This is sold to James Goggin for $15. Okay. The Kiss Elder box did not get a bid. So this is a buy it now. Kiss Music from the Elder is $195. $195. Sold to Stephen Metal, 6666, $195. Okay, sold to him. Dio, just so y'all know, the last bid on Dio was Aaron Andrus at $45 and everybody else is out. Elder box sold to Stephen Metal and then Billy Shears. Next auction, Kiss Alive. A 77 Terre Haute reissue, VG Plus, $20 start. It will take me 30 seconds to recap what's left in here. Buy it now, best offer. VG, $9.99. REO Speedwagon. Phil Collins, VG, $9.99. Head East, VG Plus, $16.99. Dio has a new bid for $47. Cheap Trick is EX, $17.99. Van Morrison's VG Plus, $24.99. Bruce Springsteen is VG Plus, $14.99. For some reason, these don't want to stand up tonight. Three Dog Night is VG $14.99. Billy Joe is VG Plus $9.99. Santana's VG $9.99. Cat Stevens VG Plus $9.99. Ted Nugent, if he doesn't stay in my hand, is VG Plus $9.99. Gordon Lightfoot is VG Plus $14.99. And Jethro Tull is VG Plus $14.99. Dio has a new bid for $47. That means Aaron Andrus, you've been outbid. Kiss has a bid for $20. And David Johnson said he's about to have a conniption fit if I don't put up another Japanese pressing. He's about to lose all of his marbles. I don't even have the next one unwrapped. I'll do it right now. Next crate is coming up in less than 60 seconds. Next auction is Duran Duran Rio, a Japanese pressing, Hungry Like the Wolf, near McMinus with insert, a $35 start. Head East is at $12, sold to Alan Hagen. Aaron Andrus, do you want to bid again on Dio before I officially sell it? Dio has a new bid. Anybody else? These are going right here behind me. Lots of new stuff to go through. Bear with me as I try to read through these records that Laura's ordered. Maybe I'll be familiar. There's a good chance I'm not. Oh, there went my knee. I'm like a bull in a china shop. She says, there's a theme to this crate. We love theme crates from Laura. New vinyl Laura ordered. There's a theme this time. Uh-oh. Here we go. 50 on Dio, Duran Duran 35. And Kiss is sold for $20. That's sold to James Goggin for $20. Dio's at 50, sold to Aaron Andrus. Duran Duran has a bid for $36. Okay. Let's move that over here right now. Next thing is our next auction. This is Kiss Alive 3. This is a 2014 US, a $25 start. First thing is this. Panic at the Disco, a fever you can't sweat out. Limited edition silver vinyl, $29.99, Panic at the Disco. Pierce the Veil, Collide with the Sky, $29.99 for Pierce the Veil. And Fallout Boy from Under the Cork Tree, $33.99. Sugar, we're going down. Next auction is Kingdom Come. Kingdom Come, self-titled, is an 88 US Club VG++, a $25 start. Kiss 25, Kiss 25, Pierce the Veil, sold to Natasha Pickett. Paramore, Grow Up, $44.99, 2 LP, Paramore. I don't know if we've had that one before. Louder Now, Taking Back Sunday, Louder Now, $29.99. My Chemical Romance, 3 Cheers for Sweet Revenge, $29.99 for My Chemical Romance. Duran Duran is sold to Tony Freeman for $36. Kiss is at $30. Trent and Larry Gonzalez, you're out. And then Kingdom Come is a $25 start. Next auction is the following. This is a 78 OG original Peter Criss picture disc in shrink, EX condition, the original 78 picture disc. It does have the sleeve. The sleeve is still in shrink, $25 start. Avril Lavigne, The Best Damn Thing, a 2 LP, $36.99. Also, Sempiternal. What did I just read there? Sempiternal. That is $29.99. Also, Avril Lavigne, Let Go. Turquoise colored vinyl, $49.99. So the only way this is available in colored vinyl now, I think, is through this UK import. $49.99. There's 3 of those. And Title Fight, and this is Floral Green. And Title Fight is $33.99. Next thing is, I don't think anybody else has bid on Kiss. Okay, never mind. I take back that statement. Alan Hagen still has it, though, at $35. Peter Criss is at $25. Kingdom Come does not have a bid. It's about to be a $25 buy now. It's TBS Regular or Deluxe. TBS Regular or Deluxe. She says, I'm pretty sure it's standard, but I'll double check, okay? Sounds like Laura's already on top of that request. The back of the sleeve for Peter Criss, we can do that. This is Peter Criss over here. I think there's something to do on the bottom of this, but I'll let everybody have a good look at it. Manufactured and distributed by Casablanca Record and Film Works, Inc., 8255 Sunset Boulevard, Los Angeles, California, 90046. Okay? And the last thing that came in on this, so we're talking about Kiss over there on the left. That is 40, Patrick Mathis. Kingdom Come, in fact, does have a bid for $25.25. Kiss 37. And now Peter Criss 30, Kiss 36. And then I think I missed a claim. Natasha on Bring Me the Horizon. And that was, oh boy, was that something I skipped? Or was that one that I didn't know what the title was? What is this here? Maybe not. Okay, yes, My Chemical Romance is available. This is My Chemical Romance is $29.99. BMTH, Bring Me the Horizon. Okay, that's who this is. Thank you. That is sold to Natasha Pickett. All right, and then the S word. Okay, thank you. I got that one. Fallout Boy, Infinity on High. Fallout Boy is a double LP, $44.99. And then America American football. Yeah, American football, a deluxe 2LP 15th anniversary edition, $39.99. And balance and composure, things we like were missing. Light pink colored vinyl, $29.99. Graph tracker on the My Chemical Romance. Now, once again, that might be somebody on YouTube that we've sold 1,000 records to, but I don't know who you are because I don't recognize the handle Graph Tracker. But I do have you down for My Chemical Romance. And I have Coheed and Cambria, which I still think I'm mispronouncing, $33.99. Natasha, also BANDC, Balance and Composure, also sold to Natasha Pickett. Now, let's update all three auctions. Coheed and Cambria is sold to Master Moss 666. And then over here, so Graph Tracker, nothing to apologize. Brian Hickson, okay. It's not your fault. They just changed it where they've hid y'all's names and they just show it. They just show us handles. Oh, wow. Oh, man. Okay, so Kiss is at $48. Kingdom Come now, KC over here is at $26 with Jared Inc. So whoever first, no, Trent Peasley bid first. So Jared, you're out, and Mark Steele, you're out. And now Peter Chris is at $45. We also have Title Fight Shed, $33.99, and Pierce the Veil, The Jaws of Life. Pierce the Veil, $33.99. 2 copies of Taking Back Sunday, Tell All Your Friends, $29.99 for Taking Back Sunday. And My Chemical Romance, I Brought You My Bullets, You Brought Me Your Love, $29.99. And then Paramore, After Laughter. Paramore is $29.99. Taking Back Sunday is sold to Master Moss 666. I got one more of those left if anybody else wants it. Chad is in desperate need of a bottle of water. Next Japanese pressing is about to go up before David Johnson has a conniption fit. Give me 1 second. Chad might have a conniption fit if he doesn't get a bottle of water. Monsters do very little for quenching thirst. Very little. I walked through this store last night, and I think we sold every platter pack. I'm going to do another run through tonight, and I think John has some. He uses them in the back for storage for a lot of high-end 45s before we put them up for auction or put them on Discogs, and we kind of have to keep some here because we use them. So. Okay, so the next thing, Cambria, Coheed and Cambria. Yeah, something like that. Next claim is Vladarchek on Paramore. That's sold to Vladarchek. Kingdom Come 30. Kiss 52. Graph Tracker also, Brian Hickson wants the other My Chemical Romance. And Kiss has a new bid for 53, Kiss 55. Natasha wants the second and final Coheed and Cambria, and Kingdom Come 35. All right, so the first thing is this. That was third. I'm sorry, I forgot to mute my mic. This is a new crate of vinyl that Laura's ordered. If you just hopped on, you probably won't see it again. Vladarchek. The only thing I think we've sold out of is Coheed and Cambria 4, $33.99 on that. And if you want on a waiting list, let me know. So over here. Actually, there's one that just came available. One just came available. Sean already had that one. So let's put one back for Sean. So, okay, so Kiss Alive. The first bid on this, Kiss Alive, the most recent bid was Trent Peasley at $55. This is a 2014 US, and the bid's $55. Kingdom Come in the middle is OG. It's at $40. And I think Peter Chris was on his last lap. And now he's officially sold to Tom Kelly for $45. The Coheed and Cambria in the crate will be going to Vladarchek. This is sold to Tom Kelly. And this is sold to Vladarchek. And I'm about to need another crate. So let's start recapping these right quick. It'll be quick. And then I'm going to go through this crate that Paul's marked. Laura's marked another crate. And we still got 3 more crates of vintage. So we've been showing new arrivals for about 3 hours, and I bet we can show them for another 2 hours if I go fast. Panic at the Disco, $29.99. We got Pierce the Veil for $29.99. Panic at the Disco was a Fever You Can't Sweat It on silver vinyl, $29. Pierce the Veil was aqua vinyl, indie exclusive for $29. Fallout Boy was $33. Paramore Grow Up was $44. We have Louder Now for $29. That's Taken Back Sunday. Also, My Chemical Romance, 3 Cheers for Sweet Revenge, $29. Avril Lavigne, Best Damn Thing, $36.99. This was Taken Back Sunday, Sempiternal, and that was $29.99. And Avril Lavigne Let Go, turquoise colored vinyl, Vladimir on Paramore. That is sold to Vladimir. Now let me swap out crates. That was about the last record we can get in there. A lot of vinyl sold tonight. I guess I need to flash another poster. The other one that sold just a moment ago was Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Let me grab another one over here and see what we can find. Where's all the ones like, well, I don't want to say them because then I'll have to deliver them. Oh, I thought this one's a pretty unusual one. This is Bonham, as in Jason Bonham. $35 on this one. Has the logo up here on the top left. Bonham, $35 if you missed that one last night. Still got Motley Crue and Bonham. And where's that empty crate at? Okay. Here we go. I see a lot of claims, so let me get these caught up right quick. Paramore, PVT Jaws. No, it's Bring Me the Horizon. Oh, Bring Me the Horizon. Bring Me the Horizon, sorry. What was PVTV Jaws? Was that something I missed? Panic at the Pierce the Veil. Was that up here? This, okay. Natasha wants this. Pierce the Veil, the Jaws of Life. That's sold to Natasha. Jason Fornerat on Panic. That's this one here. Bring Me the Horizon. I better write that down. Bring Me the Horizon. I'm going to forget if I don't. It's not written anywhere on the jacket. Okay. Panic. Patrick Smith on Avril Lavigne, Let Go. Okay. Chad, I bid 12 on the headaches from Let's Go to hear back from you. I sold it to you. I did sell it to you. You might have missed me. Pierce the Veil is PTV. I just need both. I got you. Okay. All right, so what about Kiss? Sorry, let me make sure we're done on this. Trent Peasley, $55. He went out on Kingdom Come. All right, so that's sold to Trent Peasley, Kiss, $55. Kingdom Come is sold to Solarplex for $42. All right, sorry for that delay. 2 more auctions, but let me show the next 2 records. Title Fight, Floral Green, $33.99 for Title Fight. Fallout Boy, Infinity on High, $44. We have American Football, 15th Anniversary, Red Vinyl, $39.99. Balance and Composure, this was The Things We Were Missing, $29.99. Title Fight Shed was $33. Pierce the Veil, Jaws of Life, $33. Taken Back Sunday, Tell All Your Friends for $29. My Chemical Romance, I Brought You My Bullets, You Brought Me Your Love, $29. And Paramore, After Laughter for $29. Kenny Cates on Bring Me the Horizon. And that was this one here. That's sold to Kenny Cates Jr. Okay, next auction. Let's see what's up with this Kiss Alive 2. Kiss Alive 2 is a set, bad condition, G condition. That's why we're going to start it for just $1. Might get a nice budget copy here. $1 start on Kiss Alive 2. And then our next Japanese pressing is NXS The Swing. I don't know if this is what David Johnson's looking for, but this is what's going up for bid. NXS The Swing is a $35 start. Near mint minus with insert, a really nice copy of NXS. $35 start on that. Next is Kenny Cates Jr. on Bring Me the Horizon. We already did that. And then Ryan Eaton on Taking Back Sunday. So to Ryan Eaton. Okay, a little something different there. I probably would have never ordered anything in there. Maybe Paramore, maybe Fallout Boy, maybe Avril Lavigne. Rest of those is we probably wouldn't have ever had those stocked if Laura hadn't have ordered those. So something a little bit different there. Obviously some stuff people wanted. And let's go into another straight price crate that Paul marked today. This should have some great stuff and great new stuff coming up because there's another crate Laura marked too. So Paramore, My Chemical Romance, Pierce the Veil, Title Fight, Balance and Composure, American Football, Fallout Boy, Title Fight, Avril Lavigne, My Chemical Romance. I keep on forgetting this one. That's another Taking Back Sunday. Louder Now, $29.99. Paramore again, Fallout Boy, Pierce the Veil, and Panic at the Disco. Okay. Is there another Fallout Boy with sugar going down? That is this one right here. If you're asking for another one, this is the one that has it on it. Okay. And then Kiss, does it have original inner sleeves? No. No inner sleeves, nothing. It's just no book, no tattoos, just the disc that we've put in new anti-statics. We've cleaned it. It is now at $5. Theme is stuff Chad would never order. Some of it I would. Avril Lavigne, some of it I'm kind of familiar with, but I'll leave that stuff up to Laura. By the way, Laura, I've got your stuff condensed into 4 crates. So everything Laura's ever ordered, not counting this, is in 4 crates behind me. I keep it all together. I probably should show you where it is, Laura. That way you know what's in stock. And we'll probably, at one night, just mixed in another one. Because I still got the crate with all the dog stuff you ordered, the most recent order. So there's 4 crates of Laura vinyl back here behind me. Justin Garrett on Fallout Boy, yeah. Sugar We're Going Down is on this one, right there. Yep, that's on that one. And this is a new pressing. This was out of print, and it was kind of a UK only on a 2 LP. And it used to be like $50. Okay. All right. Anybody else? NXS, $35 start. Kiss. Still plenty of stuff to auction. And let's go through another pre-owned crate. All right. Move this stuff over here. And then Friday, I've had some people ask, and I really hadn't put my mind to it. I really hadn't thought about it. But, you know, Friday is Black Friday, and we'll probably be doing some insane sales. But you know, the only thing we can really do here is put new vinyl on sale, because our vintage stuff is always on sale, you know, unless it's the first time we're reading through it, like new Paul, new Laura stuff, and sometimes even new John stuff. If it's check condition, sometimes it's sticker price. So, you know, for me, about the only thing we can put on sale here is new vinyl. And if we do that, it will be Black Friday. It'll be the day after Thanksgiving this week. And that'll be our old inventory. And if it's something brand new, like new releases, or it's just 1 week old, probably not fair to have it on sale, especially those that literally just pre-ordered it and just paid for it. But if it's something pretty recent, I'll probably go ahead and run it on sale. Okay? So you can look forward to that Friday night. And I guess maybe we can bring out some really killer stuff. Maybe, I would say, you know, we could maybe bring out some stuff and put it up for low start auctions. That would be about the next craziest sale thing we could do. But, you know, that's about the only thing we can do here. So, okay. We have Kiss 6 and Kiss 5. And NXS is $35. And We Didn't Start the Fire was a single, not on any of those albums. That just answered somebody's question. Justin Garrett got Fallout Boy. These are priced as marked. Any feedback from anybody in the Beatles anthology? I'm loving Anthology 4. There's new unreleased Beatles takes on that album that I have fell in love with. It's amazing, in my opinion. So that. And far as the John crates, the only reason we're able to get so much new vintage out every night is because for the last 5 years, John has put pretty much the same price on every record if it's in the same condition, and then we take offers on them, and then we discount them from there. So the only way we're able to put out a lot of stuff every night is for him to follow his system of pricing, and that's why I take offers on them. And right now, there's virtually, from last week, nothing left from anything that he marked. It was all at some point either straight priced and sold or discounted. So otherwise, if he did the same system Laura and Paul did, these shows would be over by probably 9 o'clock every night, especially the days he would be working, because we'd have to clean them or we'd have to go in and look up. If you notice, John doesn't ever really list pressing plants or specific details. He just kind of cleans them, marks them, and puts them out for sale. And then we discount them from there. Same thing for Laura stuff. If this doesn't sell the first time through, usually the next time we put them up and put them up for offer. Everything's reduced until it does sell. So pretty much everything every night is on sale here, except for the newest new vinyl and the stuff that Laura just marked and Paul just marked. Because I think a lot of times they take a lot of time to find the most accurate comps and price it as marked. And so a lot of this stuff, I'm like, man, this is like bizarrely a great deal, especially for brand new sealed pre-owned. Next thing is Kiss is at 7. Somebody claimed all the My Chemical Romance. I think I've already pulled those unless it was somebody new. Okay? I've already pulled those. Somebody wanted all the MCR. I think I've already pulled those unless it's I missed somebody. NXS is about to be a bite now, and Duran Duran was just laid down. The last bid on Kiss was Chuck Orlatano. It's in G condition, $7. Okay? First thing I have here is the Black Crowes Crowology. A 2023 white with gold and black splatter, $49.99. Halloween Rabbit Don't Come Easy, special edition. 2021 red and black split, Halloween, $39.99. Jerry Lee Lewis, Austin City Limits, live from Austin, Texas. Sealed red vinyl, $24.99. Creedence Clearwater Revival, Tombstone Shadow. This is sealed, $24.99. And Slave to the Grind, Skid Row. A 2020 Record Store Day red vinyl, $69.99. There's no booklet in Kiss Alive 2. Brooks Vaughter first on Black Crows. That's sold to Brooks Vaughter. NXS is a no bid, $35 buy it now. Kiss has no inner sleeves and no book, just the 2 disc in G condition. That's probably why it's at $7. I'm about to sell it. There's only 2 no bids tonight. The first one is NXS The Swing, and NXS is $35, and Double Platinum is $35. An 85 US reissue and shrink, $35 and $35 on those 2. That's the only 2 no bids tonight. Next is Duran Duran Notorious. It's a no bid, looking for a $35 start. Diamond Distance and Liquid Fury, Sonny Vincent, Primitive, 69-76. Sealed, $24.99. Proto Punk Gold from Sonny Vincent's vault. I'll read you the first teaser of the hype sticker there. Lonnie Brooks, Wound Up Tight. Lonnie Brooks is $9.99. Tom Petty on blue vinyl, which was a Target exclusive, $24.99. Susie Breedlove on NXS for $35. That's sold to Susie Breedlove. Chris Poland returned to Metropolis. Chris Poland is sealed, a 2020 pressing, $29.99. Motorhead, Ace of Spades, a 2020 Record Store Day sealed, $34.99. Kiss is sold for $7 to Chuck Oratonlon, Chuck, I struggle with your last name. $7 on that. That's sold to him. Next thing is Double Platinum. It's sold to James Goggin for $35. Margaret Gerhold on Tom Petty. That's sold to Margaret Gerhold. And then Sean Sam was next. Duran Duran on the clock. First thing is another Kiss picture disc. Another Kiss picture disc interview disc from 1981. $25 start. Kiss is now up for bid. 81 picture disc. Halloween, My God Given Right. Sealed, 2021 Cloudy Splatter, $39.99. Incense and Peppermints, the Strawberry Alarm Clock, $29.99. a vintage psychedelic gem, Sundazed reissue, $29.99. And this is Goblin's Blade of Angels and Snakes, a 2020 numbered edition, $24.99. This is a straight price crate, straight priced, no more, no less, newly priced from Paul today. I know everybody's always curious on what type of crate it is. You got a theme here, or do you? Duran Duran, $35 if anybody wants this for a buy it now. Let's get this in a new sleeve. Okay. Laura's already sent me hot pictures for tomorrow. Let me see what this message says over here. Interesting. Okay. Picture disc has a bid for $25, and there's a claim on Strawberry Alarm Clock. 251 people still watching on all platforms. Thank y'all for tuning in tonight. Couldn't do it without y'all. If y'all wasn't here, I'd be talking to myself, and people would think I'm kind of a maniac. Next thing is Stephen Parton on Strawberry Alarm Clock. That is sold. And then Slaughter and the Dogs, Vicious. A 2016 white vinyl, a punk record, $29.99. And this is sealed for $14.99. Septagon, We Only Die Once. 2021 numbered, power metal, $14.99. Billy F. Gibbons, Hardware. It's on colored vinyl, sealed, $24.99. And The Animals, retrospective. The Animals is sealed, great compilation, $39.99. Next auction is going up right now. That is the following. Let's go ahead and put up, from the bonus crate over here, a copy of something. I don't know yet. Van Halen. Let's see what's going on with Mr. Van Halen here. Van Halen is an 84 U.S. club, a Pittman press with the original inner sleeve, VG condition, a $15 start. Billy F. Gibbons, sold to John Durden, Mega Blast 9. Also, Whitechapel, A New Era of Corruption, a 2010 USOG sealed, $89.99, Whitechapel. That's out of print. 1972, The Black Crowes, sealed, $24.99. I remember when that came out, we were heavily allocated. Halloween, this is Seven Sinners, remastered, $34.99. Black and orange split, $34.99. The Kiss picture disc is sold to James Hicks for $25. Thank you, James Hicks. That's sold to you for $25. Let's put that right in here. Van Halen is at $15, and Chuck has it for $15. Jeff Brent was in first. Next one is going to go up right now, and that is, let's see what's going on with Animalize. And Animalize is an 84 U.S. club, sealed, a $35 start. Animalize, sealed, $35 start. And Motorhead, On Parole. On Parole is a 2020 record store day, sealed, $34.99. Black Crowes, sold to Aaron Andrus, done. And then Gorgira, Fortitude. Gorgira is a 2021 pressing on black ice, colored vinyl, $29.99. I think I've got some more solo albums in here to auction, vinyl and picture disc. We did Peter Criss a moment ago. Here is Paul Stanley. This is that Russian edition, 2006 Russian picture disc, EX or better, $20 start for Mr. Paul Stanley. Van Halen 15, 15, 20, now 21. Bo Diddley, 20th anniversary of rock and roll. A sealed 76 OG, $14.99. A sealed copy, $14.99 for Bo Diddley. Jerry Lee Lewis, Mean Old Man. The Killer is Back Where He Belongs, on vinyl. A 2010 USOG, $89.99 for Jerry Lee Lewis. And Joan Jett, released on the vinyl for the first time since '83. This album was out of print until Record Store did it on yellow vinyl in 2013. Record Store Day, numbered yellow vinyl, $49.99. Bo Diddley, sold to Mega Blast 9. Van Halen's at 21. I'm waiting to hear back from Jeff and Patrick. Kiss did not get a bid. This is sealed. A $35 buy now. 84 club copies sealed. And then Paul Stanley's a $20 start, going once, going twice to lock in a bid on that. Gene Vincent and his blue caps. The bop just won't stop. A mono reissue, abridged version. This is sealed, $14.99. First thing is Gorgira. That was Fortitude. It is sealed on black ice colored vinyl. Somebody had wrote a price at one point on the shrink. That will actually come off. Look, it's this magic marker. Look, I'm magic. Now it is $29.99, black ice colored vinyl. Now my thumb has black all over it. Let me wipe it on my black shorts. Over here, Nirvana Bleach. That is sealed for $29.99. Empty matte on K for Kiss. That's sold to empty matte for the buy now of $35. And then over here, Danzig sold on Gorgira. Van Halen is sold to Chuck for $21. Unfortunately, I lost Jeff Brent RTO on that one. That's sold for $21. And Paul Stanley is a buy now for $20. All right, let's see what's over here in our Japanese crate as well. For David Johnson has a conniption fit. He's probably already asleep by now. Let me see what I have over here. The best of Uriah Heep. The best of Uriah Heep. Near mint minus. Japanese pressing. Insert. Obi. Haven't had that one or haven't had it in a while. $35 start. Does have some of the Japanese humidity spots. I don't know if y'all can see that. At the right angle, you can kind of see it. $35 start on that. Paul Stanley is sold to Steve McGee. Paul Stanley on Steve McGee, $20. John Morris was second. Purchases from last night will be Christmas wrapped and put under the tree. That was fun. Thanks, Chad. Thank you for tuning in. The show hadn't even been watched yet. They got a lot of stuff to tag. A lot. Happiness Bastards by the Black Crows, a 2024 pressing on clear vinyl, sealed, $34.99. Our next auction is Kiss, an 85 US Hop Hog reissue. Should have a barcode right there. This is EX edition with the original company sleeve. Kiss is a $35 start. Also in here is Death, Scream Bloody Gore. Death is a 2007 clear with red splatter, $49.99. Motorhead Bastards, 2013, sealed $19.99. And Halloween Chameleon. I always thought that was an odd cover for a Halloween album. That is a 2016 remaster, $34.99. Uriah Heep, $35. Kiss, $35. That's the starting bids on those. Next auction that's going to go up right now is Judas Priest, Point of Entry. And Judas Priest, Point of Entry, is an 81 US Terre Haute, EX or better. Nice OG copy, $25 start. Jeremiah Stasich on Motorhead. That's sold to Jeremiah Stasich. Also, Iron Butterfly, Live at the Galaxy, 1967. Iron Butterfly is sealed. That's an unofficial live pressing, $19.99. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, Strange Behavior. A live unofficial Tom Petty, EX condition, Parachute Records, $27.99. Jerry Lee Lewis, Sometimes a Memory Ain't Enough. A white label promo. Don't recall seeing this one too many times. EX condition, $22.99 for Jerry Lee Lewis. And James Gang, Passing Through, in shrink, VG condition, $9.99 for James Gang, Passing Through. Wow, there's a lot of great stuff still left in that crate. Holy moly. Next time we go through that one, that's going to be insane. Might show it in the group at 6 a.m. I think because there's only like one crate of new vinyl, I'm probably going to show all the sealed stuff from these collections in the 6 a.m. video in the morning. And that means we'll probably recap these again when we start the show tomorrow, which also means probably going to sell a lot of them then. So if you want something out of here, I would say you might want to grab it right now. But first, Mitch T on Tom Petty. Okay, Uriah Heep did not get a bid. So that's a Japanese pressing, the best of Uriah Heep, a $35 start. $35 buy it now it is. That's what I'm trying to say. $35 buy it now on that. 1 second. Okay. Uriah Heep. Kiss has one bid with Michael Anderson for $35, and I don't think Judas Priest has a bid yet. I'm about to tell you if it does right now. Michael Anderson, $35, and then Judas Priest, yeah, $25 start, no bid, it doesn't look like, okay? And then Jeremiah needs to put back the Motorhead. Not a problem. Now, there's a lot left in there. If I recap this crate, it would literally like be going through it almost for a complete second time. So I'm just going to do it quickly, just artist and price. And let's go through the other crate, lower marked, and then we still got 3 crates of vintage over here that John's marked. So hopefully we can get through those as ASAP as possible. Let me click on Facebook over here, and let me make sure. I'm making sure a few new people have contacted us. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook? That would be great. Make sure you've hit the like button on YouTube and you've subscribed and followed our pages. We'll be here every night this week selling, of course, except Thursday night for Thanksgiving. So over here, we have Kiss. This is an 85 US Hot Pog reissue. EX condition. It's about to sell for $35. And then MT Matt needs to put back Animalized. We've went into the hole on this crate. We're going to have to do so. Oh, that was a buy it now. So this is still available. An 84 USOG Club copy. Kiss Animalized, $35. We're going to have to change the course of the direction on this crate. I need somebody to buy, everybody that's watching, pick out at least one record out of this crate. And I guarantee if we do that, they'll all sell. We have Halloween, Rabbit Don't Come Easy, sealed, $39.99. Jerry Lee Lewis, Austin City Limits, sealed, $24.99. CCR Live, sealed, $24.99, colored vinyl. Skid Row, $69.99, red vinyl, record store day. Sonny Vincent, sealed, $24.99. Lonnie Brooks, Wound Up Tight, $9.99 on Lonnie Brooks. Chris Poland, Return to Metropolis, or I think that says Metalopolis, sealed, $29.99 for Chris Poland. Anderson, Michael Anderson does get Kiss for $35. Judas Priest is a no bid, $25 on Judas Priest. I've literally went through this Japanese box, just picking one at a time, whatever's first. Hadn't picked or choosed. And the next one was Foreigner, Double Vision. A Japanese pressing near mint with inserts, $35 start. Motorhead Ace of Spades, sealed, $34.99. Halloween, sealed, $39.99. And Goblin's Blade, sealed, $24.99. Next auction is Lick It Up. And Lick It Up is an 83 US Pittman OG, original inner sleeve, EX, $25 start on that. Next over here is Todd Doris on Skid Row. Somebody was just asking me the other day, was this in print? I'm like, sometimes it is, sometimes it's not. That is so to Todd Doris. Over here, Slaughter and the Dogs, Vicious. Sealed white vinyl, $29.99. This is Surrogate, sealed, $14.99. The Animals Retrospective. There is a house in New Orleans. The Animals, House of the Rising Sun, $39.99. Whitechapel, sealed OG, $89.99. Halloween, that is sealed, $34.99. Motorhead on Parole, sealed, $34.99. Jerry Lee Lewis, $89.99. Joan Jett, sealed, $49.99. Gene Vincent and his Blue Caps, sealed, $14.99. And Nirvana Bleach, sealed, $29.99. Next auction. I think I have another solo album in here. And the next solo album is going to go up, and that's Gene Simmons. And then Gene Simmons is a 78 OG. It has the inner sleeve, the jigsaw poster, and the merch insert. This is complete, VG++, a $25 start. Over here, we have info on Lick It Up. Lick It Up is an 83 US Pitman OG. It's in EX condition, and it's a $25 start. EX condition, it's a $25 start, and it does have a bid for $25. So that one is actually now at a final call, but it is OG. Okay, and then next, we had Whitechapel. Deckelman, these are all sticker price, first time reading through these. Ken Granger on Nirvana. That's sold to Ken Granger. And then the Black Crowes Happiness Bastards. That was sealed for $34.99. Death, Scream Bloody Gore was $49.99. Halloween is sealed $34.99. Iron Butterfly Keyhole, sealed for $19.99. Jerry Lee Lewis EX $22.99. James Gang was VG $9.99. And Motorhead Bastards was sealed $19.99. Foreigner's a buy it now for $35. Foreigner's a buy it now for $35. Near mint and pristine, double vision. $35 on that. Okay. So Kiss and Gene Simmons, the two different bids up right now. Sorry, everything in here is sticker price. Yep. First read through, and we're about to go through another crate that Laura's marked. So Kiss is at 28 with Elizabeth. Gene Simmons has several first bids. Jeff Church was first at 25, and then Michael Anderson. And then Danzig offered 30 for the sealed Animalize over here. That's sold for $30. That's done. Okay, anybody else? We've read through that one twice pretty thoroughly. Let's grab the other crate over here. Blue morning, blue day. Can't you see things my way? Okay. Oh boy. All right, let's take a look in this crate. Oh my gosh. Wow. This has got a wide variety and a lot of great titles. This is going to be a good one, especially the first one. I don't know if I even want to show it. I might want to keep it at that price. I might show it later. I stockpile those. Gene 25, Kiss 28, Kiss 30. Which Halloweens? There was actually, I think, 3 or 5 in there. Gene Simmons 30, Gene Simmons 35. And over here. So, Halloweens. Let me pull them all out. I've stacked this crate way too high. I think there was... Okay, there's the first one. And then... There's the second one. Been a lot of straight price metal tonight. A lot of straight price metal tonight. I got to get it all together so we can do a video just for it. The first one is Chameleon, sealed, $34.99. The second one is My God-Given Right, sealed, $39.99. And the other one is Seven Sinners, sealed, $34.99. Seven Sinners, Chameleon, and My God-Given Right. If you didn't catch that, just let me know. Okay. Kiss 28, Gene 30, Gene 35. Foul offer 30, 25, and you would have done 30, so your choice. Foul. I offer 30, 20, animalize for 20. What happened on that? Are you saying that you offered something for Kiss Animalize before he did? Hold on a minute. Let me see what's going on here. So the first thing that I need to do is say that Kiss Lick It Up is a final call for $28 to Elizabeth Hoskins. The Gene Simmons is at 35 of Jeff Church. It's complete. And then Michael Hamburger says foul. I offered Animalize for 25 and would have done 30, so your choice. Okay, and Gene out, 100%. Is this a lure crate? Take Chameleon. So are you saying you offered $30 for Animalize before he did? Oh, I see what you're saying now. He offered 30 for Animalize before Danzig did. Ah, okay, sorry. I realize now what's happening. And it also realized that I need an energy drink because my brain is tapping out. I was in about 5th gear. I have realized I have went down to probably low or probably neutral. So let me correct this. So Danzig, I apologize. Michael did offer first, and then I took your offer. So what he's saying is he was first and I missed him. He would have done 30 on this. And I thought he was bidding on a Kiss auction. That's what confused me. So I do need to tag this to Michael Hamburger for 30. And sorry for the mess up to both of y'all. Okay, now Alan's still bidding on Lick It Up. It's at 30. And then Gene Simmons is so to Jeff Church because Michael Anderson just went out. All right. I am going to mute my mic for 2 reasons. Here's the first reason. That's what I need some water. And while I walk up front and get an energy drink, which is my allotted second of the night, unless I need to really get an overdrive, I want to thank everybody for watching. We still got a ton of new stuff to show, so if you can hang late with us, this is a good time to be watching. This is a great time to be watching. And we're still got a lure crate here that has never been gone through. And the other thing is we've got a, oh, I need to do the knife of the night. Let me grab the first knife of the night. We still got 3 more vintage crates, which I can hammer through those fast after we get rolling, so. Okay. Whew. Everything we sold last night, and I didn't even get the books or comic books. Tanner was like, "You didn't even sell any comic books." I was like, "I know, I didn't even get to them." And I got to start mixing them in tonight. Same thing with the knives. So if y'all don't know this, we're a case knife dealer. And somebody bid 30, Kiss first. Steve McGee. Boy, this is why I got to get something to drink and refocus. I messed something else up. Yeah, Steve McGee bid 30 first, okay? Steve McGee bid $30 first. So actually, Alan Hagen, you're out. Sorry, he did bid 30 first. So we're a case knife dealer, and one of our biggest sellers for Christmas time, other than probably y'all buying vinyl, is us selling case pocket knives. So we have case pocket knives that range from $30, the cheapest one we offer here, all the way up to as much as, we got some that are $200 or $300, depending on what kind of knife it is, what kind of handle material, blade, etc. So one of the first ones I have here is this camouflage single blade lockback. The most inexpensive and a pretty good knife to give to people, because this one you don't have to worry about losing. Some people don't like carrying around a $100 case knife because if you drop it, lose it, break it. So that one is $30, $29.99. These come new in the box. So we're a Case knife dealer here, have been for 6 years. Case camo caliber steel lockback. So that is $29.99. I'm going to try to bring 1 or 2 out every night, especially if we sell them out. So be thinking about those for gifts, because right now, if you buy something this week, it will be shipped a week from Tuesday if you pay on next Monday. So there's still plenty of time to buy stuff and get it in time for Christmas. Just FYI, okay? Now, Richard Bradshaw claimed 2 Halloween. He wanted Chameleon and 7 Sinners. I have not done that yet. He got Chameleon and 7 Sinners. Okay? So there is your first case knife offering. I'm going to try to just not really push them during the vinyl sales, because I know most of y'all here aren't here to collect knives. But I have them back here for y'all to consider for gifts or maybe for your personal collection. These are sold to Richard Bradshaw. So, yeah, not bad. I have a black one like this. Don't like carrying it in my pocket, and because it'll be one more thing that I lose. And I have plenty of knives here at the store. We have an arsenal of weapons here at the store. We have enough knives here for we could do the 1st battalion or whatever. Okay, so there's that. And we need to put up another auction, AC/DC. This is a lower crate, straight priced. I think y'all are going to really like this. Fleek of the Switch is an 83 US Club, a Columbia Club Edition. And this is EX Plus, a $25 start on AC/DC. $25 start on AC/DC. The knives are $29.99. $29.99 for those. Case, it's a synthetic camouflage lockback. $29.99. That's a good one to give. Well, I shouldn't say to a kid, but that's a pretty good one to give to, you know, a nephew, or, you know, you need a good uncle gift. That's a good uncle gift, okay? Man, I don't know what to get Uncle John. We'll get him a pocket knife, especially an American-made one, okay? Those are American-made. All Case knives are still American-made. They're made in Bradford, Pennsylvania, so great gifts. Nephew gifts, uncle gifts, maybe even, you know, aunts and nieces. You know, your niece needs a good pocket knife too to stab her boyfriend with when he you know, cheats on her. We have Rat on red vinyl. This is $17.99. This is got a crease corner. $17.99. Round and rounded red vinyl. So that's the Walmart red vinyl Rat, $17.99. Over here, Kiss is at $33 with Alan Hagen. No, Kiss is not done. We're at $33 with Alan Hagen. I got to make sure Michael Anderson or Steve McGee went out. Steve went out. This is sold to Alan Hagen for $33. Dave Ferguson gets Rat. This is a pretty incredible crate that Laura's compiled here. Coheed and Cambria, In Keeping Secrets of Silent Earth 3, $32.99. And we have a Ven 7-fold, City of Evil, Ven 7-fold, $29.99. Everybody got really quiet. Okay, moving on. Let me pick up the spirit here. Let me start singing y'all a song. Got to get you into my life. Da-dun-dun, da-dun-dun. I was alone. I didn't alone. This is oh my gosh. This is a 1981 Mexico pressing. I hope Billy Shears is still watching. Oh boy, Billy Shears. Speaking of the Beatles, an 81 Mexico OG sealed, none listed for sale. Seth's left a note here. Good luck finding another. Boy, he's a brat, isn't he? Kiss is a $125 start. The Elder, the shrink does have some tearing at the top, which has exposed the cover, but that's a Mexico OG. $125 start. That was an unadvertised auction there. Okay. And then we have Coheed and Cambria, a Ven 7-fold. Motion City Soundtrack, My Dinosaur Life, $24.99. We have Ozzy, Memoirs of a Madman, No More Tears, $34.99. And Rush, Roll the Bones, $24.99. Roll the Bones, remastered, sealed. Cage the Elephant, Tell Me I'm Pretty, $17.99. Kiss 125, Kiss 125. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is old Peter Criss. Peter Chris is a 78 Terre Haute. It has the inner sleeve. It has the insert. It has the poster. It has the Kiss Army insert. It's in VG Plus condition. It's a $20 start. And that is Peter Chris, a $20 start, VG Plus condition. Mitch T on Rush. Sold to Mitch T. Rush. Sold to Mitch T. Kiss, Music from the Elder. LP 3057. It says Polygram down here. I don't see it as marked anywhere as a promo. The shrink does have some tearing, okay? I mean, it's like barely hanging on right there. But it is, in fact, never sealed. Okay? Or never, excuse me, never opened. And I don't see any promo markings unless I'm not looking for the right thing. Peter Chris is OG and complete. All right. We got Taylor Swift Red, sealed. And don't forget, Laura loves Taylor Swift, $27.99. Also, don't forget, perfect for your niece or nephew, the Tortured Poets Department, sealed, autographed insert, JSA'd, $350. Okay, $350. Classic Voices, or excuse me, Voices of Classic Rock. All original remastered Walmart Classic Rock compilation, just $14.99. So Brian Connors, you were in fact second on Elder. So Mike Anderson still has it for $125. Steve McGee, Larry has Peter Chris for $25. Jeff Church on Taylor Swift. I'm assuming for red and not the autograph. Thank you, Jeff. That's so to you. All right, let's pull something from the bonus crate. And that is AC/DC, Dirty Deeds, Darn Dirt Cheap. 81 OG Specialty Press, VG++ condition, a $20 start on AC/DC. Tracks on Classic Rock. All Right Now by Free. Hold On Loosely, 38 Special. Some Kind of Wonderful, Grand Funk. The Stroke, Billy Squire. Aaliyah, Donnie Iris. Funk 49, James Gang. Sweet Home Alabama, Leonard Skinner. Bad to the Bone, George Thorogood. You Ain't Seen Nothing Yet, BTO. Raise a Little Hell by Trooper. Roller by April Wine. And Never Been Any Reason by Head East. $14.99. Elder has a new bid for $126. Peter Chris has a new bid for $28. Elder has a bid for $130. AC/DC is a $20 start. I'll have to get an exact answer from Laura, but I think the Laura Crate stickers were putting a little bit too much of a time stress on her getting out marked and stuff ready than she needed. So I tried doing something a little bit different the last time, as far as like little hidden surprises and stuff, and I don't think that caught on. But as far as her making stickers, she's made one every now and then, but she is, I think it was really putting a time constraint on her to do everything she needed to do in a day, especially make 5 original pieces of artwork on top of having to price records. So I think for her to kind of get out what she needed to price, and we didn't really talk about it. She just kind of stopped making them, and that's up to her. But I think it's probably because she was really stressed out maybe on trying to get everything done she needed to. So I think she'll make them when she has time to make them. This is sold to Sully, and that is sold to Sully. But I really haven't got to talk to her about it. So I think it's just where it was starting to become almost a the time it was taken to, I think, her to make those and make them thorough, and it's just it was causing problems. And then I think it was also causing other problems that we hadn't even discussed, like I got one, I haven't got one, and somebody else has got one. And so so yeah, maybe we'll take a pause from it, and I'll talk to her about it. Maybe we'll bring it back at some point. But I think some people have been under the impression we've been giving these away to people, and some people's getting them and some people's not. And so behind the scenes, we've had to deal with a lot of drama with Laura stickers. So I think she just maybe wanted to put it to rest for a while. So it was overwhelming there for a while. So it's almost like platter packs last night. It was starting to almost cause some people to get angry. So I think if we ever sell something here, it's got to be balanced and very fair. Otherwise, it's almost a hassle. That's why the auctions have to be balanced and fair. First come, first serve on the crates. You can't lean one way or another, even if it's a giveaway. Even if we're giving something away, because not everybody's going to get something. I've been trying to figure out what to do for Christmas, and I'm like, man, if we put it out in everybody's orders, but then somebody didn't order that week, then they're not going to get a gift. So we have Santana. Santana is unopened, $29.99. So I'm trying to figure out what can I do for our customers for Christmas. Well, if we put something in somebody's order that ships out this week and you didn't order this week, that means you're not going to get a free whatever if I do put something in there. It could be a Christmas ornament. It could be a Christmas card. And then if we do it even the next week, well, if somebody bought from us for 3 years but they hadn't bought from us in a month, then they're not going to get whatever I'm putting it in people's boxes. So, it's like, And then people start talking about it and sharing pictures, and then everybody's mad because they didn't get one, and then they think I hate them. So, I don't know. It's very hard to keep things fair here. Extremely hard. Probably the biggest challenge. Elders at 135 of Mike Anderson. Peter Chris is at 35 of Jeff Church. And then next thing over here is Donna got Santana. Bill Totchin on Cage the Elephant. Okay? Over here. So last thing is Kiss. Music from the Elders, a sealed 81 Mexico press. Brian Connors, it's really just up to you. Mike Anderson has it for 135. Brian has it for 136. Peter Chris is complete and OG. Peter Chris is complete and OG. Jeff Church has it for 35. Steve McGee's out. And I want to show AC/DC one more time. 81 OG, $20 start on that. Okay? We're going through a new crate that Laura's marked here. And Bush, 16 stone, 2 LP clear vinyl, sealed, $39.99. And Pearl Jam is on purple vinyl, a Target exclusive, $24.99. Big stuff in here. We also have In Flames, A Sense of Purpose, $27.99, green vinyl. Laura does a fantastic job. So does Paul and John and G and Ed and Steve and John and Tanner and Jake and Jill and Jack and Julie and Tony and Steve and everybody else that I probably just left out. Mark Stanley on In Flames, sold. And so one of our challenge here is like, if we're going to do a giveaway, if we're going to give something to, how do we make it fair? And, I think some people are under the impression we were just sending out stickers to people for free, and then they're like, man, I didn't get one of those. Margaret Gerhold on Pearl Jam, Scott Dwallow next on In Flames. And then, I forgot about Seth, my bad. Bush is sold to Stephen Parton. And then over here we have Kiss has a new bid with Billy Shears, 145. So now, Mike, you're out. Now, Brian, you're out. And now, Patrick, you're out. But Brian's back in at 150. Okay? Next is Queens of the Stone Age in Times New Roman. Don't forget, Laura loves Queens of the Stone Age. Red vinyl, $29.99. Thundercat. And Thundercat is red vinyl, $14.99. And then, and also, Laura's an artist. And I've also learned with artists, just like Steve and his artwork, that was something else. Steve, he's been putting random, pieces of art in people's boxes. And that was truly random. He just draws something up and sticks it in there. And what I've learned with artists is don't disturb the artist, right? Do you think somebody was walking in there when Leonardo was painting the Mona Lisa and was asking for him to paint something else? So I'm like, don't bother the artist. Next thing is Elder, 150. Stephen Parton on Queens of the Stone Age. Elder's at 175. Thundercat is sold to Mitch T. Ron Mustaine second. And we have Elder at 176. Peter Chris is officially sold. And Peter Chris is sold to Jeff Church for $35. And AC/DC did not get a bid. and that's a $20 buy now. Great crate here, she's marked. We still got 3 crates of vintage stuff to blast through. Opeth Ghost Reveries, limited to 4,000 on silver and black vinyl, unopened at $34.99 for Opeth. Candlebox Happy Pills, $19.99. Queens of the Stone Age is already sold. AC/DC Dirty Deeds is an 81 OG VG++, a $20 buy it now. Elders at $180. Scott, if you don't want AC/DC, Sean Sam does. Stephen Parton gets Candlebox. Next auction. Let's pull something else from the bonus crate. I've got Twisted Sister. And Twisted Sister is an 87 USOG VG+, Love Is for Suckers, a $20 start. Jeremiah Stasich on Opeth. Scott Arnold gets AC/DC. Elders at $180. I think it's up to Brian Connors. Billy Shears has already went out. Great Live Hendrix here. Freedom, $19.99. Pressed at QRP. Walmart exclusive red, white, and blue swirl. $19.99 on that. Europe, The Final Countdown. Purple vinyl, $19.99. John LaBeatty next on Candlebox. Jordan Underhill next on Candlebox. Jim Handy, you were second on Opeth. Twisted Sister has bids for $20 and $20. Elders at $81. I think I can come up with another solo album to auction. I've got a couple more Elders in here too that I know that while Billy Shears is still watching, he's my #1 Elder collector. Plus, his name's Billy Shears. Here's 2 more Elders. I've got an 81 OG and a Unique Matrix. Brings up listing, but jacket doesn't match. Uh-oh. Sounds like we need to do that one next. Seth found one. He didn't know what he was doing. I mean, Seth got confused. Poor Seth. I think he's coming in. Seth's going to be here at 5 a.m. in the morning to watch his sale, so I better talk bad about him so he can hear it. If you want to bid on this one, put DTK. Put DTK for Dress to Kill. This is a 77 repress. Couldn't find the exact matrix. No plan ID. VG condition, a $15 start. So basically, here's what Seth said. I have no idea what this is. Good luck bidding. $15 start, VG condition. Next thing is Twisted Sister 2020. Steve Little bid first, so Alex Miller, Sean, you're out. Stephen A. Young got Jimi Hendrix. Stephen Parton got Europe. Tony Freeman was next on Europe. Elder has a new bid for $185. Twisted Sister 23. John LaBeatty next on Europe. Elders at $186. And Twisted Sister is at 23 with Sean Miller. Taylor Swift, Speak Now. Sealed, $27.99. Water Parks. Blue vinyl, $29.99. Water Parks. Limited edition pressing on clear and blue vinyl. 1 second, please. Okay, sorry about that. All right, Twist 24, Elder 190, Twist Sister 26. Elder 191. Neil Young Harvest, all analog remaster. I know this album forwards and backwards. $24.99. Drive-By Truckers, Decoration Day. Drive-By Truckers, a 2 LP, $22.99 on Drive-By Truckers. Lacuna Coil, Shallow Life. Alternative rock, goth, bluish vinyl, $14.99 for Lacuna Coil. Excuse me. Thurston Moore, Sonic Youth related, $19.99. Elders at $191. Looks like we're done on Twisted Sister. Stephen Parton on Lacuna Coil. And then Dress to Kill, Unknown Pressing, VG. I never did open my monster. $15 start. Twisted Sisters at 26. Now that was a good monster. Sean Miller on Neil Young Harvest. Old man, take a look at my life. I'm a lot like your... something like that. We have Rise Against Ricochet, orange vinyl, $24.99. Coheed and Cambria, the second stage turbine blade, a 20th anniversary, $49.99. Laura loves Coheed, $49.99. Twisted Sister, sold to Sean Miller for $26. And wow, so somebody can get definitely a vintage Dress to Kill. It's on the second label. Not bad. I mean, if you don't have a vintage copy of this, 15 bucks. Conservatively a VG. Okay. Sean on CC. That's Coheed and Cambria. Sold to Master Moss 666. And that really fills up my crate. Let me do a swap. Elder 196 Dress to Kill. Sold to Alan Hagen. Happy Gilmore Monster. Now that's a good monster. Yep. Oh, Happy. Feel the energy, Happy. Up and down and around like a merry-go-round. Next auction, Young Frankenstein soundtrack. Gene Wilder, Mel Brooks. Gatefold jacket, VG cover, VG vinyl. Young Frankenstein, $15 start. Okay. What color is the text on that Dress to Kill label? Well, it's already sold, but I think it was black. All right. And I need a new empty crate. Jake has 1,000 of them over here. Let me go grab this. That was a surprise pull from some stuff John marked. Just so y'all know, the schedule itinerary tonight, we still got some vintage stuff to go through. John has got me like 4 more crates of 45s over here, including lots of stuff to auction. It's been so busy tonight with Kiss stuff. I had a lot more to auction. I'm about to start putting more of those up. Let me get that box a little bit closer. But he found an incredible Beatle stash, Prince stash, and I think this one's just a little bit of everything. So we're going to continue tonight with more singles. Folks, I even got Milli Vanilli over here. So let's put up another Elvis right quick while I'm over here around them. So much to do, so little time. Elvis Presley sings What I'd Say. Elvis Presley, Viva Las Vegas. Very cool. A little bit of wear on that side, but not bad. $10 start. Okay. And then over here, so excuse me. The buy it now for Dress to Kill in that last crate. Let me do a correction here. The buy it now for the last crate was Alan Hagen. Okay. Then Scott Arnold. So Alan Hagen got Dress to Kill, then Scott Arnold. Young Frankenstein, I keep saying Y and T too. Young Frankenstein, 1515. Young Frankenstein, 20. Young Frankenstein, 22. Young Frankenstein, 24. Young Frankenstein, 25. Okay. And so the sealed Elder over here is sold to Brian Connors for $196. All right. Now, as y'all know, I've got other Kiss surprises, maybe even some high-end Kiss surprises. So that's going to be the first thing in this crate. Young Frankenstein's at 25. Elva Viva Las Vegas is a $10 start. Let's grab that other Elder I was talking about. And that's this one right here. So let's figure out what exactly this is, because I know y'all can figure it out. Kiss Music from the Elder. The note on the back says, Unique Matrix brings up a Columbia Record Club listing, but jacket doesn't match. 53 Hauppauge, 81 US lyric inner sleeve. VG. Wow, it has a printed lyric inner sleeve. Isn't that pretty scarce? VG condition. Kiss Music from the Elder. VG condition. A $15 start. It has a printed inner sleeve. I think that's a pretty big deal, but I may be wrong. It has a gatefold jacket. The first track is Just a Boy, or Fanfare and Just a Boy. Gatefold jacket. The spine does have a ding. It's about to peel off right there. $15 start. Brian Connors has already bid $50. I think that inner sleeve is a lot to do with it for sure. We're about to find out whenever I call this thing sold. Brian Connors has Elder for $50. Young Frankenstein's about to sell for $25. Elvis does have a bid for $10. We have All That Remains, The Fall of Ideals, $19.99. The first song on the disc is The Oath. The Oath. Elder has another bid for $75. Misfits, a Record Store Day Essential, sealed green vinyl, $34.99. Contains a lyric sheet. A lyric sheet. Okay. There we go. What is it that was... okay. Never mind. We won't get off on that tangent. Ozzy, Bark at the Moon, blue vinyl, $24.99. Rush Counterparts, sealed, just $24.99 for Rush. Wow. Chevelle, Neradius, $19.99. And Taylor Swift, Folklore. Laura loves Taylor Swift. Go vinyl, $24.99. All right, Regina gets Elvis. Viva Las Vegas for $10. Young Frankenstein is sold for $25. That's sold to Chris Frazier. Modern Day Warrior, Mean Stride. Today's Tom Sawyer, mean. Oh, Rush. I played my Rush pinball machine the other night. Hadn't had it on in a couple weeks. Been too busy. Every once in a while I walk by and I'm like, do I want to spend 30 minutes? Yeah, I need to clear my brain, so I'll go over there and fire it up. Elder 75, Elder 76. Rush is sold to Ryan Mustaine. JCB, you were second. Sean Miller on Chevelle. Elder 80. Okay? The next auction. Crocus. That's with a K. Alive and Screaming. An 86 USOG. Indianapolis. Near mint minus a $20 start. Crocus. Alive and Screaming. There's no more in here. Let's recap those very quickly. Then we're about to get into some true vintage stuff. 1028. It's late to be showing new stuff for sure. Still got 233 people watching on all platforms. That includes Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, and X. Thank y'all for tuning in. Coheed and Cambria, $32.99. Avenged Sevenfold, $29.99. Motion City Soundtrack, My Dinosaur Life, $24.99. Ozzy, Memoirs of a Madman, sealed, $34.99. Taylor Swift, sealed, $27.99. Kelly Vlodderchick on Coheed and Cambria. Kiss is at $80 of Mike Anderson. It's up to Brian Connors. Water Parks is on blue vinyl, $29.99. Drive-By Truckers is $22.99. Decoration Day. Thurston Moore, Psychic, $19.99. Rise Against, Ricochet, $24.99. All That Remains, $19.99. The Fall of Ideals. Misfits is on glow-in-the-dark vinyl, The Collection, $34. Ozzy, Bark at the Moon, blue vinyl, $24. And Taylor Swift Folklore, $24.99. Next auction. See if I've got a Kiss solo album in here we can do. I've got Alive, Elder, Gene Simmons, Destroyer, Lick It Up, self-titled, Rock and Roll Over, Peter Criss, Gene Simmons, Lick It Up, Elder, Dressed to Kill, Destroyer, Unmasked, Creatures of the Night, self-titled, Gene Simmons, self-titled, Dressed to Kill, Elder, Unmasked, Love Gun, Rock and Roll Over, Love Gun, Dressed to Kill, Gene Simmons, Paul Stanley, Destroyer, Rock and Roll Over, Double Platinum, and Love Gun. Next auction is Peter Criss. Next auction is Gene Simmons, a 2006 Russian picture disc. A 2006 Russian picture disc, $20 start. $20 start. Elder 81, Kelly Vladarchuk on the Misfits. You did hear Milli Vanilli. And then Sean Miller wants Ozzy. Okay? Milli Vanilli single. It was next in my auction. I skipped it to do Elvis. Hopefully that didn't offend anybody. But let me go ahead and grab Milli Vanilli. Blame It on the Rain. $7 start. Okay? And let me grab this next crate of vintage as soon as I move this crate. Okay, Chevelle. Did I sell Chevelle? Sean Miller. I pulled that, right? Yeah. Okay. He's out. Elder, final call to Brian Connors for $81. Gene Simmons, $20. I will say a $20 start. And then Croak is about to be a bite now. All right. And then Donna, I know you sent the page. Now that I seen your name pop up, I thought about it earlier and I asked Ed. I know you sent the page a list of 45s you wanted. And just give me some time to find those boxes again. They're not mixed up. They were consolidated, but if I can find them, I'm going to pull them out for you. But honestly, they're going to be pretty challenging to find because I did kind of consolidate and mix up some boxes. But I think if I find the right box and I can remember what night those were on, I can pull those for you, okay? But 45 sometimes can be a challenge to relocate. There's now 15 boxes, so you can imagine me trying to find those. But they're still here in this building. All right, let me grab the next crate of vintage. And let me move this stack of crates back. We are packed to the gills in here. All right. I see Chicago, AC/DC, James Taylor, Cat Stevens, Van Halen, Elvis, Aretha. That one looks pretty good. Renaissance. And let's just do that one. Okay. Okay, Elder is sold to Brian Connors for $81. Let's look at Crocus one more time. I may have only said the starting bid once, so it's probably worthy for me to show this again. Crocus is an 86 OG near mint minus $20 start. So it is OG, and it does have the inner sleeve. It's a $20 start. Gene Simmons is with John Morris at $25. And then Milli Vanilli is at $14 with Stephen Parton. Okay, and I think we're caught up. He's out, or she's out. Final call on that. All right, these are all buy it now, best offer. Reflex, The Politics of Dancing. Unfortunately, there's some writing on the cover, but other than that, clean. $19.99. We have Renaissance Novella. Renaissance is $9.99. Aretha, 86 sealed, $24.99. Elvis, as recorded at Madison Square Garden, $19.99. Jackson Browne Holdout, $14.99. Elvis, Legendary Performer Volume 3 Picture Disc, $24.99. John Cougar, American Fool, $19.99. Crocus has a bid for $20. Final call. Milli Vanilli sold for $14 to Stephen Parton. And Gene Simmons is sold to John Morris for $25. Has a bid for $25. Tyson's at $26. Crocus is now at $22. Next Kiss auction. Let's see what's going on with, let's not do 3 Elders in a row, but this looks pretty unusual. This is a UK unofficial picture disc of Unmasked, okay? This is Kiss Unmasked, a 2021 UK unofficial picture disc. A UK unofficial picture disc, 2021 of Unmasked. $55 start. Right now, the only no bids is Japanese Foreigner 35, Judas Priest for 25, Uriah Heep for 35, and Duran Duran for 35. And we need to put up another Japanese pressing before David Johnson has a conniption fit. That's tonight's word of the night. I've been trying to find something he needs and something he wants. So far, I've been out of luck. Let's literally do the next handful. There's not going to be anything in here he wants. Let's see if he wants this one. This will be the closest thing I can find. Alabama 40-hour week, a promo copy, a white label promo, $35 start. $35 start, okay? Over here, we will not be getting record store day titles, Kevin. No, we won't. Crocus is at 22. Stephen Parton says he wants to pay for Milli Vanilli and send it to Donna Turner. Stephen says, I want to pay for it, but send it to Donna Turner. James Hicks gets Elvis Presley. Is that for Madison Square Garden, or is that for the picture disc, James? Gene Simmons has a new bid for $29. Mike Owen wants the Duran Duran Japanese pressing. This is sold to Mike Owen. Thank you, Mike Owen. That's sold to you. And then Reflex was $19.99. All righty. Kiss has a bid for $55. Gene Simmons is at $30. Gene Simmons out. Crocus, Allen Hagen, $22. I'm going to make sure Kevin Walker's out. He is. And then there's Alabama promo. And then we're going to see which one James Hicks wants here. Big City, Merle Haggard, $14.99 for Merle Haggard. Paul Simon, Graceland, $29.99. Original inner sleeve. You can call me Al. James wants the Elvis picture disc. Sold to him. Van Halen has the poster with it. This does have the David Lee Roth poster. Very nice copy, $54.99 on that one. And Paul Simon, Hearts and Bones, shrink and hop sticker, clean, $19.99. Billy Joel, The Stranger, $14.99. Original inner sleeve, Billy Joel, The Stranger. And John Denver, Rocky Mountain High, Colorado. All right. And then we have Reflex. It's sold to Kevin Willis. And send it to Deanna Carlton. Deanna Carlton. I think I know who that is. Sell that to Kevin and send it to Deanna Carlton. Deanna Carlton. Kevin, I don't know if she even buys from us anymore. I'll have to look up that name. I don't think we've had an invoice from her. And I say that because if not, let me see here. Deanna hasn't made a purchase from us since April of last year. I mean, we can still send it to her, but we may have to bill you for postage on that one if that's okay. But I don't think she hadn't bought from us in like a year and a half. Over here, picture disc. And next is Cat Stevens, Buddha in the Chocolate Box. $14.99 for Cat Stevens. And Elton John, Breaking Hearts. $19.99 for Elton John, Breaking Hearts. Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, Working Band. And that's $14.99. He says send it to Stacy Mitternich. Now, Stacy has had an invoice. Stacy has had an invoice every week with us for like 5 years. So she has an order every week. She has the longest active streak, I think, than anybody. We can send it to Stacy Mitternich. Yep. Okay. Over here, Crocus is sold to Allen Hagen for $22. Gene Simmons is sold to Tyson Morgan for $30. This is sold to him for $30. Thank you on that one. Stacy's on here every night. Some people, I don't know what happened to them. They'll just disappear. And they'll be buying, and we just lose all communication. And sometimes they'll get on 2 years later, a year later, and they'll be like, sorry, I'm back. We had one guy being like, sorry, I was out of the country for 2 years. And I was like, boy, that's suspicious. What do you do? CIA, Intel? Alabama's a $35 buy it now. That's a no bid, a white label promo. Yeah, I had to go to Russia for a couple years, but I'm back now. Yeah, I was over there in Moscow for a couple years in the Kremlin or in the Gulag, one of the two. But I'm back now, Chad. Okay, we have Johnny Cash, $24.99 in shrink wrap. The London Howlin' Wolf Sessions, $34.99 for London Howlin' Wolf. And Van Halen is $44.99. It has the original inner sleeve, Van Halen, and Scritti Politti, Wood Bees Absolute, 12-inch single, $9.99. Who got the Unmasked? Unmasked went to Solarplex, no, Oso Adventure. Hold on a second, did I not say? It went to Oso Adventure for $55. Oso Avenger for $55. Oso Avenger, $55. Thank you. All right, next auction, right after I pull Lewis Kulik, Nitty Gritty. There's that. Had job focus. I've been told that before. Not saying that's a bad thing, but some people's like, listen, I got to focus on my job. And I'm like, dang, you do? Shoot. That means you're not going to buy records anymore. Kiss Unmasked, unofficial, red wine vinyl, $55 start. Back to back, Unmasked, this time red vinyl, unofficial, $55. The other one, picture disc, is already sold. It's gone, and it's sold to Oso Adventure. If you want to bid on this one, put R-A-R-O for Rock and Roll Over. Do not put Kiss. This is R-A-R-O. VG, $15 start. And some people said, Chad, I've literally quit my job so I can watch your show more. And I'm like, boy, I don't know if that's good or bad. This is $9.99. Balangamanch. Balankmanganja. Balangamanji. That is $9.99. This is the concert for Bangladesh. The concert for Bangladesh is $49.99. This is book with records, $49.99. Concert for Bangladesh. Bangladesh. I've heard George Saracen say Bangladesh and Bangladesh. Joni Mitchell, For the Roses, $19.99 for Joni Mitchell. James Taylor, Dad Loves His Work. James Taylor, $14.99. Carole King Thoroughbred is $14.99. And we got Mike Owen on Balangamanj. Blankamanji. So to Mike Owen. This does have a poster with it. It does. It's this. Much more like a vertical insert than the actual full poster that came with the original. But yes, it does. Okay. Rock and Roll Over is a 76 OG Terre Haute. No stickers. Just the original inner sleeve. There's the label. No teardrop. No sticker. Just the inner sleeve. It's a Terre Haute original. $15 start. $15 start is the minimum bid. No condition notes on Bangladesh. Clean, and the box isn't too bad. The box is notorious for being crushed and worn out. Not too bad on that one. Unmasked is an unofficial on red vinyl, a $55 start. Rock and Roll Over is a $15 start. And then we're going to pull something over here from the bonus crate. And that one is going to be Van Halen's 5150. And then a Japanese pressing. Let's do the Japanese pressing first. This is Y&T Earthshaker. Y&T Earthshaker is a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. A $35 start. With Obi and insert, $35 start. Art Garfunkel watermark. Art Garfunkel, $9.99. Frank Sinatra, Come Back to Sorrento, or Sorrento, S-O-R-Rento, Sorrento. Sinatra, this should be on an earlier Columbia label. Probably why John had to put it in a new inner sleeve. Probably was in a baggie, and it was probably destroyed. Columbia 6i. Unmasked has a bid for $55. Rock and Roll Over has one bid for $15. It's about to sell to Paula. And Y&T's a $35 start. Just laid it down. Another Steve Miller greatest hits. This time, we had like a VG copy earlier. How about a UK in near mint minus? $34.99. We have Blues Image Open. Blues Image is $24.99. Ride, Captain Ride on Your Mystery Ship is on that album. Took me forever to finally find a super nice copy of that because it's the black cover, just really tough to find. Let's jump over here. This is Genesis, self-titled, $19.99, and MC Hammer, Pray. MC Hammer, $16.99. Wow, 1990, 12-inch single. Blues Image is OG, no conditionals on the vinyl, does have some cover wear, $24.99. This is a best offer crate. But Adam, somebody else just claimed Blues Image if you don't want it. Unmasked is sold to James Hicks for $55. Paula, you were outbid on Rock and Roll Over. We have several Kiss self-titles over here. I don't think I've sold the one that was in the hot picture, though. And let me jump over here and see if we still got it. From the hot picture, I still got Unmasked, Crazy Nights, Destroyer, Another Dress to Kill, Another Elder, and Dynasty. We better put up Another Elder. And this is an 81 USPRC Compton Original. Gatefold is stuck together. That's not good. The track listing on the back cover is in the wrong order. The first track on side A is The Oath. VG Plus condition, $15 start. So the gatefold is stuck together. We haven't tried to, but that means it got a little damp at some point. And when you open this, unless you can carefully do it, it's going to probably rip, okay? So Blues Image is sold to Richard Yeager. Mitch T, I will do 35 on Bangladesh. That will be 15 off and 5 more than what your offer was. Nat Reynolds on MC Hammer. We can go ahead and sell Rock and Roll Over to Michael Wood for 20. And Y&T is called Earthshaker. It is a Japanese pressing. No condition notes on that. This is buy it now best offer, yes. Sinatra was $19.99. Y&T's a final chance to get a bid on that one. And Elder is a $15 start. Mitch T on Bangladesh. Sold. Moving on. Van Halen 5150. An 86 USOG. Solid EX. Original inner sleeve. $30 start. Over here, Y&T is a $35 start. 35 on Y&T. $35 start. Steve Miller is sold to James Hicks for $25. Adam Bernardi gets Frank Sinatra for $12. Great crate here, new vintage stuff. Also, I have Chicago 17 for $14.99. High Voltage is $29.99. $29.99. Ella wishes you a swinging Christmas. A Verve acoustic sound series, just $24.99. Van Halen is in fact an 86 US original. 86 US original. It's Van Halen 1984. There's a Van Halen in here that still is 84 still in here? Yeah, this one. Maybe you saw that one. Yeah, this is US original. Self-titled 9001. I'll see what I have in just a second. The Simon Sisters sing the Lobster Quadrille. The Simon Sisters is $19.99. Walt Disney's Addition and Subtraction, $19.99. And Elvis Presley, His Hand in Mine, his gospel record, a reissue, $14.99. 44 on Van Halen in the crate. Elton John, Too Low for Zero. I'm Still Standing, $19.99. Y&T is a buy it now for $35, no bid. Y&T's a buy it now for $35. That is a no bid. Let's get that in a new sleeve. Okay. Earthshaker. Elder's a no bid. $15 buy it now. VG Plus condition. The gatefold is stuck together, so that's probably, I don't know how you grade that. I guess VG minus with an asterisk or a VG. It's really, if you look at it, it's like a VG Plus jacket, but there's an asterisk. Cover, gatefold stuck together. And then over here, Van Halen is a $30 start. So the next question was, what is a Van Halen 1984? Van Halen 1984 price. Price on Van Halen 1984. How much is Van Halen 1984? Van Halen 1984 in the crate, in a buy it now or best offer crate, is an OG with the original inner sleeve that is in fantastic condition. Near mint minus, EX++, $44.99. Lewis Kulick gets Chicago for $10. No problem. Chad Anderson gets Elder for $15. AC/DC is new and sealed for $29.99. Yes, that's brand new and sealed, $29.99. So yes, I do have several plethoras of KISS self-titles in here, and that have never been ran for auction. So let me see what we got over here. That's a good sign. That's not a good sign. That's weird. And that's not a good sign. So here is, in fact, a 7001. I have, I don't have a 9. In this little batch, I don't have one. I've got 74 U.S. third press, 76 U.S. unofficial, and 1980 Japan. These are all different pressings. Let's do the unofficial on red vinyl. Unofficial, EX, red vinyl, reddish vinyl, almost pinkish clear to me. $45 start on KISS. All right, and then our next Japanese pressing is Quiet Riot. I've been going down the Japanese pressings, just right down the line on the Japanese pressings. And this is Quiet Riot, Live Riot, near mint minus and pristine, a 4-track including Bang Your Head. This may have a poster with it. It does. This includes a Quiet Riot. No, these include inserts, okay? So this is Quiet Riot insert. There's Rudy Sarzo, Carlos de Cavazo, Kevin Dubrow, and Frankie Banali. I don't know how many of those names I got close, but it looks like it's complete, and that's a $35 start. Elder does not have the Obi. Okay. Next is Frank Sinatra's Greatest Hits Volume 2, $14.99. Topographic gets Ella Fitzgerald for $18. Great buy. Thank you. We got Paul Cantor, Gray Slick, $14.99. High Voltage OG. Talking about High Voltage OG can get complicated because these albums originally came out in Australia, so those pressings, those true first pressings, are extremely desirable and expensive. But a U.S. press from 76, yellow Atco and super high grade, it could be $50 plus. A super clean AC/DC high voltage, maybe more than that. I mean, we don't get those too often. But a real high voltage is from Australia. Those are pretty rare records. Okay. Kelly Vladicek on Sinatra. Make a note, ship to Jack Gunn, G-U-N-N. They know what that means. So that's so to Kelly. Pay for it. Ship it to Jack Gunn, please. James Gang Live in Concert, $19.99. Freedom Suite, The Rascals, $19.99. Billy Joe Piano Man, early 80s press, $19.99. And Dirty Deeds, an 81 Columbia press, $44.99. Super clean. This is a Columbia Club edition. Dirty Deeds, and they're done dirt cheap. All right, no bid on Van Halen 5150. It's an 86 USOG, solid EX, a $35 buy it now on that. It's going right in here. The unofficial KISS self-titled on pink vinyl, $45 buy it now. It's going right in there. And then Quiet Riot, Live Riot, $35 star, 1 and 4. Hey, 25% ain't bad if you're winning the lottery. KISS Destroyer, pass. KISS Unmasked is our next auction. Hey, it does have the poster. This is a 1980 US PRC Compton original press. VG condition, $20 start, inner sleeve and poster. Here's what everybody wants to see. Let's go to the God view. There's what the original Unmasked poster looked like. Very cool. If you open that up as a kid and got that, you probably been like, hot diggity dog, give me some thumbtacks. That's going up on my wall in my bedroom above my bed. VG cover with noticeable ring wear, $20 start on that. Okay. Next thing is Van Halen is sold to Alex Miller for $35. Jordan Underhill gets Kiss for $45. John LeBeatty next on 5150 is the yellow on colored vinyl. The yellow Fitzgerald you just bought was in fact on black vinyl. It was the Acoustic Sound series. That's the more audiophile leaning pressing of that. Kiss is at 20, 20, and 20. Do you think you have a high voltage in the store? I'll take the new copy and the shrink and answer my questions. Okay? No merchant form and Unmasked. If we get a nice 76 high voltage, US or Australian, or just about any copy, they go up for auction. Okay? So that's not a record I can just go put my hands on and be like, here it is. I've got one for sale right now. Occasionally you might see one slip in the crate, but that would be unusual. So high-grade AC/DC records, especially the earlier catalog, is auctioned. New auction. Unmasked is getting bids. Quite Right is a buy it now for $35. This is called Live Right. Tag this to Todd Saw. And I think earlier El Snapatan wanted this Iron Maiden, but he was new and I had him pay his invoice. I'm going to go ahead and tag that for him because I think he asked for it 2 or 3 times. Then he paid for his invoice, so he's definitely eligible to get that. And that way I'm going to go ahead and change out the crates here for a second, or the back wall. Dirty Deeds is very nice. It's an OG club copy, $44.99. Okay? So, Donna, the Milli Vanilli was gifted to you. This was gifted to you by Stephen Parton. So here's the order on Quiet Right. It was a $35 buy it now. We got an offer for $25, an offer for $30, an offer for $30, and an offer for full price. So that's set back there forever, no bid. And now we have 5 claims on it. Everybody's waiting to snipe it, but it is still going to be full price because we have an offer, a higher offer, a tied offer, and then John's, well, heck, I'll throw in my offer. I'm willing to pay full price. So now 5 people want it. The first dibs goes to Oso Adventure. Oso, all of a sudden, there's a high demand for the Quiet Right. And then Jeff Brent also just asked the price. It's $35. I do have an expensive Kiss record from last week's Kiss Night that we still have not sold. And this is Greatest Kiss. And when I looked it up, it's priced fairly. There's only one for sale for $500, and that's kind of what they sell for. I've got mine priced at $395. It's a 2022 limited edition 500 picture disc of Greatest Kiss, $395. So, Oso, it's quite right to you, but it will be $35. You can say sold or pass, and then I'll go to the next person in line if you pass. Now, there's a few more claims and offers that just came in. Don't forget, this is a best offer crate. The last bid on Unmasked was James Hicks at $25. Everybody else is out. Okay? Wayne Bartow offered $14 for Joni Mitchell, and this is sold to Wayne Bartow, $14. And Oso Adventure does take Quiet Right for $35. Okay? Unmasked has a new bid for $30. So, if that's up your alley in the Kiss realm, that's the only no bid. And out of 20, how many weeks is this? 28 weeks we've done Kiss Monday nights. This is the 28th week, and that's the only unsold auction. So, and we average 50 to 75 Kiss auctions every Monday. So you do the math. That doesn't include buy it nows. I bet we've auctioned somewhere north of 2,000 Kiss records in the last 28 weeks. That's a lot of Kiss vinyl. 2,000 is my estimate. I was trying to calculate it the other day. I mean, we've had some nights where we've had 50 in the hot pictures, and then I probably sell another 20, 28 weeks, and that's the only one left. And they will eventually all sell. So there's Unmasked. If you want to bid on this one, type in Crazy. And then this is Crazy, as in Crazy Nights. It's an 87 Canadian. 87 Canadian. This is with the original inner sleeves and inserts. $30 start. This has the inner sleeve and a couple inserts. Okay? 1, 2, and original inner sleeve. $30 start on Crazy Nights. What makes the greatest Kiss so collectible? They only made 500, and Kiss is probably the most collectible artist on vinyl in the world right now. So when you have a fan base like Kiss, and they only make 500 of something, it's limited edition, and it's going to make the price very expensive. I have not shot myself in the foot tonight yet. I was on the phone and missed something. Quiet Riot, do you mind showing again? Quiet Riot is sold. You were 6th in line. Unmasked is at 36, 35, and 40. Kiss, Greatest Kiss, there's only one for sale right now for 500, and that's about what they sell for. So if you notice, there is a huge fan base for Kiss records. Probably the largest on about any artist. Next would probably be the Beatles. And we have got some incredible collections, and we're chipping away at this major haul we got from the guy in Atlanta, but there's still a lot more. And we've bought a couple small collections since then. So until we run out of vinyl, and then we have posters to do. You know, I've always told everybody, if we run out of Kiss vinyl, which is unlikely because we're going to keep buying it, we've got this insane poster collection to start auctioning. So we can do some of that on Mondays, even if we're auctioning other type of records. But let's go ahead and swap out crates. I'm going to go through another new vintage. Actually, I need to just read the titles in here one more time in case you missed something. That was Renaissance, Jackson Browne, Aretha Franklin, John Cougar, Elvis, Paul Simon, Merle Haggard, Van Halen, Paul Simon, Billy Joe, John Denver, Cat Stevens, Elton John, Johnny Cash, London Howlin' Wolf, Scritti Politti, James Taylor, Carole King, Genesis, Art Garfunkel, the Simon Sisters, Walt Disney, Addition, Subtraction, Elvis, Elton John, Van Halen, James Gang, Paul Cantor, Grace Slick, The Rascals, AC/DC, and Billy Joel. All right, the last bid on Unmasked is 41. Crazy Nights is at 32. And I'm going to go ahead and set a couple records back there behind me now on the wall, so y'all have something fresh and new to look at. But let's throw a couple Kiss back there in case somebody needs something new and sealed to add to their order. And let's put an Unmasked back there, and then let me put something else in the corner. Over there in the corner, I'm going to put, what am I going to put over there in the corner? Let's put Led Zeppelin in the corner. Led Zeppelin doesn't deserve to be in the corner. But so yeah, the Kiss stuff is that's limited edition through the website is highly sought after because they're limited edition pressings. And you know, if you make something like Kiss where everybody's got to have it, and they make a limited edition amount of it, that's going to drive up the price. Okay, and all right, so Unmasked 41, Unmasked 45. Dave Ferguson has Crazy Nights at 35. Yep. John LeBeatty, you're in fact out. Crazy Nights is EX OG with the inserts. EX with inserts, including inner sleeve and 2 inserts. Okay, let's go through a new vintage crate. Okay. So what did you want for Grace Kids? $395. Women and Children First, $25. My best price on that, because it has the poster and it's OG and near mint right now, Nathan, would be $45. $3.95 on Greatest Hits also. Todd Saw, you could start a riot talking bad about Kiss, okay? Just letting you know. Let's go through a new vintage crate. Buy it now, best offer. Any other inserts in Unmasked? Just the original inner sleeve and the exposed insert. That's it. Okay. Kiss is one of the most collectible and successful bands of the last 50 years. Hence their fan base. Okay. I just took a drink of Monster, which things could get into high gear. I just added 2 new records. Everything back here in the back is new and sealed, including Master of Puppets, which is $29. Silverchair's $54. Dynasty is $33. And Led Zeppelin's $33. Unmasked has the poster, hence I think the bidding activity. Unmasked has the poster. It is a 1980 US PRC Compton original, VG condition with poster. And the last bid on Unmasked was James Hicks at $45. How much was John Denver? Sully, that was $14.99. $14.99. And then over here, Crazy Nights is at $37. Oso offered $350 for Greatest Kiss. Great price, but a great customer. Sold to Oso Adventure for $350. Now, Oso, I don't know if you were watching the in-store sale yesterday, but I found some Metallica figures, just like the rock icons, just like you bought of Ozzy and Black Sabbath. They're $950. I figured somebody would buy them this week, especially Wednesday night for Metal Night. So I'm going to try to get them sold this week. But I have a set of rock icons, Metallica figures. They're $950. John Denver, Rocky Mountain High, is sold for $10. The Sully. Okay. Next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is going to be the Police Synchronicity. The Police Synchronicity is in shrink with hop sticker, an 83 USOG, near mint minus, top copy on the purple translucent vinyl. Now, the only way this is going to look purple if you hold it up in clear light or bright light. It looks black. You got to hold up into bright light and they will turn purple. $25 start. My favorite Kiss music is Alive, Alive 2, and then I love Hotter Than Hell solo album, or Hotter Than Hell, their second album. I think that's got some of their best music on it that I like. And of course, they play a lot of that same music on Alive. Dynasty is sold. Dynasty is sold over here. And this is sold to Michael Wood. Okay? There's that. Unmasked is sold to James Hicks for $45. Thank you, James Hicks. A lot of people have been looking for that poster. Crazy Nights. Out. Sold to John LeBeatty for $37. We need a whole new slew of auctions before we get started. There's Synchronicity. We got Metallica, Silverchair, Led Zeppelin. And next thing we have, 28 Mondays of Grateful Dead bootlegs. Well, we did that. We did that when we bought Dale's Pittsburgh collection, but that's a 1 in 1 million kind of thing. That's if anybody out there is sitting on 5,000 vintage bootlegs, call us up. Paul will fly to you tomorrow. I'll get him on a plane if I have to, but there's not many people in America with 5,000 vintage bootlegs in their collection. The next person I know is a regular customer that watch, and he has maybe like 800. But I don't know anybody that has 5,000 vintage bootlegs. Well, I do know one more guy in Georgia. His collection's insane. And he doesn't sell anything. He's a collector. Everybody's a collector. That's the thing. Like, nobody's selling. Okay, well, over here we have an 81 USOG Elder. First track is The Oath. The first track on the back cover is Fanfare. It does have a plastic inner sleeve. Earlier, we sold one with a paper inner sleeve that is scarce. $20 start on that. Okay? Oh, so if you want me to show you those Metallica figures, it'll be worth my time. It'll be worth my time to go up there and get those out if you want me to show them to you, or get them off the front table, because that's where they're at right now. All right, let's put another Kiss album in the back that a lot of people ask for. This album was never officially released on vinyl originally in the 90s. So that's $36.99. Carnival of Souls. That's the 2014 sealed. Okay. All right. Here we go. Buy it now, best offer. Loverboy, $19.99. That's their self-titled debut. Foreigner, Double Vision, $19.99. Elvis, just called Elvis. It's a 73 Indianapolis, $24.99. Ted Nugent, Scat Cratch. What did I just say? Cat Scratch Fever. My Dyslexia just came out. $14.99. Journey Frontiers, $19.99. Till Tuesday, Welcome Home, $24.99. And Elvis, Moody Blue, in shrink, with hype, the original blue vinyl. Black vinyl is actually scarce. If you find a Moody Blue on black vinyl, you have found about a 1 in 1,000 probably. The Police is a buy it now for $25. That's an OG top copy Synchronicity. And then over here, the Elder, the last bit on Elder was nothing. Looking for I've already forgot. Elder, music from the Elder, was 81 USOG VG Plus, $20 start. Ted Nugent has nothing in here, has any condition notes. The cover was nice too. So everything in here is EX Plus or better. Next auction is Gene Simmons on vinyl. It's a 78 USOG, just with the inner sleeve. Unfortunately, though, it's VG minus. $10 start on Gene Simmons. There's the inner sleeve. $10 start on him. It's coming from the Japanese crate. I need to unbundle some more. Hold on one second. Here we go. Okay, here's a buy it now because we've already sold one tonight. And there was a lot of people wanting another one. Quiet Riot is a $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now on Quiet Riot. Japanese press with Obi. We've already sold one of these tonight. The vinyl's near mint minus and pristine. This one just has one insert with it. Other than that, really nice. Okay? Quiet Riot, live. Go ahead and get that in a new sleeve. Actually, this sleeve here is pretty dang nice. Okay. I will show all the no bids right now. Okay, here's all of tonight's no bids. Starting with the most recent. The Police Synchronicity is 83 OG near mint minus, $25. Shrink, hype, original price tag, purple vinyl, Y&T is a pristine Japanese pressing, $35. Earthshaker. Alabama's a white label promo, $35. These are all near mint minus. Foreigner Double Vision, $35. The Best of Uriah Heep, $35. Quiet Right is sold to Danny Thomason for $35. And then Judas Priest is the only U.S. pressing other than the Police. It's an 81 U.S. Terre Haute EX or better, $25. That's our only no bids. All right, so Mike Pierce gets Ted Nugent for 10. Paula gets Till Tuesday for 20. So Elder opened at 20. Paula got Till Tuesday for 20. Ted Nugent sold to Mike Pierce for 20. Elder got another bid for 20, then 25. Danny got Quiet Right for 35. Gene has a bid for 10. And Mega Blast gets the Police for $20. Great price on that. Shane Lane-Dope was going to pay full price on Ted Nugent. I just shot myself in the foot. Over $5. Uriah Heep is sold to George Sheriff for $35. Moving on. Alan Hagen gets Judas Priest for 20. Sold. Moving on. Next auction. No. What is this? Oh, that's a poster I sold. I need to lay this somewhere so I don't forget. I'm going to put it right here. Okay. What was I about to do? Box of 45s over here. Dang. Okay. Don't forget, after we're done with new vintage arrivals and we probably do a discount bin, it's going to be a 45 party. I've got some really cool stuff. Long Tall Sally and Slipping and Sliding. Two great originals here from Little Richard in the original sleeve. It's in typical Little Richard condition like VG. That's an original 50 single from Little Richard. $10 start. Long Tall Sally. One of his classics, excuse me. All right. Next is Ringo the Fourth. Ringo Star, $14.99. We're about to sell Elder for $25 and Gene Simmons for $10 so we can blast through some more Kiss auctions. UFO, No Place to Run. UFO is $26.99. So all the disc in here is EX or better. I'll make notes if the cover has writing, like KB wrote his initials on the back. Other than that, everything in here is really clean, like the Elvis Christmas album. Elvis is $14.99. Alabama, and this is Feel So Right, $14.99. And ABBA, Voulez Vous. ABBA is $19.99. And Thompson Twins, Into the Gap. Thompson Twins, $19.99. Alan Parsons Project Eve, $19.99. And we have Frankie Goes to Hollywood, Liverpool. Wow, don't get that one too often. Frankie Goes to Hollywood, original inner sleeve, $24.99 for Frankie Goes to Hollywood. Tiffany, $24.99 on Tiffany. And Jaco Pastorius, haven't seen that in a while. Word of Mouth, Jaco is $34.99. Kiss over here, Kiss is sold to Nathan Carter for $25. Nathan Carter, $25. Jerry Rock on Gene for $10. And do you still have a Dynasty? Let me check over here. I probably do. And what is next here? Little Richard, $10 start. And then Kevin Walker on Till Tuesday. Thompson Twins. I've had a lot of T's in here. And then Danny also put T. T was for Tiffany. So did Danny Thomason. Okay. A Dynasty. I do. Let's see if it has the poster. It doesn't feel like it. No, it's a low-grade copy. VG minus, no feelers, but heavy scuffing. 79 OG, $5 start on that. Okay? $5 start on Dynasty. Next is Supertramp, Breakfast in America. Cover damage, heavy on the back. Clean disc, though. Original inner sleeve. Goodbye Stranger. It's Been Nice. $14.99. And then Alan Parsons Project, Vulture Culture. $19.99. Alan Parsons Project, Vulture Culture. We have Todd Rundgren, Something, Anything. Todd Rundgren's $29.99. Elvis, Legendary Performer, Volume 2. Elvis is $19.99. Really cool record. George Harrison, All Things Must Pass. $49.99. Little Richard's a $10 buy it now if anybody wants that. Long Tall Sally, VG condition. Dave Ferguson on ST. ST was Supertramp. Dynasty has a bid for $5, but no poster. Okay. Majority of this Kiss stuff came from one guy in Atlanta. Probably one of the most valuable collections, far as output of cash we've ever put out, came from this one guy's collection. Probably one of the most valuable and one of the most expensive collections we've ever bought. So that was literally an entire like haul, like an entire trailer full of Kiss. The rest of these have just come from accumulation where we've bought other collections. And, you know, sometimes we'll go buy somebody's metal collection and they'll have about 4 feet of shelf space of nothing but Kiss records, which is a pretty good collection. And we just keep adding and adding and adding. And not to mention just how many we normally get in regular buys. So most of this, though, is from one guy's hoard, and he collected all the bootlegs. And so most of this came from that purchase in Atlanta. We did buy one guy's collection where he bought probably every Kiss record he ever came across. And that was what we called, I've had those for a while, we called that the Kiss Graveyard. And we had those for about 2 or 3 years. So at one time, we had about 10 crates of Kiss records where we probably had, that's probably like where this came from. Like at one time, we probably had 50 copies of Dynasty that we got from one guy, not in Atlanta, where he bought for the last 40 years every copy he ever found. So obviously, he bought a lot of low-grade copies. And we buy other collections like that where people literally hoard stuff. And if they hoard stuff, then you find a lot of, you'll find, if it depends on what they're hoarding, but a lot of times we run across people who have hoarded Kiss records. And I think that's how we ended up with so many here. So we basically bought 2 big collections, and then we've already had a huge accumulation. So that's why at some point I was like, all right, we just probably need to be focused and selling these one night of the week every night. And we still got hundreds, if not thousands. We got hundreds more, probably thousands, counting 45s and other merch items. This is a 78 USOG. No pressing plant ID. It has the inner sleeve, the jigsaw poster, and merch insert. So this is an OG complete copy. It has the poster and the merch insert and the inner sleeve. This is a $25 start. This is a nice OG copy. Dynasty is about to sell for $5 to Larry Gonzalez. Danny offered LR6, Danny Thomason, LR6. I'm not for sure what that is, Danny Thomason. LR6. And then over here we have Peter Criss. Yeah, yeah, we have, well, I do the same thing with Beatles stuff in the back. So I bought one guy's collection. He had about 100 White albums. Not a single one above VG. So it's really hard to find hoards that are in high grade. I think that's why we have a lot of, we do them early in the sale and then late at the sale every Monday. We have tons of low grade stuff because Kiss was worn out, party records, kids handled them. They're really hard sometimes to find in high grade. So, and the White Album, the same thing. We have a whole crate of like VG minus Abbey Roads. Some records you'll find plethoras of, but you never can find them in high grade. This is a Sonny and Cher 1999 Little Richard. Sell this to Danny Thomason for $6. Over here we have Loverboy Get Lucky, $19.99. Loverboy Get Lucky. Warren Zevon, the Envoy. Warren Zevon is $34.99. George Harrison, extra texture, but this time it's not texturized because this is an early 80s, $24.99. Over here, Kiss. Kiss is sold to Larry Gonzalez for $5. That's sold to Larry. And Peter Criss does have a bid for $25 with Mr. Curtis. Okay? There's that. And let's move that down. Mr. Curtis has that for $25. Let's get another auction going. This is Elvis Presley. Here's one I hadn't seen in a while. This is the Heartbreak Hotel EP, EPA 821. So we're dealing with talking about some of the biggest selling artists of all time. Beatles, Elvis. Elvis is a 56 original EP. It's got the original price written on the back, and like I said earlier, that's quite common. A VG sleeve and a VG Plus or better disc, $10 start. $10 start on Elvis. Alan Parsons Project is sold to Stephen Parton for $12. Let's keep going through this. I'm going to try to knock through the other crate of new arrivals next so we can say we've gone through them all. Because guess what? We'll have a whole new batch of stuff tomorrow. From John, Paul, Laura, Jake, Jill, Jack, $24.99 Spandau Ballet. Renaissance, A Song for All Seasons, $9.99. And Leonard Nimoy, cool record here, Outer Space, Inner Mind. Spock is $39.99, a 1974 2LP. Peter Criss is complete, and it's about to sell for $25. Leonard Nimoy, nice clean copy. The USS Enterprise. USS Enterprise, okay? In the front of the crate that y'all accidentally just seen was Van Halen. Wow, a German press. $49.99. Let's see what that looks like. Beautiful. $49.99. Chuck Haley has Elvis for $10, final call. Jim Handy is going to get George Harrison for $18 if you want it, not $12. And then Tim Graham on Outer Space was $39.99. Next is Welcome to the Pleasure Dome with Extra Magazine. Frankie Goes to Hollywood, $36.99. Larry Gonzalez bid $30 on Peter Criss. Oh, you were first. Mr. Curtis, your bid never did even come in officially. So actually, Larry had it for $30 and then you bid $25. I'm glad you said something because I thought he was the only bidder. Now Elvis has a new bid for $12. What happened to my other Japanese pressings? Here they are. Let me move this box of 45s. The Rolling Stones Undercover, a near mint minus and pristine pressing of the Rolling Stones Undercover. Japanese with obi. It includes the original inner sleeve and insert. The Rolling Stones $35 start. Now Peter Criss is at $35. All righty. Next is Waylon Jennings in Shrink and Hype. I've Always Been Crazy. Super nice Waylon. OG Shrink and Hype, $24.99. Marshall Tucker Band, Together Forever, $14.99. Pat Travers, Making Magic. Pat Travers, $19.99. Original inner sleeve. Next is Foghat, Tight Shoes, $14.99. So Mr. Curtis, if you're done bidding on Peter Criss, say out. Nathan has it for $35. Chuck Haley, you're out on Elvis. Samuel Kopich has it for $12. And the Stones is a $35 start. Paula on Spandau Ballet. That's so to Paula. He's out on Peter Criss, so we're about to sell that. Root Boy Slim and the Sex Change Band, $19.99. And Chicago is $9.99. Chicago has the original inner sleeve, $9.99. The spine is a little busted. Elvis also has another bid for $17 with Rick Perrine. Sultan of Baghdad, Music of the Middle East, Volume 2. That's $19.99 in shrink wrap. Nice. In shrink. Sticks, Man of Miracles on wood nickel. That's pretty cool. I love that artwork. Look at that. Amazing. 24. That would make me buy it. I'd walk in and if I saw that and I never had heard of Sticks, I'd be like, what is going on here? $24.99. Chris Bryant on Root Boy Slim. That's so to Chris Bryant. Now Elvis is at $17. Now everybody's out. Fleetwood Mac, their reboot album from '75 with the new lineup. Monday Morning, $34.99. Janice, I've got them old Cosmic Blues again, Mama. That's the reissue label from the 70s. $34.99. And Billy Joel, Glass Houses. You may be right. I may be crazy. Clean copy, $14.99. Dr. Hook Live and Shrink, $14.99. And Johnny Shines, Hey Baba Rebop. Johnny Shines, $19.99. Genesis, and then there were three. Genesis is $19.99. Gatefold jacket. All right, Peter Criss is sold to Nathan Carter for $35. This is sold to Nathan Carter for $35. Nice, complete, clean copy there. $35. Shoop. All right, Elvis 2025. Okay, and then over here, Travis Wade on Dr. Hook. That is sold. And then Renaissance 6. Now, is there more than one in here? Topographic? I'm going to do something mean to you, too. You probably know what's about to happen. I'm going to counter at $6.99. I feel like I feel like I have to almost. The Rolling Stones is a buy it now for $35. A buy it now for $35. No bid. So the Topographic, because if it didn't sell here, that's the next price point it's going to be at, okay? And I think you probably are okay with that. He is. Sell that to him. Glass Houses, John LeBeatty. That's sold to you for 10. That's more like it. Jim Handy, I'll sell you George Harrison for 16. I just shot myself in the foot. over $2. Dave was going to pay $12 for Billy Joel. I just shot myself in the foot over $2. Next is a Japanese pressing of The Pretenders 2. The Pretenders is near mint minus and pristine. A beautiful Japanese pressing. It has the insert with it. A $35 start. Elvis is on his last lap. The high bid. Rick Perrine said out. Actually, I'm showing you at $22. Now you're out. Chuck Haley has it for $25. If somebody's in higher, you might want to speak up because I'm just showing Chuck at $25. Nitty Gritty Dirt Band is $14.99. The Fabuloso Johnny Cash, a.k.a. the Fabulous Johnny Cash, $19.99. And Airy John Denver, $9.99. Oh. Next Kiss auction. Why is this so heavy? Okay, we'll wait on that. That's just got the wrong disc in it. I don't feel like we have sold a... Let me figure out what album we hadn't put up tonight. Let me see what... We hadn't done too many of these tonight. And this one's always desirable. This is an OG Creatures of the Night. Kiss Creatures of the Night is an 82 USOG PRC Compton. It has the original inner sleeve and shrink, and it's not bad. VG++, a $45 start. Okay. Nimoy, $25. Sold to Tim Graham. Jerry Rock on Fleetwood Mac, $24. Sold to Jerry Rock. I'm just going to read what's left in here, and we're going to knock out the last crate of new vintage. Then we've got a half-off crate to do. I think I've got it lined up over here. Our nonsense crate. You hadn't missed any $6.99, but you almost missed the nonsense crate. So one more crate of new arrivals. One more crate of new arrivals. Half-off crate. New vinyl recap. We'll start showing 45s, and we'll show more albums if we need to. We'll start going back through the stuff that Laura and Paul marked tonight, because that stuff was insane. All those modern reissues that are like discounted price still available. Elder. I think I do, and I have a new copy that's a foiled, clear vinyl, etc. A YNT 25. 28. Well, that was 35. Yeah, 28 on YNT. I'll sell it to you, Larry. Here's what's left in here. If you need a price, let me know. Loverboy Foreigner, Elvis Journey, Elvis Ringo, UFO Elvis, Alabama ABBA, Alan Parsons, Frankie Goes to Hollywood, Jaco Pastorius, Todd Rundgren, Elvis, George Harrison, Sonny and Cher, Loverboy again, Warren Zevon, Van Halen, Frankie Goes to Hollywood, Waylon, Marshall Tucker, Pat Travis, Foghat, Chicago, Sultan of Baghdad. Wow, no one got sticks. OG Wood Nickel and Shrink, $24.99. Janis Joplin, Genesis, Johnny Shines, Nitty Gritty, Johnny Cash, and John Denver. Elvis is sold to Chuck Haley for $25. The Pretenders is a buy it now for $35. Let me get that in a new sleeve. Lots of crates of Punk 45s. You know, I can't tell you. I can't physically tell you. I wish I could, but I can't. And then YNT's pinned to Larry. One more look at this. So this is OG Kiss, Creatures of the Night, inner sleeve, in shrink, 82 OG. Shrink is Terran, $45 start. Larry Duncan will take Y&T. Not much left in our no bid pile tonight. Mostly the Japanese pressings because I've thrown a lot at you. And the Alan Parsons that's still left is Eve. Now, early I pulled for you Vulture Culture. I hope that was the right one, Stephen. Eve is still available. All right, Sticks 18. I feel like this is worthy of $20, Alan. I'll leave that up to you, though. You're the consumer, but that's a very nice copy. I don't know. I don't know. I haven't seen my copy in so long. Okay. All right. Let's bring over that last crate. You may be right. I may be crazy. All right. Let me refresh my stream over here. See, get an updated view count. I need an updated view count, and I need an updated timer. We have watching still at 11:36, 192 viewers, and we've been streaming for 5 hours and 10 minutes. Okay? Sounds good to me. Jake installed some software yesterday. So you know how I was walking around the store yesterday with my phone? He's going to set that up where I can do that anytime, and it's not that big of a deal to reset and connect. We bought an app, or we subscribed to an app where it just connects. And so what I'm trying to tell you is I think more often I'll be able to go mobile. So if we do want to walk up front to the store and look at stuff, it won't be that big of a deal. And maybe the in-store sales won't be maybe as crazy. I love what happened last night, but it's such a burden on the shipping department. I'm thinking maybe some nights when we are kind of burned out and ran out of records and vinyl, we can, walk around the store and sell some other stuff. So Alan Hagen's good on Sticks at 20. Danny was next in Sully. Let's go ahead and make Creatures of the Night a $45 buy it now. Eve was $19.99. Eve was $19.99. So that'd be pretty cool because sometimes I might be like, well, let's walk over here behind me. I literally can't bring this tub of magazines over here on the table. And just like last night, we went through that whole tub of vintage Circus and Cream magazines. That was something. And we ended up selling all of them. So I need to bring well, no, that's not right. We had a few leftovers. I need to bring those back here. All right, somebody asked for another Elder. Now, I don't have an OG, but this is a really cool one. This one is Music from the Elder. As soon as I get this right here off of it. This is Kiss, Music from the Elder. A 2020 Euro limited edition reissue, and it has the shopping bag. It is sealed on translucent clear vinyl with the German alternate S's. So this one's kind of fully loaded. It's half-speed master from Germany with a German alternate logo. No Nazi S's on that one. Translucent, half-speed master, a $35 start. $35 start. Okay, and then 14 on Eve. You got it. 14 on Eve. Sold to Chris Bryant. Let's make sure this one's not autographed. Somebody found an autographed Alan Parsons inside the gatefold. Probably because John just pulled it out, cleaned it, and priced it. And somebody posted in the group they found their gatefold inside their Alan Parsons was autographed. I was like, dang. Y'all got to watch these records. I mean, we go through tens of thousands and we miss autographs because people signed. A lot of people don't sign covers. They'll sign only the inner sleeve of an album. Somebody with Jefferson Airplane was like that because Dale from Pittsburgh, he had a ton of Jefferson Airplane related autographs, but it was something Paul Cantor wouldn't sign the front of a cover, just the inner sleeve. And so it was bizarre. And some people were like that. They're like, only sign the gatefold or only sign the back of it or something. I'm going to knock out this water. What was, y'all heard that? I didn't, the button, this button's about broken over here. I'll think I'm muted. I'm not. Yeah, y'all heard me chug that. I apologize. That probably sounded well. Chad needs to see a punk band. The closest thing to punk I've ever seen is Suicidal Tendencies. They opened for Metallica. I won't say anything. Next auction is going to go up right now. The next auction from the bonus crate is Axe. Axe Nemesis. A 1983 USOG VG++. A $15 start. Okay? $15 start. New vintage stuff. Buy it now, best offer. Till Tuesday, Voices carry. Till Tuesday is $24.99. Priscilla Loves Billy. Priscilla Paris. In shrink, $14.99. Fleetwood Mac Mirage, $16.99. Original inner sleeve, $16.99. Olay ELO, Electric Light Orchestra, $19.99. I claimed Eve, not Chris Bryant. Sorry, Chris Bryant got Eve from the last crate. Okay? $14. The Alan Parsons Project, Gaudy, $19.99. Paula on YouTube wants Till Tuesday. Next is Bad Luck Streak and Dancing School, Warren's Yvonne, $34.99. Guadalcanal Diary, Walking in the Shadow of the Big Man, Guadalcanal, $19.99. Wang Chung, Points on a Curve, a little bit of a parabola going on here. This is $19.99. Another Alan Parsons Project, sold to Steven for $14, trying to complete that discography. The man made a lot of records. You're going to be buying a bunch of them. Corey Hart has the poster, $19.99. And Joe Walsh, but seriously, folks, with his hit song, My Maserati does $185. I lost my license. Now I don't drive. Loverboy, Keep It Up, $19.99. And Hart, Little Queen, Barracuda. There is some initials written on the back. They're kind of camouflaged. Front cover's nice. Original inner sleeve, $24.99. And Bluest to Cult, Tyranny and Mutation. Bluest to Cult is $24.99. Tyranny and Mutation. All right, Kiss is a no bid. I think. Kiss is a $35 buy it now. What did that say? Make him find a platter pack. Oh, yeah, platter pack. Grog, I just now seen your comment. Yeah, I'm working on that. So Ed already had some research done. So Crosley made platter packs for a while, and they were new $39.99 from distribution, MSRP. So no wonder people were grabbing up vintage original platter packs for $15. New platter packs are expensive. Axe is a $15 buy it now. Elder is sold to Victor Guerra for $35. Thank you, Victor. That's sold to you. Next in here was Neil Young on the Beach. Oh boy, a nice one. $34.99 in the inner sleeve. And it has, somebody been asking for this. See the inside of the jacket? The inside of the jacket is paisley. So he kind of colorized the inside of the jacket too. Larry Duncan on Axe. That's sold to Larry Duncan. I think there's one more packet of Japanese stuff over here that hadn't been unwrapped. It's 2 records. Let's knock those out. Chad, I downloaded the YouTube Studio app so I could change my handle to help you out. Thank you. Well, luckily, you have a profile picture I can see. A lot of people, I tag y'all quickly based on y'all's profile picture. So if some of y'all change your profile picture, like, y'all can't see it on there, but I can see profile pictures. So when I see Eric, when I see Cartman pop up, I know that's Stephen Parton, but he also has Stephen Parton. But some of y'all, like, I know your picture. I know Alan Hagen's, even though some of them so small I can't see what they are. I can scroll through here sometimes and be like, oh, that's that person. Or, oh, they're Sully's. But his name is actually in there. But some of y'all, I've been able to identify because of your profile, but some of y'all don't have pictures, and y'all are incognito. But those that are very public with your name, I've been able to identify you. But luckily, I can see your picture. But they can't see that on their end. We have Loudness, a Japanese pressing of Loudness going up right now. This is Loudness, Shadows of War. No insert. It may not come of one, but this one doesn't have one regardless. 35 on that. Price on Wang Chung was $19.99. And Paula gets Corey Hart. I wear my sunglasses. That's sold. And I was first on Axe. Alan, you were actually second on Axe. It may look that way on your feed, but Larry Duncan was in fact first on Axe. Okay. And sorry, it probably looks like it on your feed. Thompson Twins is $19.99 for Sidekicks. And George Jones, 10th anniversary of hits, $19.99. Okay. And 14, Chad, I'll offer you 14 for your Wang. Oh boy. Well, I'll sell it to you. And just so for clarification, Wang Chung is sold to Stephen Parton for 14 bucks. Okay, our next auction is going to go up right now. And it's a Kiss record. And if that surprises you, then you obviously have not been watching very long. Kiss Alive is our next auction. And this is a, oh boy, here comes Seth again. Come on, dude, make up your mind. Seth put likely a 76 US repress. Likely. This dude's about to get fired. Likely a 76 US repress. Likely? Come on, Seth. These people don't want to hear likely. This is likely a 76 US repress. A Santa Maria 2LP with the inner sleeve and booklet. Likely. It does have both inner sleeves from Casablanca. And it does have the booklet, even though the front page is damaged. Golly, likely. I've never seen Paul or Laura put that on a record, or John. Likely. This is likely an OG copy. Okay, that is likely a 76 repress. Jackson Browne Lives in the Balance, $14.99. Benatar Live from Earth, $14.99 for Pat Benatar. The Who, Who Are You? Who, $19.99 for The Who. I walked up in a Stone Hole something. Bob Seger Live Bullet, $24.99. Cheap Trick in color, $19.99. And Eagles Hotel California. On a Dark Desert Highway, Cool Wind in My Hair, $34.99 in shrink. David Bowie Tonight, $24.99. And Pat Benatar, Crimes of Passion, another Benatar, $14.99. The likely 76 repress of Kiss is on Casablanca tan label. And that is likely a $20 start. Strong VG. Okay? $20 start. Darren Johnson on The Who. I woke up in a Soho something. I think he says something Soho doorway and a policeman knew my name. I don't know the lyrics to Who Are You. I woke up in a Soho. I got to find another empty crate. We have swapped out crates and we have filled up our 7th full crate already tonight. Wow. About to do a half-off crate next. Look at all these waiting lists from yesterday. Or, Saturday that I hadn't ordered yet. Golly. I got 15 hours of work to do. Well, whenever I say goodnight tonight at 2 a.m., I'm probably going to be working for 15 more hours, and then I'll take a 2-hour nap and come right back and do another 8-hour stream. $19.99 on the Who, so did Darren Johnson. Kiss has a bid for $20. Loudness is a no bid. It's a $35 buy it now. Shadows of War. That way we can put up some other stuff over here. And then the Kiss has bids for $20.20, and Todd Saw has it at $25. Brewer and Shipley, Tarkio with one toke over the line, $19. Jackson Brown is $9.99. Sam Cooke, this is a great comp, and it's sealed, so brand new, $39.99. Yeah, great compilation from RCA APCO, $39.99. We have Rye Cooter Borderline for $19.99. And then we have Rye Cooter, the slide area. Boy, I don't know if I've ever seen that one. Rye Cooter, $19.99. Sticks, the Grand Illusion. Come sail away. Come sail away with me. $19.99. And Elvis, Welcome to My World, $14.99. Did the other Elder run. I sold the new copy. I don't know if there's another vintage one over here or not, but I'll look. Next thing is the Who, Alive, 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 and Sticks Cornerstone, $16.99. Boy, that's common for that right there to be creased. I just sold one like that the other day. And then Alan Parsons Project, $19.99. Ted Nugent Weekend Warriors, $14.99. And then the Bruce Springsteen Live Box Set, 5 LPs of music, $49.99. Thompson Twins is $24.99. And Elvis Let's Be Friends is $9.99. Give me a deal I cannot refuse on that #1 Maxim rock and roll you got. Boy, I don't even know where that is anymore. That's been in my to be listed on eBay pile for 2 years now. I don't even know where that is. I hadn't seen that in a long time. Oh my gosh. There's enough stuff here to, quote, put on eBay for, oh man, even if you had somebody that does it every day for a living and they come in here, this is like 15 years of work. They wouldn't know, when they got done, they wouldn't be able to spell their name backwards. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is, golly, look at all this stuff. So here's a box of 45s John brought me, just so y'all get an idea. So from here, okay, so this is all like 50s and auctionable records. Some buy it now. From here to here, approximately, all those right there. So this is buy it nows and auctions. These are all different Madonna records, and these are all Prince. Prince, Madonna, and other stuff. That's how we found it. That was from one collector. That was from a recent collection we acquired. So a half a box of Madonna and a half a box of Prince. I hadn't even touched those yet tonight. Alive is at 27. And then next is Parsons again, Stephen for 12. Ammonia, there you go. Now, if anybody else wants a price on anything in here, this was new vintage stuff best offer. I'm about to condense all of John's crates together and then do the half off crate. All right, and I think that means we can finally sell this alive to Steve let me try to say his name. Steve Kucharski for $27. Okay, Steve Kucharski, $27. Over here. Dun, 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 dun. Brewer and Shipley, 7. How about 15? All right. Kiss Destroyer. Kiss Destroyer is, let me see if this sticker will come off. Boom. Kiss Destroyer is a 77 U.S. reissue Filmworks label. Terre Haute on side 1, Santa Maria side 2. VG Plus, $15 start. $15 start. New posters to show, that's the problem. I don't know where the next batch of accessible stuff is, Phil. And Mike Straws asked me earlier in the night too. I don't know where the next batch of accessible stuff is. We went through so many last night. Especially the stuff I know y'all are looking for. There's a lot of just like random stuff. And then I know where like Fred Goodwin stuff is, which I don't think y'all are too interested. All the cowboy movies and cowboy lobby cards. Some people are, but I know what y'all are looking for. Y'all are looking for Kiss, hair metal, and that stuff is, it's in this building. Just trying to locate it would be the challenge. VG Plus condition. It has the inner sleeve. Okay. We got bids for 15 and 20. Priscilla loves Billy, but let me get through vinyl, and then it's about that time of the night. We'll be here till at least 1:30 or 2, and we'll see what we can do. Just always be watching and always be asking, because one day they could open up a tub and be like, holy crap, here's a whole tub of posters, and we go through them. But I got to kind of find them first. Priscilla Loves Billy, Fleetwood Mac Mirage, ELO, Warren Zevon, Guadalcanal Diary, Joe Walsh Loverboy, Heart BOC, Neil Young Thompson Twins, George Jones Jackson Brown, Pat Benatar Bob Seger Live Bullet, Cheap Trick Eagles Hotel California, David Bowie Pat Benatar, Brewer and Shipley. Yeah, Wayne, this one was originally 19. I mean, it's really nice, and look at that. Mastered by Bob Ludwig, R.L. Sterling. True OG of that one. 1999. I already told Wayne I would do 15 on it. Jackson Brown, Sam Cooke was sealed. Ry Cooder, Sticks, Elvis, Sticks, Ted Nugent, Bruce, Elvis, and Thompson Twins. Okay? And Jeff Brent, you're outbid on Destroyer. Paula has it for 20. Next thing I have is this. Van Halen OU812. Van Halen is an 88 U.S. club copy, near mint minus, with the original inner sleeve, a club copy, $40 start. Nice copy of that. All right, let me do a little bit of condensing over here. Or actually, I can, yeah, let me do as much as I can. Let me set that there. Oh, wait a minute, not those. Okay, so let me move those in there then. I think this crate will be my half off. I don't really know what's in it, but it was next. It was the next in line. Next in line here for eligibility. I try to stack them in order, and sometimes I use them to make vintage flip crates. Sometimes I use them to make half-off crates. Okay, so first of all, Wayne Bartow, you've got an act of kindness from one of your fellow record viewers. Sully said he wants to buy this, pay for it, and send it to Wayne Bartow. So sell this to Sully over on Twitch. Tag it, please, to Wayne Bartow, though. Bill Sully. David Bowie was $24.99 for Tonight, Christina. And then over here, George Jones, the 10th anniversary of Hits, was $19.99. Okay, got that crate condensed. That was new stuff from tonight, right? Okay, let me take this. Where's the other John crate? Okay, it must be back here behind me. Move this over here. We've had about 5 gift records bought and exchanged tonight. And what's next? This crate. Yes. Sorry. Losing my train of thought, though. Okay, these are 11.22. So, yeah, this is recent and eligible for half off far as nonsense. A little too recent, but I think this is why we call it the half off nonsense. And, yeah, let's go through these. Half off, no more, no less. When was these? Saturday, Friday, sometime around that time. Hopefully everything in here sells. Jim B says, my birthday in April, if anybody wants to give me something. Jim B, I've got good news and bad news. Good news is, I just read your comment. Usually I don't even acknowledge you. Bad news is, no one's getting anything for you for your birthday. I'm sorry, that was mean. I will send Jim B something personally myself for his birthday. No, I won't. I had my fingers crossed. You get birthday gifts every night. George Jones sold to Christina for 15. David Bowie sold to Christina for 20. Kiss over here is sold to Paula for $20. And Van Halen's a no bid, $40 buy it now. Van Halen, OU812. I'm going to start charging Jim B 99 cents every time I read one of his comments out loud. 99 cents for a comment acknowledgement. Why is Chad ignoring my comments? Oh, he's got a new policy. For you to get a comment acknowledgement, you got to send him 99 cents. 99 cents to have your comment acknowledged. Elder. Music from the Elder. A 1981 USOG VG Plus condition. OG, not bad at all. $20 start, plastic inner sleeve. $20 start. It does have a clip corner. Okay. Half off nonsense. It is midnight 45 time. Let's go ahead and say, hold on one second. I got to do something over here on my phone. One second. I'm still here. One second. All right. That's done. Okay, now let me jump over here and see if he texts me back. Also, being midnight reminds me it's getting very late. Probably too late to text people back. Okay. Sorry for the little timeout. Elder has one bid for 20. Final call. And half off. Lily Tomlin on stage. $7.50. This is half off, no more, no less. The best of Rick Roberts. $5 on that. Clarence Clemens and the Red Bank Rockers. $10. Clarence Clemens, that one's called Rescue. Columbia Records, $10. This is a half off crate. No more, no less. Also, the Guess Who Wild one. The Guess Who, that's a compilation of some earlier Guess Who stuff, $7.50. Ian Hunter, Welcome to the Club. Ian Hunter's in Shrink, Hop Sticker, 2LP, $15 on Ian Hunter. Our next, let's see here. 1, 2, 3. We'll skip that one. That's a cool one. 4. And we'll probably sell those individually. And what's next here? Here we go. These are $6.99. Shake, Rattle, and Roll. Joe Turner on an early yellow and black Atlantic label, $6.99. Maybelline by Chuck Berry. The Casual, So Tough. Blueberry Hill Fats Domino on the Imperial label. And the Rolling Stones, Hang Fire and Neighbors. And that's from Tattoo You. In those, $6.99. Neil Diamond Gold, Live at the Troubadour, $6.50. Jason and the Scorchers, Lost and Found. Shrink and Hop, original inner sleeve, $10. Craig got the Rolling Stones for $6.99. Also, The History of Small Faces, $10. The History of Small Faces, $10 on that. And the Jacksons, Going Places. There's the Jacksons, just $17.50 on that one. Gatefold Orange Epic label. All right, another Elder sold, and this time to James Sanders for $20. I sold to James Sanders for $20. Thank you, James Sanders. That's sold to you. And I'm got the last 2 advertised Kiss auctions. Jim B on the Jacksons. The next 2 were, I think, really low grade, but they're about to go to new homes. So here's another chance for a Destroyer, but unfortunately it's in G condition. A 76 repress Destroyer, it's a $1 start. Kiss Destroyer, a $1 start. Pat Boone, Texas Woman. Pat Boone is $5. And Tres Hombres by ZZ Top, $17.50. Blue London label, $17.50. And Chad Atkins, Stringing Along, LPM 1236. LPM means mono, 1956, $7.50. Kiss has 1 bid for $1. Our next auction is 2 Jerry Lee Lewis Sun singles. 2 Jerry Lee Lewis Sun singles. Whole lot of shaking going on. So the first one is End of the Road, and the flip is Crazy Arms. And here's a whole lot of shaking going on. The flip is It'll Be Me. Those 2 singles together for a $12 start. Early Sun Jerry Lee Lewis singles. Paula on ZZ Top. Sold to Paula on YouTube. Kiss has a new bid for 4. So 1 with Steven, 4 of Mark Weiss. This is Michael Jackson Thriller. And I'm pretty sure this is 180 gram pressing. 2015, yeah. $17.50. Jerry Lee Lewis is at 12. Kiss is at 5. Foreigner, Double Vision, $10 on Foreigner. The Kinks, Give the People What They Want. The Kinks is $7.50. ZZ Top El Loco. ZZ Top El Loco is $17.50. And we have Jim Croce, The Faces I've Been, $12.50 on Jim Croce. The Faces I've Been. Kiss Destroyer is at $5. Jerry Lee Lewis is at $12. Final Call. Both of those. John Denver and Seasons of the Heart, a German press for $5. And Emmylou Harris Collection, a German press and $10. Emmylou Harris, $10. Boy, it's already basketball season, isn't it? I guess it's been basketball season. Oh. I'm stretching. If it sounds like I'm having a panic attack. It's because I'm trying to move pieces of my knee back into place. Okay. So, Sully on John Denver. Kiss has a new bid for 6. Jerry Lee Lewis has a new bid for 14. Kiss has a new bid for 7. What was the release there on MJ? It has on the back 2015 as the last copyright date. 2015. Jerry Lee Lewis, 15. Nick Bergeron on ZZ Top. Thank you. Kenny G, $5 on Kenny G. Roy Acuff is $5. And Peter Godwin, Correspondence, $7.50. Jason and the Scorchers, still standing, $10. And Bellamy Brothers, Plain and Fancy. The Bellamy Brothers is $5, Plain and Fancy. Next is Jerry Lee Lewis 15-16, Mark Viesout, Jerry Lee Lewis 18. Mega Blast on PG for Peter Godwin. So, Jerry Lee Lewis 20. Whole lot of shaking going on. Carla Bonoff, a white label promo. Carla is $7.50. Next is Kiss Destroyer. 7, Mark Vies is done. We're about to sell that one. Jay Sun over on YouTube. I think they know who that is. On Roy Acuff and the Bellamy Brothers. So these are both sold here. Whoops, let me not try to do... Okay, there we go. And there we go. Christina next on Roy. These two Sun singles are sold to John Durden for $21. And then Kiss Destroyer is sold to Stephen Parton for $7. All right, let me see what the last one... There's other auctions over here, but this is the official stuff that Laura tagged, like Dress to Kill. All right, so this one is OG Rainbow Press, R-A-N-B-O, embossed jacket with the original inner sleeve. No feelers, just heavy scuffing, but the cover is pretty tattered. Somebody tried to peel the hop sticker off. The cover's ripped, and there's scribble marks on it up here. Looks like somebody's trying to get up their pen to write. Bad place to all of a sudden try to get your pen to write on the front of a Kiss album jacket. $5. Joe Sontag. Sorry, Joe. That's not your fault. That's mine for... It's not your fault. It's not mine. It's... We're going to blame YouTube. They've changed it where I can't see your name anymore. Just your handle. I got you now, though. Joe Sontag. Sometimes I don't know, but the taggers know. But I like to know so the taggers don't make a mistake. All right, let's go through some more here. Buy it now. Auctions. Let's see if we can find another Johnny for an auction. Buy it now. Elvis. All right, got some more 50 stuff here. And then it transitions into Madonna and then all these Prince records. That's crazy. I'm going to try to knock these out, and then I'll have to get into John's second new box. All right. Okay, so let's do a handful of these. Fats Domino, When I See You. Fats Domino, I'm Walking. Little Richard, Heebie-Jeebies, and She's Got It. Huey Piano Smith, Don't You Just Know It. Fats Domino, Don't Blame It on Me. And Bill Doggett, High Heels. Those are all $6.99. If you want to see these evaporate, whenever Wolverine gets on later, these will evaporate before your eyes. Next in the half-off crate is Bruce Springsteen, Born in the USA. $10 on Bruce. Yardbirds, Greatest Hits. Oh, now this is on a great price. A German press on white vinyl. $15 on the Yardbirds. Kiss is at 5, Kiss is at 7, Steven's out. George Baker Selection, Paloma Blanca. $5 for him. Don't know a lot about him. The Yardbirds is sold to Steven for $15. And then Kiss is a final call for 7. Jim B next on Yardbirds, and that cost him 99 cents for me to read his comment out loud. The Fortunes is $10, mono, and Mason Williams phonograph record, $5 for Mason Williams. Next, some more $6.99. Little Richard, Lucille. Fats Domino, Troubles on My Own. Joe Turner, Teenage Letter. Joe Turner, Love Roller Coaster. Chuck Berry, Roll Over, Beethoven. Nice. half off. The Promise soundtrack, $7.50. The Seekers, Gorgy Girl, and that was $7.50. Chuck Haley on The Fortunes. Rockabilly, The Guess Who, $7.50. Linda Ronstadt, $5. I said Rockabilly. Rockin' The Guess Who, $7.50 on that. Gene Autry was $5. And Spanking Our Gang, Sunday Will Never Be the Same. $10 for Spanking Our Gang. Great track there by them. All right, and Kiss is officially sold for $7. Spanking Our Gang. Oh boy. I had a I forgot, we was going to a football game. I won't name names. I was with friends. I was driving, so I was in charge of the music. Of course, I'm in the vehicle with my friends. At the time, we were probably, this would have been like ages, I was probably like 22. And somebody in the car, a female, said, I don't know who Spanking the Gang is, but I'm not catching this vibe right now, Chad. And that hurt my feelings. Because probably most people in the vehicle at that time was probably not wanting to listen to my 60s pop that I had on the playlist on our way to a game. Neil Diamond, and over here, Gene. We have Gene Autry, sold to Spanky, sold to Stephen Parton, also known as Spanky. And then Neil Diamond, was that the Live at the Troubadour back here, topographic? Yeah, Neil Diamond at the Troubadour is $6.50. Chad, who is your favorite Little Rascal, Alfalfa or Spanky? Next two records. Chuck Berry from the motion picture Rock, 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 You Can't Catch Me, and Johnny Cash, Ballad of a Teenage Queen, and Big River. Nice. Oh, sugar in the morning, sugar. Okay. And then over here, Neil Diamond. And Neil Diamond is sold to Topographic, Born in the Wrong Decade. Well, a lot of people probably don't know. So Spanking the Gang, if you wasn't born in, I don't know, I mean, unless you listen to a wide variety of music. I mean, if I was in the vehicle with a bunch of 20-year-olds, they probably have no clue who Spanking the Gang is. And a lot of y'all that grew up, depends on your era. I mean, that's some of these artists, people's like, I've never even heard of Spanking the Gang. I'm like, well, you're missing out. John Durden gets Johnny Cash. Okay? All right. So here's what's left in the half-off crate. Lily Tomlin on stage, The Best of Rick Roberts, Clarence Clemon, The Guess Who, Ian Hunter, Jason and the Scorchers, Small Faces, Pat Boone, Foreigner, Chet Atkins, The Kinks, Jim Croce, Michael Jackson, Emmylou Harris, Kenny G, Jason and the Scorchers, Carla Bonoff, Bruce Springsteen, George Baker, Mason Williams, The Seekers, The Promise, Linda Ronstadt, The Guess Who, and Spanky. Does Spanky LP have a hit on it? Yeah, Sunday Will Never Be the Same. Sunday Will Never Be the Same. All right, and then Scott Allman wants Kenny G. I got to find the next crate because now what we're left with, and then Nick Bargeron on the Kinks. The Kinks was $7.50. Give the people what they want. And Topographic needs to put back Neil Diamond. No problem. Chuck Haley wants Spank in her gang. Like to get to know you. Yep. All right. Trying to figure out. Yeah, like to get to know you. And Sunday when everybody's saying that's probably their top two. For sure. All right, Nick Bargeron on this. The Kinks. Okay. Great half off crate there. All right, I got to do a little bit more of some condensing over here. Anybody else? This will make some great 9 a.m. vintage discount stuff. Some great titles still left. They'll either be matched or possibly even further discounted in the 9 a.m. video. So claim now if you're interested. I'm going to set it over here so I don't lose it in the shuffle. And let me move it over here, actually. Ow. My shin just rammed into the edge of a picture frame. Hey, here's some interesting stuff over here. Let me see what these records are. Raw Beat, Smell of Cat. Here we go. I forgot they handed me these. This might be some remnants of New Orleans. Maybe just, don't get your hopes up. It's not a whole box, but Raw Beat, Smell of Cat. $7 start on that. And the Bebop's Gonna Find Me a Baby. $7 start on that. What else is in here? TSOL, Dead Kennedys. Wow. Just like incredible punk stuff. Weird. I don't think anybody's too interested in that, so I'll show those another night. I'm joking, okay? I'm joking. I'm joking. I am joking. Smell of Cat, Raw Beat, and the Bebops. Those are $7 starts. There was a whole crate of incredible punk stuff over here, but like I said, I don't think anybody's interested in it. So we'll save that for another night. Okay, all right, let me get over here. See, I'm literally gonna have to create a tunnel to get over here to organize some of this. So first, let me put this away. And this away. I don't need that anymore. I'm gonna go ahead and plug up my other phone. All right. Raw Beat has a bid for 8. Oh my gosh, Jim B's bidding. Holy crap. There's no telling what that record's worth. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Button down the hatches, folks. This is about to be a long, difficult, painful trip. Holy moly. Jim B has placed a bid. Oh my gosh. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Oh my gosh. Time to lose our freaking minds. Jim B is bidding on a 45. Unbelievable. This is going to get out of hand. Oh. Well, John's 5 crates of vintage is now in 2, so we took a big chunk out of his stuff tonight. Here we go. Raw's at $10. And the Bebops doesn't have a bid yet. $7 start on that. All right, there's all the new stuff Paul and Laura marked. I'm trying to get to this one crate. I got to officially do this at least once every night. And that show y'all the newest new stuff that came in. It's only about 5 records left. $13.4 elevators. Half-speed mono, $34.99. Marshall Tucker Band's greatest hits, $33.99. 100% analog mastering. New Order Movement, $29.99. Howlin' Wolf Moanin' and the Moonlight, $39.99. Chess 75th Anniversary Series. Official Live Pantera, $49.99. The Best of Muddy Waters, $39.99. Stone Temple Pilots Unplugged, $19.99. And Neil Young, the new 50th anniversary of Tonight's the Night, analog vinyl, clear vinyl. Analog cut, clear vinyl. So that's the newest stuff. We had 3 crates of new vinyl. That's all that's left. Over here, Neil Young, Stone Temple Pilots, Muddy Waters, Pantera, Howlin' Wolf. So these blues records are Chess 75th Anniversary, audiophile reissues from the legendary Chess records, mastered from the original analog tapes, pressed at QRP on 180-gram vinyl, and they have nice tip-on, sturdy jackets, okay? So we've sold the heck out of these. I have both still left in stock. They're going to be producing more. And then Pantera. Actually, let me leave Pantera in there to separate those. And there's that. So that's everything there. Now, Laura and Paul marked galore incredible sealed reissue stuff tonight. And that's going to be kind of shown in the morning. I'm probably going to show everything they marked, honestly. So keep that in mind. What is this crate here? This crate needs to be condensed with this stuff. And then Raw has a bid of 12. And Craig, it looks like it's going to be going to you unless somebody hops in on the bidding in just a moment. All right, let me move some stuff around. That's what I've been doing. Let me continue to move stuff around is what I should have said. What did I do? Oh, that's right here. Whoa. This is a dangerous job. There's so much stuff around me. I mean, my life is on the line right now. Golly. I got to get all these autographs and posters out of here. I've got them. I don't have anywhere. There's no good system to stack flat posters that you can do it efficiently. Unless you get really like shelves that are just spaced out where you can slide them in there. So I end up with like stacks of flat posters and flat autographs, and that we just have to lay them somewhere. Oh, and I'm just constantly moving around posters. And then the rolled ones are the devil. There's no good way to store rolled posters. Craig Thomas, you get that for $12. And the Bebops is a $7 buy it now. All right, that's done. Next auction is Jailhouse Rock, Elvis Presley, $10 start, VG Plus, VG Plus sleeve. Okay. All right. Let me show you a couple more fake autographs that I'm going to put in my fake autograph collection. Leonard Skinner, fake. Elvis Costello, fake. We just found those over here in the new stuff, and they're both fake. But we did find some incredibly rare ones, like Pantera, signed by the original lineup, including Diamond Darrell. That is actually good. It's coming summer of 2026. All right, more vinyl coming, but I've got, like I said, play cleanup here. So while I'm moving stuff around, I have a folded Slaughter poster for $10 if anybody wants it. It unfortunately has been folded in half, but there's Slaughter for $10. Elvis has a bid for 10. Let me find another 45 auction. I'm going to take all these flat posters here, except that, back into the office over here. Elvis has a bid for 10. stand by. Don't go anywhere. Let me take these back in here. Pile them on top of the other 3,000. One day I'll eventually get to them all and hopefully sell them all. Unlikely, but we'll get there eventually. All right. Can't really move on till I clean up. That's what happens after moving stuff around for 5 hours. All right, so the rest of that crate is Prince and Madonna. We'll figure out how to sell those at some point. Elvis Presley has one bid for 10. I got some more. Here's another buy now. Shirley and Lee, Let the Good Times Roll. All right. I'll do these other Elvis in just a second. There's that. Okay, it's getting better. It's getting better all the time. I used to be mad. The teachers who taught me weren't cool. They hung me around, pushed me around, filling me up to my room. Got to admit, it's getting better. It's getting better all the time. I have to admit, it's getting better. It's getting better since you've been mine. All right, Elvis is sold to Nick Bargeron for 10. Chuck Haley just bid 15. I just shot myself in the foot over $5. Iron Maiden Funkos is $34.99. You know, it is Kiss night, and I forgot to show the Kiss my ASS signed record. Dang it. Well, we'll have to wait a whole nother week. Signed by Gene, Paul, Bruce, and the other guy. This is like, you should see the chaos over here. Oh my gosh. I'm making progress, but little. Okay. That's the sound of rolled posters hitting the floor and 8-tracks. Tough business to be in, to like everything, to be a neat freak. This is a tough business to be in, to be a neat freak. Tough business, I'm telling you. Golly, it drives me crazy. Just like the song. Instead of she drives me crazy, it's it drives me crazy. Who? It drives me crazy. Okay. Let me see where we're at on activity. Okay, so first thing it is, we sold Elvis for 10. 45 for the rest of the night. That's a question. My answer is no. And now we're ready for something else. I'm putting Slaughter over here with the other posters. I got to go back through every one of those and figure out what's now mixed into that tub because I didn't do a good job of keeping them together last night. What is this? This is signed by Derek Riggs. This is signed by Eddie Clearwater. This is signed by Filter. This is signed by Lonnie Brooks. This is signed by Joe Satriani. That's a piece of cardboard. I don't know what this is. This is artwork for the Pink Floyd comics. This is artwork for the Bruce Springsteen comic. This is a Samantha Fox framed, signed CD. It may not actually be signed. It's framed, though. This is the artwork for the ZZ Top comic. So over here, I need to put all that back over here. We bought the original artwork for all those rock and roll comics. I have the proofs, the original paintings, and it's been stored over here because it's going to take a lot of promotion and advertisement to get all that stuff sold for probably the money we need for it. It's stacked up over here literally to the ceiling, and one day I'll eventually get to it. When? I don't know. And then all that other stuff I just read off, it is authenticated, but I don't know how to do it. Okay? We'll figure it out in just a second. Nathan Carter said poster, $10. Was that for Slaughter? Or was that for just any random poster you want me to tag you for? Let me put all that in here. Okay. So now that I can get this box of 45s a little closer to me, I think the only Japanese pressing I didn't put up tonight was Alabama. We have Alabama. The closer you get, a white label promo with this gigantic Obi that covers half of the band members, a $35 start. These are the 45s we've read through. The knife of the night was that case knife, this lockback camouflage for $29.99, and I have not sold any of them. So knife of the night, unsuccessful so far, unless somebody buys at least one. Nathan Carter wants the Slaughter poster. Luckily, I laid it right here. This sold to Nathan Carter. I laid it on top of the blue crate, whoever's tagging. Of course, by now, you've probably mixed them up. Let's put the signed Kiss record back here. This is case camouflage, single blade. Probably, honestly, one of our best selling because it's about the most inexpensive case knife that's made. Really cool camouflage. I said perfect gift for nephew, perfect gift for uncle. Perfect gift knife there. Inexpensive and American-made name brand. Case $29.99. Inexpensive uncle gift right there. Or for yourself, if you need to all of a sudden have a reason to bring out a knife. That's a good one to have. All right. I've got an announcement. All the posters I wanted to put away that have been shown and gone through from the previous 72 hours are officially stored in our poster vault / autograph vault, where there resides about 2,500 authenticated JSA autographs that we have never made it out to the sold block. And then they're on top of these tubs of sports cards and coin books and more sports cards. We're getting there, folks. Okay. So, Alabama, $35 start. Next, Elvis. The EPA 992 Volume 1. Elvis Presley, EPA 999 Volume 1. The sleeve has a little bit of a ding and a cut there. Rip It Up. Awesome song. Clean VG Plus. A 1956 Elvis EP, $10 start. Yeah, I think we have the original artwork for the ZZ Top comic book. It's over here somewhere in this gigantic monstrosity of stuff we bought. I've got to get all this out and really go through it with Paul and figure out what we bought and what we paid for everything. Coming before the end of the year. We'll have it all out and processed before the end of the year. All right, let me open this box and see what it says. We're about to hit 45s, hot and heavy. Let me figure out where's the A-sides. Sorry for the delay. I had to play major cleanup. Okay, here we go. All right, I'm ready. I'm going to run some auctions too. I got Elvis up at 10. Alabama probably is about to be done. $35 start on that. Fur is vinyl. I think what I might do, so we're not officially done, it's going to be technically recapping, but I really want to show you, for those that may not have been watching earlier, all this amazing stuff that Laura and Paul marked. So let me go ahead and say we're not completely done with vinyl, but we're on the tail end, okay? Because it's 12:40, going to be here for as long as we need to be, but I'm still going to try to show some vinyl, but mostly we're about to be in 45 mode, okay? I'll go ahead and show a handful right now. White Line, When the Children Cry. These are all $6.99. Hey Big Brother, Rare Earth, and Under God's Light. Look at that. Captain Kangaroo, Treasure House of Songs. The Beau Brummels, Laugh Laugh. Duke of Earl, by the Duke of Earl. Give Me a Little Sign, by Brenton Wood. Gloria Estefan, Rhythm's Gonna Get You. Peter Cetera, Glory of Love from Karate Kid 2. And Van Halen from OU812, Finish What You Started, and Sucker in a Three-Piece. All those are $6.99. Van Halen, Peter Cetera, Gloria Estefan, Brenton Wood, Duke of Earl, Beau Brummels, Captain Kangaroo, Rare Earth, and White Line. $6.99 on those. Elvis is sold to Eric Van Leuven for $10. Thank you, that's sold to you. And Alabama's a $35 buy it now, if anybody wants it. Okay. In this crate, we had Death, Individual Thought Patterns, a 2007 clear with red splatter, $49.99 for Death. Miles Davis, You're Under Arrest, 180 grams sealed reissue, just $19.99 for sealed Miles Davis. And then Etta James, and this one is the 2014 model remaster, sealed for $24.99. And the Rockette, Start Over Again, red marble vinyl, 2022 sealed, $27.99. Next Elvis EP is Elvis Presley, Loving You, EPA 2-1515. This one, once again, has a little bit of a ding on the corner and a little bit of a split. The vinyl, though, is not bad at all. VG Plus or better. And Elvis is going to go up for a $10 start. $10 start. Boy, that was a bad start to 45s. No, okay, there we go. Chuck Haley broke the highs. I was about to say, that was some better titles there. And Chuck, I was like, no one bought anything. Even a Van Halen single in there. Chuck Haley on Captain Kangaroo. Chuck, thank you, broke the highs. I was about to say, well, that's it for 45s. I was about to say, well, that's it for 45s. But Chuck Haley saved the rest of the show. Elvis is a $10 start. Loving You. Okay. Over here. And then next thing is Chad Searslow. Please get me with that on the #1 issue on MMR. And okay, if I have it, are you sure I still even have it? I mean, I don't know if I have it. I'm assuming I do, but I just don't know what's happened to it. Okay, here's our next auction. You've got to have the fight for your right to party. VG Plus condition, Beastie Boys, and Paul Revere's The Flip. $7 start on the Beastie Boys. Jerry Lee Lewis, She Still Comes Around to See What's Left of Me. In Shrink, $14.99. John Mayall Memories, sealed, $34.99. Regina's In on Elvis at $10. Beastie Boys has a bid for $7. And we have BB and the Blue Shacks, Breaking Point, sealed for $14.99. Yeah, let me count through the next 45s. That's a good one. Okay. We'll make that a buy it now, see who's paying attention. Boy, I've never seen that before. That's an auction-worthy one. That, and here we go. All right, here's some great ones. These are $6.99. This is billed as Bobby Jones and New Life, A Soul Set Free, and Martin, Bobby Jones and New Life. April 4th, 1968, 14 years, The Dream is Still Alive. Watch your phones light up when you played Martin, a new hit single recorded by Bobby Jones and New Life. $6.99. Everybody Was Dancing in the Moonlight by King Harvest. So Long, Fats Domino. You're the Devil in Disguise, Elvis Presley, picture sleeve. Rick Dees, Bigfoot promo on Stax. Paula Abdul. And Paula Abdul is Forever Your Girl. The Music Machine Talk Talk. Everyone's a Winner. Hot Chocolate. And the Human League, Don't You Want Me Baby. Those are all $6.99. Don't you want me, baby? Adam Bernardi wants the MLK-related picture sleeve. Leslie Holt on Elvis Presley. And Chris Bryant on KH. And KH was for King Harvest, Dancing in the Moonlight. Chuck Haley next on Elvis. That leaves Human League, Hot Chocolate, Music Machine, Paul Abdul, Rick Dees, and Fats Domino. Beastie Boys sold to Hess and Session for $7. Elvis is sold to Regina for $10. All righty. And that leaves, whoops, Eric Van Leuven for the Music Machine. Talk Talk. Elvis was Devil in Disguise. That's right. I don't recall seeing this before. Roger Waters, Sunset Strip, a white label promo from Radio Chaos. And the flip side, it's double-sided. Never mind. Double-sided promo, Roger Waters, $7 start. Sunset Strip, double-sided promo. All right. Death, Spiritual Healing, 2017 clear of red splatter, gatefold jacket, $49.99. Requiem, Collapse into Chaos, sealed 2021, $24.99. Scarlet Riot was sealed for $24.99. The Great Otis Redding Sings Soul Ballads, sealed remaster, $34.99. The Meteors, These Evil Things, 2022 reissue Psychobilly, colored vinyl, $24.99. And then Iron Butterfly Heavy, RTI Mono, sealed, $24.99. Okay, good stack here for $6.99. Rick Ocasek, Emotion in Motion. Sugarloaf, Green-Eyed Lady, Lovely Lady. The Shirelles, Will You Love Me Tomorrow. Drinking and Driving Can Kill a Friendship, a drunk driving campaign for the National Highway Safety Traffic Administration. Stop Your Friend, What's a Few Beers? Stop Your Friend. Basically, you listen to that and you won't let your friends drive drunk. Michael Jackson, Ben, She's Not There, a great one from the Zombies, nice. The Firm, Radioactive, Paul Rogers and Jimmy Page. Go West, Don't Look Down, the sequel, and Go West, Let's Build a Boat. Bob Seger, Like a Rock, double-sided promo. And Dwayne Eddy, 330 Blues. Finishing up this crate. Deep Purple Machine Head, sealed remaster, $29.99. Death, The Sound of Perseverance, sealed, a 2008. So these 2008s are not relapse. So some of these deaths in here that are pricey, these are not the relapse pressings, obviously. These are the back on black, like colored vinyl reissues that I think were before the relapse happened. So I don't know if they're better mastering or what, but they definitely demand more money. Venom, Primeval. Venom was sealed $24.99, and Horror Pops live in Wiltern. That was sealed for $29.99, and we'll pause right here with another death. Back on black, gatefold jacket, $49.99. So yeah, and these are better looking jackets too. Chris Bryant put Cher for the Shirelles, I think, right? And then Chris Bryant got the Zombies. So I got you down for Shirelles and Zombies. Chuck Haley next on Zombies. Is Otis a 2LP? Let me find that. Otis Redding. is a single LP gatefold jacket, $34.99. And then how much was the Sound of Perseverance? Perseverance was $99.99. So that's the 2008 clear with red splatter gatefold 2 LP. Roger Waters promo Sunset Strip. Buy it now for $7. Okay. A Disney record. Walt Disney book and story, Alice in Wonderland. Not bad for the vinyl, probably VG+, but I got some bad news about the book. It's stained, and obviously a kid has had fun coloring. They could not stay in the lines, though. This is kind of, well, everything up except the last couple pages have writing. So, but I don't know if I've had that one. We've had a lot of these lately. I don't think I had that one. $7 start. Check condition on the book and vinyl. All right, I'm going to go ahead and be starting another handful here. I'm good with that. I'm good with that, and that, and that, and that, and this. Oh, that's cool. And then that. Oh, boy. Wow. Okay. And then finishing up this crate, a Black Crowes Amorica, sealed $39.99. Death Angel, The Dream Calls for Blood, 2003 OG, sealed $89.99. Gravedigger, The Gravedigger, limited blue and black splatter, $29.99. Taylor Swift Fearless, $22.99. Laura loves Taylor Swift. And Queens of the Stone Age, sealed $30. She didn't put Laura loves Queens of the Stone Age on the back of that one. All right, here's some more singles for $6.99. Elton John, Empty Garden, Hey Hey Johnny. The Drifters, Under the Boardwalk. The Rolling Stones, Rockin' a Hard Place. Bruce Willis, Respect Yourself. Julie Is Her Name, Julie London. EP, cardboard EP from Liberty. Shake, Rattle and Roll, Bill Haley. Genesis, I Can't Dance. And On the Shoreline. And Kim Wilde, Say You Really Want Me promo, Kim Wilde. The Who, Live at the Oval, 1971. Sealed for $34.99. Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds. And this is Dig. What is this one called? Dig Lizards Dig. Lazarus. Not lizards. Dig Lazarus Dig. $29.99. And the Clash London Calling was $34. And Aaron Jones was $19.99. Purple vinyl, Aaron Jones. Alice in Wonderland, if anybody wants it, is $7. Had Alice in Wonderland, Kim Wilde, Genesis, Bill Haley, Julie London, Bruce Willis, Rolling Stones, The Drifters, and Elton John. Under the Boardwalk, we'll be having some fun. Did somebody ask me earlier what brand's my crab chips? These. These are the best ones. Man, had to grab a snack. I was finished going through this box of 45s, but I am parched and I am hungry. And I am whatever else. I don't really have food for after the sale. I'll have to go back to my chips and dip and what have I got? I got chips and dip and carrots, maybe. I haven't been to Publix in a week. I don't have any food at my house. I don't have any food here. I think I'm going to have to stay up tonight to stay awake late enough for Publix to open. I would pay Publix $25 a month if they would open up 2 hours earlier. I don't know if that's worth it for them, but... Okay. The chat's pretty dead. There's one way I can change that, and it will help me determine two things: what I need to show, what I'm going to show, and how much longer we're going to go. So to go and show, I'm going to take a poll and see who's watching, even if you just want to comment a couple of dots, or if you want to share your location. If you share your location, I will read it out loud. That way we can see where people is watching from all over the world. If there's a pretty low participation, probably after this next couple crates or next couple handfuls of 45s, I'll go ahead and stop and get ready for tomorrow. I know some people have stayed late. They're probably wanting to know what the heck I'm going to do next. I kind of need to know what the heck I'm going to do next. And we're going to figure out who's watching and what I'm going to do. And it's going to determine the next probably 10 minutes of the show or the next half hour. And I'm going to munch on some more chips while these comments are rolling in. Chris Bryant has acknowledged he is intoxicated. Does anybody else want to publicly announce that they're intoxicated? That way I can target your request and take advantage of your inebriation. Some people will be like, Chad, I've had a little bit too much to drink. Do you have any more kiss auctions? And I'm like, buddy, do I have the kiss auctions for you? Chad, I'm a little drunk. I'm here looking for cassette tapes. I can find them. Oh, boy. Okay. Over here, we got Elvis. Where does the chat start? There we go. Dots, dots, dots. Los Angeles. What year is the sound of perseverance? I have trouble with that word. I say that every time I try to read it. Perseverance. Perseverance. 2008. 2008. Oklahoma, Denver, Southern California, Chicago, Maryland, Colorado, Indiana, Los Angeles, Minnesota, Tennessee, Hawaii, wow, Maryland, MIT lab. Baltimore, is that literally where MIT's at? It is, isn't it? Isn't that in Boston? That's in Massachusetts, Chad. Baltimore. Where's MIT at? The Massachusetts. Yeah, that's not in Maryland. My bad. Massachusetts Institute of Technology. See? I could not get into MIT. I don't know. I might could have. What does it require? What kind of ACT do you have to get into MIT? That's a tough school, I bet, to get into. MIT? Oh my gosh. All right, I'm going to go apply to get into MIT. I'm walking away from my life as a record salesman to focus on selling stuff. I sounded dumb already thinking it was in Maryland, thinking it was the Maryland Institute of Technology. And I was like, no, that's not. That is Massachusetts. Hessen, everything in here right now is sticker price. So I've kept all these. This is the new stuff from Paul. That's a fair offer, but at some point this may be on sale. Right now I'm going to keep all these sticker price, okay? I've kind of thumbed through the box while I was chewing on chips. I'm going to start sorting auctions and buy it nows. We're about to go through a lot of 45s. That's a buy it now, 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 buy it now. Okay, I don't know what this is, so let's auction it. And then buy it now, buy it now, buy it now. Okay. This looks very New Orleans-ish. Wow, what a bizarre deal. I don't know what it is, though. Ben Lee Exposure. Ben Lee Exposure. Career choice. $7 start on Ben Lee. No clue. $7 start. Okay, and then these are buy it now. $6.99. Debbie Gibson, Staying Together. Carly Simon, No One Does It Better. This is from James Bond, The Spy Who Loved Me. Nobody does it better. Something like that. Peter Rabbit, DJ. Kim Carnes, Draw the Cards. Sting, Be Still, My Beating Heart. Debbie Gibson, We Could Be Together. Sting, If You Love Somebody, Set Them Free. Rick Springfield, Celebrate Youth. And Rick Springfield, I've Done Everything for You. Chris Bryant is confirmed, definitely has had too much to drink tonight. He's a little off the hook in the chat right now. He's had a little bit too much of his friend Jack help him out tonight. Ben Lee, final call for 7. These are $6.99. Rick Springfield, Sting, Debbie Gibson, Sting, Kim Carnes, Peter Rabbit by DJ and the Runaways, Carly Simon, and Debbie Gibson. Okay, and then the next handful is Genesis Invisible Touch, Boy Meets Girl, Waiting for a Star to Fall, Off the Wall by Michael Jackson, Sting Russians. This is a cool one. Pinball Wizard by The Who, and Dogs Part 2. Pinball Wizard. He stands like a statue. A deaf, dumb, and blind boy sure plays a mean. Dun 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 dun. Dun dun. Doggy in the Window. Hadn't seen that one. I've even told John to put a APB out on it. How much is that Doggy in the Window? I'm pulling up a picture of it right now. Patty Page. There it is. Doggy in the Window. Let me just make sure I'm familiar with what it looks like. The term is related to what you're typing. What? Let me go to Discogs. Oh, was that a claim, Nathan Carter? I didn't realize you were claiming that. Nathan Carter wants to drinking and driving, 45. Let's hope that's not what Chris Bryant's doing tonight. This is sold to Nathan Carter. Vladarchuk gets MJ. And then Ben Lee is a $7 buy it now. We got a request for Prince. I can knock some of them out tonight. I was going to wait till the right time, but we can knock some of them out. Here's something that doesn't look too normal. Shadow Facts. I know a band called Shadow Facts, but I don't think that's the same band. Shadow Facts, You Are the One, and Who Am I? Or Who I Am. $7 start on Shadow Facts. Grumpy wants the Carly Simon 45 from James Bond. All right, that's sold to Grumpy Moose Gaming. Yeah, I think chats are coming in really slow right now. Plus, it's raining kind of here in Lebanon, Tennessee, and that will really slow down the feed. All right, Prince, we got enough of it for 20 nights, so I'll go ahead and pull some out. We can start with singles, no picture sleeves. What if we started with, well, here's one. This is, I don't know if I've ever seen I know it's Prince related, or it is Prince. $7 start, Madhouse 6 promo. $7 start. Okay. This is all Prince. We might do these by title. Here in a minute. Yeah, we might can do these by title. All right. Shadowfax 7, Madhouse 7. Let's do something else different over here, though. All right, these are $6.99. Donna Summer, Love is in Control. Merle Haggard, Daddy Frank the Guitar Man, My Heart Would Know. Merle Haggard picture sleeve. David Gates, Goodbye Girl. That's David Gates, the lead singer of Bread. A Taste of Honey, Boogie Oogie Oogie, and World Spin. Bobby Sherman, Julie, Do You Love Me? Andy Gibb, Our Love, Don't Throw It All Away. Radio, Jack and Jill. The Turtles, She's My Girl picture sleeve. The Turtles, You Know What I Mean picture sleeve. Lisa and Cult Jam, Head to Toe. Kylie Minogue, The Locomotion. Cyndi Lauper, Money Changes Everything. And The Tokens, Dry Your Eyes. The Death is sealed. It is in mint condition, sealed. Madhouse is a buy it now for $7. And Shadowfax is a buy it now for $7. Craig's going to grab the Madhouse for $7. Okay. Jim B's going to get Shadowfax for $7. That scares me. That was a $500 record. That was a $500 record. Hess and Sessions sold on Death. $99.99. That might be the last LP we sell tonight. Chuck Haley, you got dibs on several Turtles. 2 Turtles. I'm assuming you'll want both of those. If not, let me know. He said both turtles. All right, let's read through some prints. And what we'll do with these... Oh. Whoa. Hold on. I only have one hand. Let me carefully set these down behind me. I had a little bit of a spiel back here. Whoa. Wholy moly. Let me find my center of gravity here. Okay, here comes the next one. The Sports Hit Single. Never seen that before. $7 start. And then here is Joshua, Nightmares for a Week, numbered 207 to 250. I don't know what that is. That's why I'm putting them up for $7 starts. $7 starts for those. So what I was about to do is put up prints, a little handful. Let's pick out 5. And we'll do it by whoever gets the first word of the title or something to let me know what you're buying, okay? Prince and the NPG, Get Off, I Wish You Heaven, You Got the Look, The Morning Papers, Money Don't Matter Tonight. Should I be auctioning these? Yes. Am I selling them for $6.99 instead? Yes. First is You Got the Look, so to Craig Thomas, and these should all be minty. And Get Off, beautiful. Okay. The Sports and Joshua, Final Call. I'm going to keep those together right there. All right, and then let's do another handful of bot nails. I got to do a sort first. That's an auction. Bot now, 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 auction. Okay. What did I do with those other ones? I had a couple that were definitely auction. Oh, here they are. They fell down in the box. All right, here's enough for a bot now stack of not prints. So we got Kim Carnes, Mistaken Identity picture sleeve. Radio, Jack and Jill by Radio, second one of the crate. James Brown, Don't Be a Dropout, and Tell Me That You Love Me. James Brown, Tell You that You Love Me, and Don't Be a Dropout. So we got 2 of those. Steve Martin Brothers, What I Believe, A Patriotic Statement, and Freddie Lip Parts 1 and 2. Love Theme from St. Elmo's Fire, and Foreigner, I Don't Want to Live Without You. Those are all $6.99. Okay. No bid on Hit Single and no bid on the Sports, or no bid on the Sports and no bid on Joshua. So those are $7 bot nails. Wolverine on James Brown. Let me pick you out the best of the both since you're the only one. They're probably, wow, beautiful. The first one was a winner. And this one here, beautiful. Yeah, these must be like old stock or something for those to be together like that in the same condition. That's so the Wolverine. Okay. Let's grab another handful here. And that's a bot now. That's a bot now. That's a bot now. Don't know what that is, so I'm not going to make it. I'm good with that and that and that and that. That looks like a rockabilly group. Don't know what that is. I know what that is. Know what that is. Okay. So $6.99. Crowded House, picture sleeve. Now we're getting somewhere. Maybelline, Johnny Rivers. Bobby Sherman, Easy Come, Easy Go. Elton John, Wrap Her Up. Go West, Don't Look Down, the sequel. Parver and the Raiders, Don't Make It So Hard. Nina Cherry, Kisses. Lionel Richie, Say You, Say Me from White Nights. And Sledgehammer, Peter Gabriel, and Don't Break This Rhythm. Peter Gabriel, 1986, from his album So. Chad, don't ever get tattoos. I can confidently say I will never have a tattoo. I'm also over here stretching and trying to move my muscles back into a position of where they're capable of working again. Toolbox sets will be in this week, yes. Chuck Haley on Paul Revere picture sleeve. All right, let's see what else we got over here. Let's put up at least one of these I set aside to auction. Bill Baxter, Embrace Moy Idiot. Embrace Moy Idiot. Computer Sir something. This might not be English, or it might not be an English band. Sounds kind of German to me, or French. Let's see what's this from. That sounds more French, doesn't it? Made in France. Bill Baxter, French on Virgin. $7 start. Okay. Sledgehammer. Let's see. Buy it now. Ooh, there's some good hits there. Purple, black. That's cool. Buy it now. Huh. Okay, these are all buy it nows. Homer and Jethro, Assault the Top Pops. Into Temptation, Crowded House. Sting, Be Still My Beating Heart. Rick Springfield, I've Done Everything for You. Stay With Me, Faces. The Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald, Gordon Lightfoot. Paul Revere, Just Like Me. And ELO, Turn to Stone. When you are gone, I turn to stone. These are all $6.99. About to do another handful of prints. So ELO, Paul Revere, Gordon Lightfoot, Faces, So to Wolverine, Rick Springfield, Sting, Into Temptation, and Homer and Jethro. Kind of need to start a new pile. So let me put prints over here. Gordon Lightfoot, So to Chris Bryant. Chris Bryant on ELO. And nobody bet on Bill Baxter, so it must have not been anything no more plus or minus than $7. So sell that for a buy it now. All right, let's do some more prints. One, two, three, four, and 5. Okay. These are all $6.99. Do not put prints, put the title of the song. I Want to Be Your Lover or something to identify it. $19.99. Delirious, Mountains, and 7. Like Mickey Mantle, 7. $7. Mountains, Delirious, $19.99. And Craig Thomas wants I Want to Be Your Lover, and he wants 7. Do you have any 45 Ace Frehley's blue? Peter Chris 7 green. No, we had an Ace Frehley last week, 2 weeks ago for Kiss Night, but we don't have one tonight. No. All right. Let's see what we got here. Buy it now. Buy it now. That's cool. Buy it now. Buy it now. Well, we got 2 of those. That's cool. Buy it now. I don't know if I've ever seen a picture sleeve of that. I don't know what that is. So auction. Yeah, sorry. That's pretty rare. If we had that, it would be advertised for a... Scott, if I get something like that, it would be advertised for a Kiss Night auction. All right, let's do an auction. Speaking of auction, Bootsy's Rubber Band Hollywood Squares. I don't know if I've seen too many Bootsy Collins picture sleeves. $7 start. And then here's the other one that looked unusual. I don't really know what it is. SYLILVANE. Side A is called Swallow. Side B is called 12. Looks like it's from 1993. I'm going to say $7 start. Cyril Vane. Sile. The Cyril. I'm putting an R in there. There's no R though. Sile. Anyway, $7 on that. Okay, and here's some buy it now singles. And then I'm going to probably, because I see some new people on, probably recap this bottom. And for those that like the 50s, from about here down is all 50 stuff that was unclaimed. The Doors, Love Her Madly. Carly Simon coming around again. West End Girls, Pet Shop Boys. The Turtles, Sound Asleep. I've got 2 Whitesnakes, Here I Go Again on my own. The Four Seasons Ronnie in the picture sleeve. The Four Seasons and That Reminds Me. And one more, John Cafferty, Tender Years. Sledgehammer. Can't believe no one bought that. Craig does have a bid on Bootsy for 7. I'm going to stretch right quick. I'm having to stretch a lot in these last 15 minutes. That's because my legs are getting a little bit exhausted. Oh, I think they're still recovering from what I did yesterday. Okay. So Wolverine on the Turtles for $6.99. Four Seasons and Four Seasons sold to Wolverine. That left John Cafferty, Whitesnake, Pet Shop Boys, Carly Simon, and Doors. Bootsy is sold to Craig for 7. Seagull is a $7 buy it now. Okay. Let's pick out another handful of prints right quick. They should all be A-sides. Diamonds and Pearls, $6.99. The Morning Paper, $6.99. Little Red Corvette. Let's Go Crazy. I'm skipping ones that I know I've already shown. Yep, because there's 2 more Little Red Corvettes. I got 3 Little Red Corvettes, 4 Little Red Corvettes. So, and the next one is Dang You. Oh, dang you there. Dang you. I already said that one word once tonight when I had to read off that Avril Lavigne. Vladarchek on Red Corvette. Since you're first, and I got a bunch of them, let me make sure you get... I don't think they're any different. No, they're all the same. Well, you probably want this one. Well, do you want a double-sided promo? Do you want a double-sided promo? They're all in company sleeves. I got a double-sided promo, or do you want a stock copy with the B-side? The B-side is All the Critics Love You in New York. So that's a promo copy that's double-sided, though. And I've got a stock copy with the B-side. So your pick on that. You might want both since they're different. The first claim, the next claim is Craig on Dang. And then Diamonds was Diamonds was sold to Craig as well. So that left Let's Go Crazy in the morning papers. Pam Murray wants West End Girls. Okay. Vladarchek wants promo and stock. And then give the next two to Tim Graham. No, he said second best. Okay. There you go. There's one little red Corvette left. Easy Lover, duet with Phil Collins, Philip Bailey, Genesis Abacab, and Put Another Record On. That's a Holland. I was about to say, I've never seen that picture sleeve. That's because it's not U.S. It's a Holland. That's a great B-side, though. Put Another Record On. And I've got Herman's, Mrs. Brown, You've Got a Lovely Daughter. And we need to put back on Diamonds, okay? Diamonds is being put back. Boom. It's put back. Mrs. Brown, You've Got the Lovely Daughter. And Wolverine wants Herman's. Then Vladarchek. There's Genesis, Philip Bailey. Chuck Haley also wanted it. Okay. Easy Lover. This one looks interesting. Catholic Girls. Distant, Dead Fawn, Loveless, Sleepwalking, Sorry 96, Sorry City 96. Catholic Girls is on white vinyl. It's got an insert with it. It's got a die cut sleeve. No, that's the sleeve it's supposed to be in. It's got like a flip flap and an insert. On Crown and Thorn LTD. Don't know. That's why I'm putting it up for auction. Catholic Girls, $7 start. Silverchair is a music on vinyl press, numbered to 7500, yellow and green, 30th anniversary edition, $54.99. Quick little stack of prints again. Let's Go Crazy. There's another 7. We've already had that one, I think. She's Always in My Hair and Raspberry Beret. Yeah, Raspberry Beret is the A-side. There's another little red Corvette. This is a back-to-back hits. 1999 and Little Red Corvette. So that's a different edition of Little Red Corvette. They did that on the back-to-back hits of 1999. Space. Wow, that's later, isn't it? Yeah. 1994 from Come. Space. And this is later too, isn't it? Yeah, 1993. Pink Cashmere. Some of these definitely should have been, these are like 90s singles. Pink Cashmere. Okay. All right, so first thing is She, which is Raspberry Beret, right? Yeah, that's sold to Craig. Jim B was second. Craig also gets Space, and Craig also gets Pink Cashmere. That leaves 1999, Little Red Corvette, 7, and Let's Go Crazy. And Erotic City, yeah. All right, Catholic Girls, $7 start, final call. And we can go ahead and knock these out right here. The Arms of Orion from Batman and I Love You and Me. Another Little Red Corvette. 1999 and How Much and How Come You Don't Call Me Anymore. Delirious and Horny Toad. Another Delirious and I Want to Be Your Lover. Whoa, that's got something a little bit different on it. This has a that has a Technics DBX sticker on it. That's weird. That's a encoded. That means it's encoded. You have to have a special encoder. I wonder if that just got stuck on there or if that's some kind of different pressing. I've never seen that on a 45. and I want to be your lover, and my love is forever. DBX is a special, like decoding device you have to play audiophile records. Little Red Corvette, 1999. That's the back-to-back hits over here, right, Grumpy? Okay. He wants the this one right here. So did Grumpy Moose Gaming. All right. Yeah, that's I'm familiar with like Nautilus Super Disc. They're audiophile records that require DBX encoding. I've never seen a sticker on a 45 though, ever. All right. And here's some a stack I almost forgot about. Dick Clark All-Time Hits Volume 2. That's really cool. Dave Clark 5, Catch You If You Can. Music City Orchestra, The Stripper, and Speedy Gonzales. Bee Gees 1, and The Man with the Golden Arm. And speaking of Bee Gees, if Wolverine's still on, Wolverine, I've made up my mind about Bee Gees. I kind of seen some of the stuff you were talking about, but I also did find a comp just like mine as well. So I didn't think I was too far off, but I'm willing to make a deal with you. I would do $275 on the Bee Gees. But I did go back on eBay, and actually back in February, a signed insert just like ours. Now I know ours is personalized, but it actually did sell for $525 best offer. But also, I did find where I think it sold inside of the box set for $260. And I think I seen the one you were talking about. But it's weird because like pictures of Barry Gibb, just a Barry Gibb photo is like $260. So I don't know why. Maybe just because it's a booklet, it doesn't sell for as much. But I figured that would be a lot closer than $500. But I did see your research, and I would do $275 on it. If not, I might try it on eBay for a while, and then we can revisit it in a year. Okay, so Catholic does have a bid for 7, about to sell to Vladarchek. Dave Clark 5 is sold to Wolverine. Stacy gets Dick Clark, and Wolverine gets Music City. Chuck next on Dave Clark 5. Okay, so what I'm going to do, before I get into another box, I think I want to restack and recap this pile over here. We'll keep running a couple more auctions. I think this Prince was worthy of an auction because it's a little bit different. It's a German single. Sexy MF and Strolling. So $7 start on that. Catholic Girls is sold to Vladarchek for 7. There's a Prince auction. Okay, that's a Prince auction. And let me start from the bottom of this pile and work my way back up to the top. Okay. By the way, the Man with the Golden Arm is Frank Sinatra. No, it is Elmer Bernstein music, but that's a movie with Frank Sinatra. All right, let me see. Let me turn. I'll just stack them like this. All right, there we go. I can figure that out later. All right, $6.99. The Beau Brummels Laugh Laugh. Go Disc. Rare Earth Hey Big Brother. White Line When the Children Cry. Shirley and Lee Let the Good Times Roll. Don't You Mean to Hurt Me So. The Bebops Gonna Find Me a Baby. And You Can't Catch Me, Chuck Berry and Havana Moon. Final call on Prince, one bid for $7. These are $6.99. We got Chuck Berry, the Bebops, Shirley and Lee sold to Wolverine, White Line, Rare Earth, and the Beau Brummels. Wolverine on Chuck Berry. Sold. Next is Chuck Berry Roll Over Beethoven, Joe Turner Love Roller Coaster, Joe Turner Teenage Letter, Fats Domino Troubles of My Own, Little Richard Lucille, and Bill Doggett High Heels. And Stacy Metternich, if you're still watching, somebody bought a record for you earlier tonight. I don't know if you're still on the chat, but somebody bought a record for you for free. It'll be in one of your next packages. Probably the one after the next. Ow. I'm stretching over here. Oh, my legs are like Chad. We would love for you to sit down for a few minutes. Not right now, legs. Okay. So we had Wolverine on Rare Earth from the last stack. Wolverine on Chuck Berry from this stack. Fats Domino from this stack. And Let's Sell Prince to Craig Thomas for 7. Thank you. This is Little Richard Lucille. And Send Me Some Lovin'. I would say VG Plus for 45 standards. So that left Joe Turner, Bill Doggett, and Little Richard. Just waiting 20 years, Chad. Well, I don't know. Maybe in 20 years I'm not grinding, doing 10-hour streams every night. Maybe, hopefully in 20 years, my money be working for me and I'll be like getting ready to play golf in Florida the next morning or something. All right, here's a cool auction. This is a really cool EP with the legendary Marlon Brando. So this is the Wild One. It's Shorty Rogers doing the music from the movie The Wild One with Marlon Brando. It's an original 50s EP, $7 start. Was I joking earlier about dead Kennedys? Yes, I was joking with Chris Bryant because I knew he was dying to see some Punk 45s. That was a joke, and I don't joke about my work, but I did joke about that. I apologize. Could there be some in this building? There probably is. Where are they? I've got to find them. Or Paul, John, and Laura's got to find them. Fats Domino, Don't Blame It on Me. Huey Piano Smith, Don't You Just Know It. Little Richard Heebie Jeebies. Fats Domino, I'm Walking. Fats Domino, When I See You. And Fats Domino, Blueberry Hill. The Casual, So Tough. Chuck Berry, Maybelline. And Joe Turner, Shake, Rattle, and Roll. Shake, Rattle, and Roll. Sorry, you must have not caught the reveal when I told Chris Bryan I was joking. Now, Chris Bryan's probably still here hoping one will turn up too. I did just take the lid off of a new box I've never been through before. Nice. Here comes my girl, Tom Petty. All right, so we got Joe Turner. Okay, I know for sure. Hold on a second. Wild One is about to sell for 7. So Wolverine on Walking. That's Fats Domino. Wolverine on Blueberry Hill. Wolverine on Chuck Berry. And Wolverine on Joe Turner. Okay, that left Wolverine, or that left Fats Domino, Don't Blame It on Me, and Bo Weevil. Huey Piano Smith, Don't You Just Know It, and High Blood Pressure. Heebie Jeebies by Little Richard, and She's Got It. Fats Domino, When I See You. What Will I Tell My Heart? The Casual, So Tough, and I Love My Darling. Wild One sold to Chuck Haley for 7. Chad, you ignored my have babies. Better get a pretty girl and have some babies. How do you know I already don't have both? And maybe I just live a very private life other than being in the public eye every night. Who knows? Sting, If You Love Somebody, Set Them Free. Rick Springfield, Celebrate Youth. Rick Springfield, I've Done Everything for You. Alice in Wonderland, check condition on the book. Kim Wilde, Say You Really Want Me promo. Genesis, I Can't Dance. There's the original Shake, Rattle, and Roll. Bill Haley on Decca. And Julie London EP. Very cool, Julie London. $6.99. Seth is Chad's son. Yeah, I've got to keep my private life is private. Otherwise, we would be... I've told everybody, I was like, could I actually tell y'all? Could you imagine the questions I would get if I actually revealed I was about to go see a girl? The spotlight she would be in, she would... I have to keep her secret for a while, for a reason. Wolverine on Bill Haley. Wolverine on HL, which was, what was HL? Oh, he meant JL, Julie London. Okay. Next auction. This is a bizarre one here. Auction. Fear and Loathing with the Anal Babes. Sympathy for the Record Industry, 98. $7 start. Next, $6.99. Bruce Willis, Respect Yourself. The Rolling Stones, Rockin' a Hard Place. The Drifters, Under the Boardwalk. Elton John, Empty Garden. Roger Waters, Sunset Strip promo. Dwayne Eddy, 330 Blues. Bob Seger promo, Like a Rock. Go West, Don't Look Down. The Firm, Radioactive. Michael Jackson, Ben. You Can Cry on My Shoulder. 1972, Michael Jackson. Don't You Want Me, Baby? Fear has a bid for 7. Fear has a bid for 7 with Craig Thomas. Wolverine on MJ. Sold. $6.99 for The Firm. Go West, Bob Seger, Dwayne Eddy. Roger Waters, Elton John, Drifters. Rolling Stones, and Bruce Willis. Green-Eyed Lady, Lovely Lady, Sugarloaf. Rico Kasich, Emotion in Motion, from the Cars. Fats Domino, So Long, When My Dreamboat Comes Home. Rick Dees, Bigfoot promo. Paula Abdul, Forever Your Girl. Hot Chocolate, Everyone's a Winner. Don't You Want Me, Baby? The Human League. Fear and Loathing. You know, I hadn't even looked until right now. It is on red vinyl. Vladimir and Jim B both asked. Craig Thomas is like, dang it. That little stack was all $6.99 each. The Human League, Everyone's a Winner. That's a great song. That's what the guitar sounds like. And then here's what the guitar sounds like on Green-Eyed Lady. Okay, I'm assuming Nobody else is bidding on Fear and Loathing, and I'm going to sell it to Craig for $7. Final call. Van Halen, Finish What You Started. Peter Cetera, The Karate Kid Part 2. Gloria Estefan, Rhythm's Gonna Get You. Britton Wood, Just Give Me a Little Sign. Duke of Earl. I got to cut some off the bottom. Sold to Craig for $7, Fear and Loathing. Sounds like that could have been a kind of a pricey record, but we're here for deals. Duke of Earl sold to Wolverine. Britton Wood sold to Wolverine. That left Gloria, Peter Cetera, and Van Halen. Okay, now this next one, I'm really afraid to put up. I mean, really afraid. But y'all are here. Mastodon, Toe to Toes. That sounds like something that could get expensive. $10 start on Mastodon, Toe to Toes. Double Shot Records. Yeah, I think that is the early label for that, I'm pretty sure. Wolverine. Double Shot. I think that's the right label for that. Mastodon has a bid already for 10 and now 15. Okay. Pinball Wizard, The Who. Sting, Russians. Boy Meets Girl, Waiting for a Star to Fall. Genesis, Invisible Touch. Debbie Gibson, Staying Together. DJ and the Runaways, Peter Rabbit. Kim Carnes, Draw the Cards. Sting, Be Still My Beating Heart. And Debbie Gibson, We Could Be Together. Mastodon's at 15 with Hessen Session. Wolverine on Who. And Chris Bryant put Boy. And I don't think that's a claim. It is. Boy Meets Girl. Waiting for a Star to Fall. Okay. So we got Debbie Gibson, Sting, Kim Carnes, DJ, Debbie Gibson, Genesis, and Sting. That is definitely the metal band. Yeah, that's Mastodon. Yes, that's the Mastodon. It has Revolver magazine on the back. Recorded during the Emperor of Sand sessions. Let's see here. Has a little bit of a crackle on the right side. The disc was dusty, but near mint minus. Yeah, it's perfect. Okay. The Tokens, Dry Your Eyes. Cyndi Lauper, Money Changes Everything. Kylie Minogue, The Locomotion. Lisa and Colt Jam, Head to Toe. Radio, Jack and Jill. Andy Gibb, Our Love, Don't Throw It All Away. Bobby Sherman, Julie, Do You Love Me? A Taste of Honey, Boogie Oogie Oogie. David Gates, Goodbye Girl. Merle Haggard, Daddy Frank, The Guitar Man. And Donna Summer, Love Is in Control. Final call Mastodon to Hessen Session. Okay? Final call to Hessen Session. Wolverine got the Tokens. So to Wolverine. Chuck Haley wants Bobby. Julie, Do You Love Me? So to Chuck Haley. All right. Let's cut the bottom of this pile again. James Brown, Don't Be a Dropout. We already had that one earlier. Radio, Jack and Jill, we just showed that one. Kim Carnes, Mistaken Identity. Forder, I Don't Want to Live Without You. Love Theme from St. Elmo's Fire. Steve Martin Brothers, What I Believe. Joshua, Nightmares for a Week. And The Sports hit single. Okay. And we're down to about that point. Yeah. The Man with the Golden Arm. That's Elmer Bernstein. Yeah. Bee Gees 1. Peter Gabriel, Sledgehammer. Lionel Richie, Say You, Say Me. Nina Cherry, Kisses. Go West, Don't Look Down. Elton John, Wrap Her Up. Bobby Sherman, again. Easy Come, Easy Go. Maybelline, Johnny Rivers, and Crowded House. All right, Mastodon is sold for $21 to Heston Session. There's something else in here that definitely looks metal. I don't know what it is. That's why I've been saving it. And I'm going to attempt to figure out what this is right now. Okay, I don't know. It's very dark and disturbed looking. Very dark and disturbed looking. That's why it's going to be a $10 start. Red and black marbled. Let me try to look at this logo one more time. Okay, it looks like CISCPERICA. I don't know. I guess I could show it to y'all a little closer. I have no clue. I mean, when they made this, they made a decision. They said, if they don't know who we are, then they're not going to know. We're not going to let them read anything on here. I can't read the track either. Everything's in the same font. Obsession. I mean, I know they're metal guys and they want to be cool with their font. And they've got to be evil and demonic, but man, you think they would put it on here a little bit more legible. It might be something down here that might give us a hint. Maybe their website name. Centurion.com. That's not the name of the band, though. No. Yeah, let's look it up by the Matrix. No catalog number. I mean, almost everything. Excuse me. Let me restart. SRUIN 141. Boy, I can't. Let me restart again. Excuse me. I'm sorry. SRUIN 141. Over here it says SST. I know what SST is, but this definitely is an SST. So yeah, SRUIN 141. Dismembrium. There we go. Dismembrium. We have a bid and we know what it is. If anybody knows the people in the band Dismembrium, we need to reach out to them and say, listen, I don't know what y'all paid to produce this single, but y'all messed up. You messed up. Boy, some of that stuff Laura ordered tonight in her new vinyl, if it didn't have hype stickers on it, that one album, it doesn't have anything written on it. So if you just don't know who it is, you don't know what it is. It was that, what was it? I had to finally write it down on a sticky note. So that's I think a bad decision. Now, some bands have got away for that, and they're called Led Zeppelin. I can't say much. Led Zeppelin came out with their 4th album, and they literally didn't title. They didn't even give it a title. They said, we're putting out our 4th album without a title. So technically, Led Zeppelin 4 is untitled, and there's nothing written on the jacket. But, I mean, it's Led Zeppelin. Okay? It's Led Zeppelin. It only took 5 seconds for word to spread. Led Zeppelin's coming out with a new album. Anybody else, that's a risky marketing strategy, in my opinion. Let's put nothing on our album jacket. Okay, here is Buck's Breath presents Merle Kessler, The Battle of Ronald McDonald. $7 start. So Dismembrium is with Craig Thomas at 15, Danny Thomas, and You're Out. This is Duck's Breath Records, Duck's Breath with Merle Kessler, The Ballad of Ronald McDonald. I think, vastly different than Dismembrium, a $7 start. Okay, let's see. It's almost 2. Let's knock out a few more handfuls of 45s from this newest box. I'm just going to grab a handful right in the middle, so that should give us a pretty good sampler. And yeah, these are good ones. I mean, they're hit singles. Yeah. These are hit singles. All right. Everybody, The Stroke, Billy Squier. Nick Gilder, Hot Child in the City. Here I Am, Rock You Like a Hurricane, The Scorpions. Joe Dulce, or Jolsey, I think it's just Dulce though, maybe not. Shaddap in Your Face, or Shaddap You Face, something like that. Ray Stevens, The Streak. A classic from the Young Rascals, Good Lovin'. The B-side is Mustang Sally. The cover of the metal single looks like this. It's really hard to show. It looks like a, I don't know what that's, maybe an archway. I think it's an archway with like very cryptic looking representation of Satan. Stacy gets the Scorpions. Wolverine on Young Rascals. Chris Bryant next on Scorpions. That leaves Ray Stevens, Joe Dulce, Nick Gilder, and Billy Squier. The B-side of The Streak is You've Got the Music Inside. Great song from the Guess Who here, Hand Me Down World. Funky Town by Lips Inc. It's Still Rock and Roll to Me, Billy Joel. Alabama Feels So Right. Numbers, the Sesame Street book and record. Numbers. Silver Dollar, Bobby Darin. Cinnamon by Derek. Carol Armstrong wrote her name on the label. Raiders, Birds of a Feather. Okay. I'm assuming Hessen. Okay, so Craig Thomas, you get Dismembrium for $15. All right. I forgot about Ronald McDonald. The Ballad of Ronald McDonald is $7, if anybody decides you want that. Chris Bryant wants to pay for the Scorpions record that Stacy bought. So the Scorpions record Stacy Metternich just bought, Bill Chris Bryant, but send it to, golly. Hold on, let me slap myself. That Scorpions record that Stacy just bought, Bill Chris Bryant, but send it to Stacy. Okay? And then we have another gift. Bill Craig for Dismembrium, and send it to Hiram Aponte. Send that one to Hiram Aponte. Okay, next is Stacy on VH. And VH was, she meant GH for Guess Who. Guess Who, so to Stacy Metternich. Vlodercheck on Numbers. Susie next on Sesame Street. Chuck Haley first on the Raiders. And we got Derek, Bobby Darin, Alabama, Billy Joel, and Funky Town left. Hollywood Argyle's Alley Oop. Heart Magic Band. Rock the Boat, Don't Rock the Boat Baby, The Hughes Corporation. Whitney Houston, How Will I Know? Back-to-back hits, Smoke on the Water and Smoke on the Water. I guess it is truly back-to-back hits. It's the same song. One is edited and one's edited. Here I Am, Rock You Like a Hurricane, Sold to the Scorpions, by the Scorpions. Victor Garris said, hey, Chad, I put a bid on that red unknown 45. You bid $10. Danny bid $10, and then you bid $10. And then Craig had it for $15, and nobody else ever bid again. And he had it for a long time for $15, and I said that several times, Victor. Yeah, Danny was first at $10, and then you bid $10, and then Craig bid $15, and he had it for 5 or 6 minutes for $15, and I said that several times. And I don't think you ever bid again. Craig got it for $15. Yeah. You and Danny were the first two bidders. Craig bid $15, and then no one else ever bid again. So yeah, he had it for $15. Okay. Vicky gets Scorpions. That was the only claim out of there, right? No problem. But yeah, he had it for $15. Smoke on the Water, Whitney Houston, Hughes Corporation, Hart, and Hollywood Argyles. All right. Dinah Ross and Marvin Gaye, You're a Special Part of Me promo. Styx, Come Sail Away with Me. Jimmy Buffett, Margaritaville. Clap for the Wolfman, the Guess Who? Easy as 1, 2, 3, A, B, C, the Jackson 5. 1, 2, 3. It's easy as firing Seth. 1, 2, 3. We all fire Seth. 1, 2, 3. Come on, everybody, fire Seth with me. 1, 2, 3. We fire Seth together. Wolverine on Dinah Ross and Marvin Gaye. And Wolverine on the Jackson 5. Sold. Giant Gene Simmons figure, $125 plus shipping. I will not be splitting up the set. I will not be splitting up the set. You can offer me $125, $150, and $175. You can even get up to $250. And I'm going to say I am not splitting up the set. Any more than that, I'll start thinking about it, because you're almost getting up there to what you could buy all 4 of them for. But I'm apologizing right now. I will not be splitting up the Kiss Destroyers. Sorry. The 4 giant Kiss Destroyer doll set will not be separated. Tuesday afternoon, the Moody Blues, George Michael father figure, Bo Donaldson, the Haywoods, Billy Don't Be a Hero, Dandy and Listen People, Herman's Hermits, Herman's Hermits Moonshine Man, and Don't Go Out Into the Rain, 110 Soldier by Coven, theme from Billy Jack, Mamas and Papa, Shooting Star and Step Out, and Bill Doggett, Honky Tonk, Part 1 and 2. I can get Ed to calculate shipping for 4 figures to Los Angeles. I can, yes. But let me tell you why I'm not splitting it up. I'm not doing that because I'm an evil person. Can you imagine? I'll write down your zip code right now. Can you imagine what I would have to go through if I only had 3 Kiss figures and every time I went to sell them, somebody would say, too bad you don't have all 4 of them. I would have to live with that for the rest of my life. It would be probably one of the worst decisions I would make breaking up something like a Kiss set. Could you imagine, after breaking that up, the amount of people that would say, too bad you don't have all 4 of them, I would be interested. Coven is sold to Stacy Metternich. Susie was next. I still got Bill Doggett, Mamas and Papas, Herman's Hermits, Herman's Hermits, Bo Donaldson, George Michael, and the Moody Blues, Tuesday afternoon. Now, one could say that I have all 4 of them, and nobody still doesn't want them. Stacy is going to give the Coven to Susie Breedlove. These Kiss figures have been nearly impossible to sell. We sell a lot of Kiss vinyl. These have been nearly impossible. Large items are a difficult sell. I tell that anytime we go somewhere to buy something from somebody, they could have a life-size figure of Gene Simmons signed by Gene Simmons. I'm going to be like, listen, nobody can't deal with this. It's way too big. Play that funky music, White Boy, Wild Cherry, John Parr, St. Elmo's Fire, Willie Nelson, On the Road Again, Grand Funk, Closer to Home, The New Colony 6, I Could Never Lie to You, Los Lobos, Set Me Free, Rosalie, Billy Crash Craddock, Ruby Baby, We Got the Beats, The Go-Go's, It's the State of the YMCA, Way Down, Elvis Presley, and My Way, Wilson Pickett doing Sugar Sugar, and Cold Cookie and Redding. I just don't think these are for you, Jeff Brent. Not everything. I've had to do deals before, and I've told people just sometimes it's not for you. I think you'd be better off waiting for a set to come up in Los Angeles. Surely on Facebook Marketplace in Los Angeles, one of the most populated cities in America, there's Kiss stuff for sale out there. It should be here in just Tennessee. People post Kiss stuff for sale all the time on Marketplace. Now, I'm not trying to ever advocate people going to shop anywhere else, but for something big like that, surely those would pop up for sale in Los Angeles. There's got to be millions of Kiss records out there. There's no telling what kind of collections are out there. Craig Thomas on G.O. And G.O. was for the Go-Go's. Wolverine on Wilson Pickett. And Wolverine on Village People. Elvis, Billy Crash Craddock, Los Lobos, New Colony 6, Grand Funk, Closer to Home, I'm Your Captain. Willie Nelson, John Parr, and Wild Cherry. Play that funky music, White Boy. Like, I love pinball machines and big arcade games, but I don't really look for them online. I look for the stuff that come up locally so I can, like, tell somebody here at the store, hey, go pick up this pinball machine in Nashville. So, yeah, I wish we was closer to. I mean, there's no telling how many people every day in L.A. decide to sell their collections. Or New York City. Golly, there's no telling what comes up for sale there on a daily basis. Funky Music in St. Elmo, Soda Vladarchek. We've never went out that far, but we have found some incredible leads. I mean, we've had people reach out to us in California and Seattle, but think about what we'd have to do. You got to drive across the country and come back. It's got to be a heck of a collection. Once in a lifetime deal. ABC. It's easy. That's label's different. That looks like a different pressing. It's easy as 1, 2, 3. Jackie Wilson, the new breed. Jackie Wilson, As Long As I Live. Trini Lopez, If I Had a Hammer. Jay and the Americans, Come a Little Bit Closer. Restless Heart, Victim of the Game. Average White Band, Grooving the Night Away. Dixie Dregs, Pride of the Farm. All right, we'll start with those two next. I'm not skipping them. I just laid down a little too many there. We have Wolverine on Jackie Wilson. And I'm assuming he wants both. He put it twice, so yes. And then Jay and the Americans also sold a Wolverine. That left Dixie Dregs, Average White Band, Restless Heart, Trini Lopez. Wow, 2:11. What time does Facebook expire? We've almost made it to the end of the allotment of time tonight. And it is, Facebook expires in 15. We might be able to finish this box, but if not, we can at least take this up until the end. I mean, we've at least got 15 more minutes in us. Wolverine on Jackson 5, okay? Wolverine's ready to fire some Seth. 1, 2, 3. It's as easy as firing Seth, just like that. Berlin, You Don't Know. Salt and Pepper, Push It. The Jackson, State of Shock with Mick Jagger. Steve Miller, Yeah Yeah or Ya Ya. Robert Plant, Tall Cool One. And somewhere Susie Breedlove just lost her mind for Robert Plant. Vietnam, the Ott and Price Band. I thought that was unique. Vietnam. Roger Miller, Engine Number 9. And Commander Cody and his Lost Planet Airmen. Smoke, 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 That Cigarette. Smoke, 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 that cigarette. Smoke them down. Kramer, I'm sucking them down like Coca-Cola. I'm touching my toes right quick. Okay. Leslie on Push It. Leslie on Robert Plant. Danny on S&P. Wolverine on Bite. He meant Vietnam. Danny next on Vietnam. Susie on Engine Number 9. So okay, so Leslie got Salt and Pepper. Leslie got Robert Plant. Danny next on Salt and Pepper. Wolverine first on Vietnam. Susie next on Engine Number 9. Rod Stewart, Dynamite. White Snake, Is This Love? Big Yellow Taxi, The Neighborhood. My Ma Bell, ELO. Merle Haggard, What Am I Gonna Do with the Rest of My Life? The Essex, Easier Said Than Done. Larry Williams, Teardrops. Funky Town, Lip Sync. And there it is again. 110 Soldier, Billy Jack. And the flip is Say Goodbye 'Cause You're Leaving. Chad, you're a part of all of our lives across America, from all sorts of life, and we appreciate you. I'll say it because it's true. You're a good dude, and we appreciate you. Thank you for the positive comments. But I still also know, Chris, that you're highly intoxicated. And, you know, when people do start saying that, all of a sudden everybody's your buddy. Man, you're a good dude. Man, I love you to death. You're my best friend. You know that, Chad? Or I also know when somebody's intoxicated, the truth comes out. Susie on Whitesnake, Danny second, and then Susie on 110 Soldier. Okay? 110 Soldier, so does Susie Breedlove. Funky Town, Lip Sync. Larry Williams, Teardrops. The Essex, Easier Said Than Done. Merle Haggard, ELO, The Neighborhood, and Rod Stewart. Chris has also been advocating me for the last 3 hours to go reproduce. So, give me just a little bit more time, Chairman of the Board. U.S. Bonds, quarter to 3. Roy Orbison, In Dreams. Leather and Lace, Stevie Nicks with Don Henley. ELO, Hold On Tight. Harry Chapin, sequel. Those Were the Days, Mary Hopkin. Do, looking out my back door. As long as I can see the light. Put a candle in the window. Ooh, ooh, ooh. All right. Craig is laughing after 3 a.m. No charge for laughter. Chris Bryant said, Roll Tide. Oh my gosh, he got me to say it. I better be nice to him. Next is CB for Wolverine, and that was for Chairman of the Board. Leslie on ELO, Wolverine on CCR. You've lost that love and feeling. The Righteous Brothers. The Carter Family, Traveling Minstrel Band. Frank Sinatra, How Could You Do a Thing Like That to Me? I'm a rocket man. Rocket man. Elton John. Susie is the flip side. Susie also wants to send 110 Soldier to Stacy. Well, y'all basically just canceled out your gifts now. So Stacy, what just happened? Oh, no, wait a minute. Stacy passed to Susie. Okay, so I guess that doesn't cancel out gifts. Now it's, okay, so now Susie wants to pay for 110 Soldier and send it to Stacy. And then, okay, I think we got that right. And then Gary U.S. Bonds is sold to Wolverine. And Wolverine gets Elton John. All the science. I don't understand. Boom, boom, boom. It's just my job 5 days a week. Rocket man. Rocket Man. Donna Summer, I Feel Love. Foot Loose, Cut Loose. Oh, here's a great one. It Takes Two, Rob Bass and DJ Easy Rock. Wow. Melanie, Brand New Key. Mark Lindsay, Arizona. Lauren Green, Ringo. Raining in My Heart, Hank Williams Jr. Looking Glass, Brandy, You're a Fine Girl. What a Good Wife You Would Be. Frankie Avalon, Gingerbread. And Blue Betty. It takes two to make it happen, huh? Rob, this is boom. I won't try any hip-hop stuff. I'll stay away from Elton John the rest of the night, too. Frankie Avalon, Looking Glass, Hank Williams Jr., Lauren Green from Bonanza, Mark Lindsay, Melanie, Kenny Loggins, and Donna Summer. Next, Floyd Kramer, Last Date. Ocean, Put Your Hand in the Hand. The Shylights, Oh Girl, Sitting on the Dock of Bay. And Lobo, I'd Love You to Want Me. Danny wants Hank Williams Jr. Mars ain't the kind of place to raise a kid. In fact, it's cold as hell. And there's no one there to raise them. If you did. Boom. What a bass line on that song. Lobo, So to Wolverine. The Chiffons, He's So Fine. Gentle on My Mind, Aretha Franklin, I Can't See Myself Leaving You. Rare Earth, Let Me Be Your Sunshine. Nice, Funkadelic, I Got a Thing, You Got a Thing, Everybody's Got a Thing. You've Got a Friend with James Taylor. Oh, Crimson and Clover, Joan Jett cover. The Mountains High, Dick and Dee Dee. Here Comes My Girl, Tom Petty. Leslie wants Donna Summer. Donna Summer. So to Leslie. Wolverine gets the Chiffons. Wolverine gets Aretha Franklin. Craig gets Funkadelic. Yep. Eric Van Leuven next on Funkadelic. Wolverine gets Rare Earth. Susie next on the Chiffons. Joan Jett, So to Leslie Holt. That leaves Tom Petty. The flip is Louisiana Rain. Flip on Tom Petty. Dick and Dee Dee and James Taylor. You've Got a Friend. Danny getting Tom Petty. And the flip is Louisiana Rain, where Danny calls his home. I am the eye in the sky, looking at you. Change. Alan Parsons. Jackie Wilson, The New Breed. Bread and Butter by the New Beats. I got a woman way across town that's good to me. Ray Charles. Joe Tex, I Want You, Do Everything for You. J. Frank Wilson, Last Kiss. Tommy Tucker, Chewing Gum. There he is. John Fitzgerald Kennedy. Highway 101, Higher Ground. Ray Charles, So to Wolverine. Made later famous by Kanye West. Gold Digger cover, or whatever he did with that one. Joe Tex, So to Wolverine. We're going to be able to finish up just in time, I think, for Facebook to expire. A few more handfuls. I'll pick up the pace. Facebook's got about 2 minutes left. JK, So to Danny. JFK, you left out the F. So to Danny. We got Frank Sinatra, Witchcraft. Whoa, a promo of Rhiannon. I bet that's good. A double-sided promo of Rhiannon, Fleetwood Mac. Dang it. Rolling Stones, Out of Time. Yes, Love Will Find a Way. I like that one. Genesis, On the Shoreline. Waylon and Willie, Good-Hearted Woman. Suspicious Minds. The Toon Weavers, Happy, Happy Birthday, Baby. Evil Woman. Bum, 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 bum. ELO. And Telephone Line. That's a back-to-back hits. The Ripcords, Hey Little Cobra. Sinatra promo of Good Thing Going, and the Monkees, Someday Man, and Listen to the Band. Listen to the Band is a Michael Nesmith song. All right, Facebook's going to expire any second, and if it drops, you're not going to be missing much because we're about to wrap up anyway. But we got the Monkees, we got Sinatra, we got the Ripcords, we got ELO. There's a lot of claims here. Let me put these back in order. Hold on one second. I messed up. Okay, so first was Wolverine on Fleetwood Mac, Wolverine on the Rolling Stones, Susie Breedlove on Evil Woman, which is ELO. Danny got Waylon and Willie. Wolverine got the Monkees. Listen to the band. All right, I think we can knock out this last handful. Here we go. Perfect timing. 8 hours on the dot. Perfect timing. Fats Domino, Ida Jane. The Ventures, Perfidia. Ernest Tubb, Throw Your Love My Way. Bobby Darin, What I'd Say Part 1. Sinead O'Connor, Nothing Compares to You. Alan Jackson, Home and I'll Try. Stray Cats, Rock This Town. The Jamies, Summertime, Summertime. Pass. Delphonics, 17 and In Love. Cheech and Chong. Fifth Dimension, Aquarius. Fifth Dimension, Aquarius. Promo copy. Wow. That's a promo mono of Aquarius. Phil Collins, One More Night. Grassroots, Let's Live Today. And Alice Cooper, Only Women. Facebook's about to expire. If you're watching on Facebook, that was pretty much it. I'll get your claims tagged. Thank y'all. Appreciate it. See y'all tomorrow. Facebook is expiring, and the show's at an end anyway. Thank y'all. Let me tag all these. And after that, I'm going to say my final goodbye to everybody else. Wolverine got the Ventures. Danny got Alan Jackson. Way down yonder on the Chattahoochee. Wolverine on the Fifth Dimension, and he wants the promo. Danny on Fetish. Fetish. You might have to help me with that one, Danny. No fetishes here, but I do have you down for Alice Cooper. And that leaves Grassroots, Let's Live for Today. Phil Collins, One More Night. Fifth Dimension, Aquarius. I bet he's trying to get Fifth Dimension. Cheech and Chong, the Delphonics, the Jamies, the Stray Cats, Sinead O'Connor, Bobby Darin, Ernest Tubb, Fats Domino. I'll be back tomorrow with new auctions, new vinyl, new 45s, new Best Offer, new Paul, new Laura. I'll be live sometime between 5 and 6, depending on how much sleep I get. If I get good sleep, I start earlier. If I only had a few hours sleep, it's obviously a lot more difficult to get up, get on time, and get here. Luckily, I work for myself, and I'm not punching a clock. But I do work for y'all, and I try to be here on time if I say I'm going to be on time. That's why I don't wait till 4:30. That's why I don't stay till 4:30. What am I trying to say? That's why I don't wait. I wait until 4:30 before I announce what time I'm going to start. Because it depends on what time I wake up. If I don't get in bed till 10 or 11 o'clock and I set my alarm for 4, that kind of sucks. I'm talking about 11 a.m. and waking up at 4. That kind of is rough. I do that quite often, though. I sleep a lot from 11 to 4. Susie on the Grassroots. All right. Danny says, I tucked it, Ither Ben. Danny, if you're on YouTube now, I'm not for sure what I tucked it in Ither Ben means. You did put fetish, and then you said, I tucked it in their Ben. You tucked it in their Ben. Fetish. All right. I'll get Danny clarified here. I think he's those comments came in late on Facebook. Maybe he hopped on YouTube. We'll wait a second before I end. Wow, we still got to tag everything from last night. That's going to be epic. Now, technically 2 nights ago, I guess, or 2 days ago. Everything we sold on Sunday, early Monday morning. And then everything we sold here Monday night and early Tuesday morning. You tucked in the other bin. Oh, this one. Yeah, this was, I didn't know what this was. The ones I don't know what they are, I set aside to auction. We did that with a bunch of stuff tonight. I'll put that one up for auction tomorrow. It may not be nothing, but if it's something modern looking or bizarre looking, if I know what it is, I'll put it up. But yeah, he's talking about that one. So, yeah, sorry. That one's not for sale. I will put it up for a minimum same price tomorrow. If it gets a bid, great. If it doesn't, then I probably should have just sold it to you. But I'm going to set that one aside. Okay? Sorry about that. I know what you mean now. Tucked it in the other bin. I didn't know what was going on there for a second. All righty. Thank y'all again. I think that's the end of tonight's show. I love going right up until the 8-hour mark. So thank y'all. And only thing I've got to say is good night from Coletco. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll do this again for another 8 hours. 8 hours of nonstop vinyl selling every night right here, except Thursday night. And Metal Night's going to be on Wednesday. Wednesday Metal Night, because Thursday's Thanksgiving. No stream, nothing. I'll be at home eating food with my family. Being thankful for this wonderful life y'all have given me of being a record salesman. And other collectibles, if you obviously tuned in Wednesday